Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Tech Talk, the only live stream on the internet that starts whenever it starts sometimes, but when it doesn't, it doesn't.
Yeah, we start sometimes.
Yeah, we do. Every once in a while we start. Hope everybody's having a wonderful, fantabulous day and didn't think we were dead. I, for one, have not slept. I'm still up from yesterday, so technically it's still Friday for me. So, yay! And Ox just got out of rehab for 3 weeks, so we got to congratulate him on his excellent performance, completing the course and getting his token. Congratulations, Ox.
Ooh, wait, what?
Just fucking with you. I knew you were, dude. I was watching your face. That's why I did that. I said we got to congratulate Ox on his token for getting out of rehab after 3 weeks of and you're like, yeah, what? Man, what the fuck?
Checked out for a second there.
That was actually pretty funny. That worked out better than I could have imagined. I was just kind of looking at you and you're doing the zoning thing where you're like you're taking a shit. I was like, oh God, I'm just going to say something ridiculous. All right, we got some analytics up in this place. Hey, full disclosure, he didn't go to rehab. Okay, guys, I don't want you guys coming. But you said he went to rehab. Unless you guys want to give us like a big fat super chat for completing rehab, then we can just pretend.
Anyway.
We'll just pretend. I know, right? Fucking nobody can afford that. Dude, you know how expensive rehab is? That shit ain't free. They don't let you. Nothing's free in this day and age, man.
Especially when Jerry doesn't pay me out after last month.
I know. I did, and I'm such a dick.
Slacker bum.
I'm such a dick. Hey, I pay you out quarterly. I pay you out quarterly, bro.
Well, June would have been the end of Q2, Jerry. So you're still.
When was the last time I paid you?
I don't pay attention that close.
I don't remember, dude. I hope I paid. Please tell me I paid you like last month or the month before.
No, that big one we were just talking about.
Yeah, are you kidding me?
Yeah, but
dude, I have a memory of doing that. What the fuck?
Bump Ox volume. Bump your own volume.
Why are all my screens turning black?
Because you haven't paid me.
Hold on, bro.
My hacker army is coming for you, bro.
Dude, what the fuck? Did I really not do that? Oh my God, I remember doing all the computation.
It's not that big a deal.
No, it is a big deal because that was a really important one. Dude, did I? Oh, that's gonna make me so mad if I didn't do that.
Jerry Barnacules Nerdgasm.
Hold on here. Let me go to.
It was at the beginning of June.
It was at the beginning of June I last paid you. So June, July. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, that's around. So like 2 months, right? Like two-ish months.
Blah blah blah. This was for. I mean, do you want me to say this out loud on public?
I mean, you just say it. Here, let me check the date. So
I'll put you on the Twitter.
So June 4th is what I have. Is that fine? Is it June 4th? So the last one I have like tabulated, like where I went through and did all the amounts, which is what I do the same time I do the PayPal, was on June. Let me look at the date here.
I messaged you for the dates that you.
Oh yeah, here, let me see. And that's, let me open up. On X chat, you did on XDMs. Okay, well, let me look here. Yeah, because I want to make goddamn sure. So, okay, let me check. Yep, that's it. Okay, good. Whew. Dude, I was so worried that I was off by like 4 months or something because I remembered doing one not too long ago, which would have been like February, March, April, May, I believe.
Yes. Yeah.
So and then so June and July, and then what are we right now? August.
Yeah. Today is the first. Yes.
Okay. So we got 2 months, but yeah. So no, I definitely gotta get you another payment unless you want to wait till the end of the month. Then I can just give you the 3 months again, like I usually do. Yeah, no, dude, I was worried because I was like, that was a big one. I remember that was one of the bigger payments because we actually had like a really good stream. I keep forgetting, guys, my memory fucking sucks, but we had a really good stream. Like, what was it, like 5 streams ago or something like that? Or
yeah, near the beginning of June.
Yeah, where it was like that was like bigger stream by like multiple magnitudes. It was wild. We were like, what the fuck's going on? We didn't even. And then it was weird because like there's some streams where like Ox leaves and then I stay on for like another 5 hours because I'm like, I can't stop talking. And you guys get me all riled up and then I stay on for like another 5 hours. And it was literally like ghost town after he left. Sometimes when he leaves, it'll be like I go the extra 4 or 5 hours and there's even more people in here just because they stumble across because I'm streaming for longer. But that stream, it was weird. The stream that we did really, really good on, that like really big one, it was like the second you left, it was just ghost town for like the next 4 or 5 hours. I can't remember what I was talking about. I think I was talking about shit that was like getting people pretty wound up. You guys know me. The second Aux leaves, my filters all come off, and then I think it's Twitch and shit goes bad wrong. But that's just how I roll. Let me close down some of these tabs that open. Oh yeah, let me open up the tabs for the topics that we had.
I need to bump this up just a little bit. The zooming.
Bump your shit up, dog.
Yeah, that's a little better.
Hey, can I ask you guys in chat to do me a flavor? Could you guys do me a little flavor?
Everybody was saying I was quiet, by the way.
Oh, really? Oh, you're coming in nice and loud, but we didn't do a sound check technically, so let me look at my meters.
Cruiser.
Oh, you are way quiet. Let me turn you up. Let me turn you up.
Bunch of people.
All right, does it sound good now?
Got their listening ears turned way down.
All right, there we go. Now say something.
Is that better?
Yeah,
Is that better?
we're both at negative 6 dB now. No, they had a right to say that. You were literally at 50%, dude.
Sissy babies. No, I'm just kidding.
you were at like literally 50%. So I gotta take their side on this one, bro.
Yeah, whatever.
You were quiet, but it was my fault. So it was technically my fault because I had the slider way down.
No, you fight me. I'm not gonna fight you.
No,
You
I'll
have to fight me.
I'll fight both of you.
1v1 me, bro.
So like the internet's one person. I'm like, I'll fight both of you.
That's right. You don't even know.
Oh, dude, I have not felt this flighty and tired in a long time. Usually when I stay up for like 36 hours, I'm like sharp until I go to sleep. What's that?
I'm trying to get this guy to 1v1 me, and I don't know what games are to fight people with.
Hey, do you guys want to see how old I am? Here, I got something to show you how old I am. Look
you going to PAX? Isn't PAX? Oh no, PAX is in August, isn't it? I don't know. Probably not.
have 12 hard drives, spinning discs. Old school spinning discs. Look at this. I got just mounds and mounds of these things on my desk.
Hell yeah, bro.
I found one of those old USB to SATA things, and I've been popping them on there, seeing what's on all these old drives from my old NAS.
What's the capacity on those? I might buy one from you.
Oh yeah, shit. If you want one to run recover on to get all my dick pics, yeah, 2 terabytes.
That'd work. I got two 2 terabytes in my Plex right now, and one of them's like smart dead or smart dying.
Shit, so you got one that's dying. Is it a 7200 RPM or a 5400 RPM?
I think they're both 72s.
Okay, let me see if I got a 2 terabyte.
Enterprise. They're like, I guess now they're pretty old actually. Now that I'm thinking about it, it's probably at least 8 years old. And so, dude, they got probably like 1 million hours on both of them, honestly.
So old Barnacules has a no policy on ever selling storage devices for security purposes, but for you, smart. I'm gonna do it.
Oh, don't worry about it.
No, fuck it, I'll do it. I'll low level format it. Call it good.
I got you, bro. Just message me. Yeah, right. This is how somebody gets punched in the face. I'm gonna fucking pick up this drive and like throw it at me. Poof.
Okay, so what size did you need? Does I got a 1.5 and I got a 2.
A 2 would be great. But
so I do have a couple 2s.
That's 2, man.
Seagate. I have why do I have a 1, a 1.5, and a 2? What the fuck was I doing with these things?
I gotta talk to work, but I might. There's a Iron Wolf 12 that I might buy from them.
Iron Wolves are actually really good drives. Yeah, really good. I've been running Iron Wolves for 8 years in my QNAP, which is way past warranty. Like 5 years is the warranty, I believe, on the retails. And not a single dead sector. Smart still totally. I mean, it gives me the warning that says that the drive's like fucking 3 years over its usable date. Yeah. But no, the Smart has all good numbers, and I have like, is it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 Iron Wolf drives in there, and not a single one of them. They're all the original drives too. Now, to be fair, I don't heavily beat on my NAS every single day. Yeah. But it has for that 8 years ran nearly 24/7. So. Some of these drives should be in really good shape too, because I remember pulling these out of my old True NAS that I was running back in the day, or Free NAS or True NAS or whatever the fuck it was called. So I got a couple 2 terabytes. How many slots? Do you have any free slots, or do you just have the 1 slot?
I think that board could do at least 4 drives.
So I was gonna say, if you have room for more drives, I'll just give you 2 of these 2 terabytes, because I seriously don't need them, dude. Like, I'm never going to run these drives again because they're too small capacity to match the other drives on my NAS. Mm-hmm. And because the way I have the RAID built out on the Synologies, they have to be the same size or they can't be in the volume. Because it uses that RAID 5 mirroring shit, where they all have to be exactly the same size. Yeah. What kind of NAS is it again?
It's just my Plex server.
So it's just a Plex server. So basically the drives can be any size. Any size, because you're just popping in there and just using them as a volume, like putting a partition on and calling it good. Okay,
basically just for storage.
Got it. Yeah, dude, I'm glad I said something then, because these would have honestly just gone into my attic, back into my attic to rot. So, and I probably got, I'd have to go through them, but it looks like at least 3 of them are 2 terabyte. A bunch of them are 1.5, and then there's a couple ones. So yeah, does your Plex server by chance have a eSATA connector on the back of it, like to connect like external drive enclosures?
I'll have to find out.
If you look on the back of it and it has like a proper like SATA card, or it has a header for like eSATA, do you know what eSATA is? Like where it has like the little SATA plug with a little prong on the end. Yeah. So if you have that, I have 4 enclosures. That's why I have so many drives. I have 4 drive enclosures. They have the power supply in them that plug into eSATA, and it's just a backplane that holds 4 drives. So if you have eSATA on your computer, as many ports as you have, each port you can plug on one of those 4 drive multipliers, and then you could put like 4. That'd be like 2, 4, so 8 terabytes per. And I could give you 1 or a couple of those, because I'm probably never going to run those again either. Because I mean, why would? Because I can't put like non-spinning disks in them because it would be slow as fuck. Yeah, I don't think I really have a use for those anymore. So yeah, I might be able to hook you up, my boy. I just got to low level format them first, but I don't think that'll take too long. I forget how long low level format takes, but I can do it overnight. I just got to write enough random data on there that there can't be a sector recovery in case you ever sell the system or whatever. What I normally do is take a hammer to my drives. I actually did a YouTube video. I can't find the YouTube video to save my life. If you guys find the YouTube video, please let me know if it's still out there somewhere. I had a YouTube video where I used to hit drives with hammers and bust them into parts, and you hear the parts ricocheting off the wall and shit, and I didn't wear eye protection. So I got a million comments down below that's like, dude, are you fucking stupid? Because I'm like taking a 5-pound like sledgehammer, hitting the drive, and then you hear pew, 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 like bouncing off the walls, and I can't believe I didn't break the glass out of my garage door. But yeah, every comment, I didn't even think about it when I was making the video. I was like, oh, this is gonna be fun. People like destruction, right? And every single comment was like, dude, you poke your eye out, you're gonna die. What are you doing? What are you doing, man? And then I think I took it down for that reason, but it might still be up. But I've been trying to find it and I don't have a local copy of it. So if you guys actually find it, please let me know. Oh shit, what the fuck is this? I just tried to log into Stream Elements and it says Stream Elements is now a part of Razer. To ensure uninterrupted access to SE Live tools and other Stream Element services, please review and accept our privacy policy. What? And here's your options. They don't even give you a button to look at the privacy policy, and your options are delete account, or accept.
Literally just a day ago, this was announced. Razer now owns and operates the Stream Elements platform. The platform remains unchanged. Creators continue to enjoy it. Blah blah blah. Dag nabbit.
I fucking There's another
one.
Razer.
There's another indie one that I've seen. I think it's called Meld.
Did they get bought by Razer too?
No, it's a streaming. It's like a OBS alternative.
Well, I've been wanting to get away from Stream Elements, so this is as good as reason as any to get away from them.
This might be a good replacement. Meld. It says it's more of a OBS replacement, but it might be able to handle all like the payment stuff and all that jazz. It looks pretty. Yeah, it's got like overlays and stuff. Their webs. I do not fucking like this kind of stuff when it comes to websites.
I don't.
This sort of HTML5 bullshit is. This is like a little too much, man. Like this is a little don't change my little cursor into your cute little fucking thing. Like this is not MySpace, bro.
What is going on here?
Meld might be your alternative here, dude.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to because I fucking hate Razer with a passion.
That's funny. I still use this. What is this? This is a Razer Viper. It's like I don't know. This got to be like 15 years old. Model number RZ01-0255. It's like the second version of their Viper mouse.
Yeah,
I still use the shit out of this.
To be fair, Razer did make some banger peripherals, but honestly, they made more shittier ones than good ones. Like that's the problem is they were either super shitty or they were like god tier.
Their peripherals are fine. Like the mouses, their mice are fine. The keyboards are all right, but their headphones, I think it was like the Cockarichis for a minute early on. And dude, it was awful. First off, the cups were like just terrible. And it's not like I got giant ears or anything, but they were like perfectly circular. So like they would press on the edges of them and that fucking hurt so bad. And then they were like way muddy bass, or like they leaned way too heavy on the bass side of things. So like gunshots which, hey man, if that's your thing, like competitive FPS and that kind of thing, like gunshots and footsteps and stuff were like a little louder and stuff, but it was just bleh. The mic was kind of awful. I moved over to Sennheiser PC350s right after that, and it was fucking night and day, dude. Way better.
By the way,
Way
there
better.
is an app. There is an app. I forget what it's called. It might actually be. No, I know what it is. It's Razer Synapse. I'm like, fuck,
No,
I hate Razer.
Oh yeah, the Synapse
Yeah.
thing for like all the colors on your mouse and
Yeah,
keyboards.
but it also
that
has a
shit.
feature. I remember it had a feature in it for different video games where you can have it automatically boost like footstep volume and drop gunshot volume so you can hear footsteps over gunshots. And like basically it analyzed the audio in real time and did like a real time EQ thing. So like,
in my headphones. Look at the portal there. In my
here, let me look.
See,
oh yeah.
There's a.
What the fuck? Oh, because
it doesn't know to cut it out. It doesn't know to cut it out.
I gotcha. That's cool. Dude, when you put it over your face, it's like you're looking through like a look glass, and then you move it to the side and it's all gray. That's creepy,
the wall behind me. And then, of course, I love my DT770 Pros, man.
Why isn't it putting the wall in there? Is it because it thinks there's a head in the headphones? Is that what it is?
Probably. I can't quite tell.
The algorithm thinks there's a head in there, so it's not doing. I see.
Doesn't know. Yeah.
That's funny, dude. That's actually really funny. Oh, dude, you know what I just realized? I haven't
my Bear Dynamics. Can't. Or no, these are the Sennheiser.
Which ones are those?
Sennheiser HDs, whatever.
The HD 650s that are slightly better than mine. That Adam got both of us.
Yeah,
I'm still jealous of that though.
I don't use my fancy silver core cables though. That's only when I'm listening through my fancy DAC. I only ever use the fancy cable with my fancy DAC.
I would like to take a moment just to thank our brother from another mother, Mr. Adam, aka Kevlar Condom, because our boy, he spoils us. He spoils us good. Yeah, I literally can look around my room and I'm going to say a good third, if not a half of what I have in this room, he's been involved in. Like, seriously. Yeah. Like, it's like, oh, PlayStation, stereos, speakers. Let's see what else we got over here. Oh, yeah, the entire fucking simulator minus the cockpit piece. The transducers, the amplifiers, all the networking gear, all the switches, all the access points. I mean, dude, bro, the microphone. Our microphones we're on right now. The headphones, except for I'm not wearing my Sennies because they're open back. But yeah, the Sennheisers, right?
Yep.
Where are my Oh, they're down in the room, I think. Hold on. Wow. Yeah, my Sennheisers down in the room because that's where I keep my my fancy amp. I keep next to my nightstand because I like to listen on my heavy headphones, my HE500s. And they're too heavy to walk around in. So I just, when I'm sitting in bed, I sit up in bed, I put on my headphones and just like zone out to like the craziest good sounding music ever. I will tell you this though, the Sennheisers are really nice headphones. Like if you have a really high quality DAC, they really let it shine. But until you've heard like a good pair of like electrostatic headphones, or not electrostatic, what are they called? What are the HE500s, the hi-fi man? They're like it's like a mesh aluminum membrane that vibrates, and that's what creates the sound. It's like foil. I forget what they're called. God damn, I used to call myself somewhat of an audiophile, and I can't remember shit right now, but it's because I'm so tired. There's electrostatic, and then there's the other one, which electrostatic moves like a cellulose membrane thing. But then there's the one that actually moves like a metal membrane, and that's the one I have in the HE500. It sounds so amazing. Sounds so goddamn amazing. Bradley said, don't know if you missed it. I sent you a link to a video of you hammering drives in Discord. Oh, you found it. You found it, my boy. My boy Bradley found it. Oh my God. I gotta go find this. I gotta go open this up. Where is it at? Signal. Not Signal. Discord. My brain is gone. I'm gonna say so much shit that's wrong today, guys. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, click this. There it is. Destroying hard drives with a hammer because you can't trust format. All right, go visit site. Yep, fine. There it is. Hell yeah. Oh my God. Okay, I got to put this link in chat so you guys can go watch this later. This is like this is ASMR. This is the best ASMR there is right here. Just old Barnacules just going hog wild on some hard drives. You know what I'm saying? You just got to get in there, just get in that nooks and crannies, be beating on it. Hey, Blue Varo, thank you for the 42-month sub to the channel, by the way. Appreciate you, brother. I mean, I should say channel member because subs are free on YouTube. Subs cost money on Twitch. Memberships cost money on YouTube, but follows on Twitch are free. It's so confusing. All these places steal each other's features, and then the naming gets all confused and shit.
Yeah.
But I just realized that I have not shared out Tech Talk at all, so like most of the world doesn't even know we're streaming right now. So I'm like, God damn it, I gotta fix that. Because like right now, how many people we got in here? We only got 100 people in here, so I gotta go tell people that we're alive. Because usually if we're not streaming by like 11 to 11:30, people just assume that the show got canceled. So
lame.
Now I got to make sure I use the right link because my brain is a little cloudy and I don't want to send everybody a fucking hard drive link. Hard drive like we're streaming. It's hard drive smashing. I've done it before. All right, edit. Let me grab the topics.
To the end. What's ending?
Topics.
What is that?
Oh, by the way, when did SE Pay die? So SE Pay, the service that I used for like if people wanted to tip through PayPal, they could use PayPal or through the link
Probably
they could
when
use
Razer
SE Pay.
fucking bought them, dude.
Yeah, so apparently they bought them and they said they were going to phase it out at the end of 2026. It's not the end of 2026 yet. And it's gone. I looked at it. It's gone. So like where's my normally I have to click a button to cash it out and like say transfer it to my bank. That option's just gone. So I hope that they sent whatever was in there to my bank before they canceled it. Fuckers. Stealing my money. Okay, so OpenAI and Anthropic creating Skynet, Google Earth AI scare, AI parenting, and hacked yet. Okay. Do I got extra spaces in there or was I smart? Okay, there we go. Got it. Okay, I sent it out to X. Now I'm going to Facebook. And I'm going to open Blue Sky. Oh, I was going to ask people something. I totally forgot earlier. So could you guys go to plaid.com, plaid.com, and the Microsoft Edge browser, if you have it on your system, and tell me if it just completely pegs your system and makes like your screen chop and your mouse move slow and peg your GPU in the task manager? Because I don't know what's going on with my Microsoft Edge, but I went to that site earlier today, and as soon as I open it in a tab, the whole computer slows down to crawl and everything's like goes down to like 12 frames per second, and task manager says the GPU is just getting hammered by Edge. But every other site works just fine. If I open that site under Chrome, which is also Chromium, just like Edge, just newer version of it, it works just fine. It's only under Microsoft Edge. And so I'm wondering if it's my computer.
Microsoft's doing Bitcoin mining.
I mean, it could be, but if they were Bitcoin mining, don't you think it'd be on every site? Or do you think Plaid is Bitcoin mining with some JavaScript in the background or something? Okay, so Tiberius said it works fine for him. Whatever happened to BT Dig? BT Dig. I don't know what BT Dig is, Alma.
What is that? Yeah.
I have no freaking idea.
They can just saying stuff. And people just come on Al Gore's internet and just say stuff.
Yeah, come on, dude. You gotta be more specific.
You're just saying things.
Hold on, I gotta check something really quick. Hold on here.
BT Dig.
Oh, it's actually not. It's not Daniel for once. I'm surprised. I was like, I didn't see see any icon on it, and it's a dash something. Like that's usually the dead giveaway, but it wasn't. I checked. It's not. It's not. So what's up, Alma? I had to check though. I saw that account and I see like some weird acronym. I'm like, is he making me say words I'm not supposed to say? Because you do think about that as a live streamer constantly, by the way, because people will come in and they'll tip sometimes and put like or tip or do a message and they'll put a thing in there that's like spelled phonetically but in a weird way, and then when you say it, then you're like, oh, I just said a slur. It's like I hate that. Hasn't happened to me in a very, very long time, but I'm so tired today. I'm like, I don't want to mess with it. You know what I mean? All right, so I got to post this on Facebook. Wait, did I say I posted on X or Facebook already?
It was the first mainline DHT search engine. Oh, really?
Really?
What's DHT?
DHT.
Like, if I throw my brain back as far as I possibly can in terms of like the first search engines that I can recall using outside of like your ISP provider. Like CompuServe would have like their own little like
I remember that back in the day
login software stuff, and like it had a searchy thing. I think the oldest one I can remember is Alta Vista.
Alta Vista's pretty old, but before that there was was it Lycos?
I remember Lycos.
And then
was it a search engine? I thought there was like a
Lycos was a search engine. They had other stuff they did too, but they were a search engine. And then there was
but weren't they also an ISP kind of thing? Like you would go through them for like in the same way that like
not that I know of,
like here. AOL kind of.
The first
Ask came later. I remember Ask coming.
Ask was old, and then Ask Jeeves that was later too.
It was Ask Jeeves at first, and then they shrunk it down.
Okay,
like, I always thought Lycos was like GeoCities.
So the first search engine I used was Gopher.
Oh, I don't remember.
So Gopher was a text-based search engine that worked under, I think it was 10 in Linux.
Browser.
The first graphical.
That's the first one I remember using was Netscape.
The first
Navigator,
graphical
like 3 or something.
Here, hold on here. What? Hold on here. Go back.
InfoSeek.
Because I was on the internet like super duper early. I was on the internet when people couldn't even get like slip accounts and graphical internet. Like WinSock wasn't even really a thing.
95, 96.
Copilot. Let's see. When was I got my first internet connection when I think I was 11. So that would have been 1990 or 1991. And that was coming, and I was using Prodigy at the time. By the way, I was on Prodigy, BBSs, and the internet at the same time. What were the first graphical
Mosaic? Oh, I remember Mosaic.
Search engines. Put it this way, guys. If you want to date like how old I am as far as internet goes, my very first graphical internet account, and keep in mind, I already had a text internet account for years. My first graphical internet account was literally a text-based account I had to dial into with Linux on a 9600 baud modem, and then I had to start a program called Slurp, which would then make the shell account start sending a bunch of garbage, and then you'd have to break out of the program and then go into WinSock, start up WinSock, and have it just connect to the COM port and start translating whatever garbage is coming at it. And that's how I had to connect to the internet every time to get graphical internet. And it was ass. It did not work for shit, but man, did I love it. So my first graphical search engine would have been web crawler. So 1994.
All right.
I think because I remember web crawler. I don't remember Jump Station. There's Ally Web and Jump Station in 1993, but I don't remember either of those. So, and I was on the internet. Actually, no, I wasn't on graphical internet when I was 11. Never mind. Sorry. I was on text internet when I was 11. I was on graphical internet in 93. So that was when I got the Slurp thing. And then I got in trouble because back then they used to sell internet accounts as text only for like $5 a month, or you had to pay like $15 a month if you wanted a PPP or a slip account, which was like the graphical WinSock interface. And I was too cheap to pay the $15, so I paid the $5, and then I compiled my own version of the Slurp program, which would take the text-based internet from the prompt and then turn it into a graphical connection by like doing the translation and sending the encoded data as text. It was really slick, but you got caught. Like there was a time where all the ISPs were getting sick of everybody lowballing them and creating graphical internet, like using up their line all day. And so they'd start scanning the accounts to see if anybody was running Slurp. They'd look at the logs and see if anybody ever ran the process. And if they did, they'd just ban their account. So I probably got banned off like 3 or 4 ISPs before I finally just had to pay for a graphical internet connection. And then I remember when I finally paid for the graphical internet connection, I was like, oh my God, this is so much easier. Because I used to have to open up Telex, ATDT, enter the phone number, do my login and password through the TTY 120 terminal or whatever. And then I'd have to go into my Slurp folder, I have to run Slurp. Then Slurp would say, would say, okay, in 5 seconds, open your WinSock thing. And then I'd have to really quick, like break out of Telnet before it started sending all the garbage, open up my Windows 3.1 desktop, open up WinSock, double click on it, and then just click connect without using a modem. You just said connect to just the COM port because it was already connected. And it would pick up the COM port right before Slurp started sending all the data, and then it would say handshaking and handshake complete, and then you were done. But that was such a pain in the ass. You had to time it perfectly, otherwise you had to start over from scratch, and then the line would be busy, and you'd have to be like, oh no, I lost my node. But yeah, nothing like that these days, man. Does dial-up internet even exist anymore? Is there anybody in here that's on a dial-up internet?
Well, there's got to be. Probably not in this chat, but yeah, there's definitely got to be dial-up internet.
Because I know for the longest time there was Net Zero, I think it was called, where it was like they just gave free internet to everybody. Like you just get it was like AOL. You just got a free disc for a month, every month in the mail, whether you want it or not. And so, like, I don't know how they ever made any money because everybody got it for free that I know of. I don't know of anybody that ever paid for Net Zero. And I remember they had like phone numbers in like every area code like possible. And I remember using it when I traveled. Like I had a laptop with a modem, and whenever I traveled, I would use the line in the hotel and stuff.
Zero.
And
Net Zero.
yeah, wait, still?
Yeah. High-speed accelerated dial-up, it says. Free dial-up, 10 hours a month. Get reliable dial-up.
You are shitting me for real.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Netzero.net, man, yeah.
We blocked netzero.com because we cannot prove it's secure right now. Visiting the website can expose your passwords.
Netzero.net.
Okay.
.net.
Netzero.net. All right, let me try this here. Help protect your device's connections and more with Norton. No, I'm not getting Norton.
That'll be it.
Wow, so you can really get 10 hours of dial-up a month for free.
Super rural, yeah.
So wait, they must not just do dial-up though. They must do like do they do high speed now too?
They must. Yeah, they gotta have some kind of.
Because I'm like, I don't know how they're making money unless it's like, I don't know, maybe there's some still people in like Alaska and shit that have to do dial-up. Because here's the problem with dial-up is dial-up, if you want dial-up at any kind of speed, and by speed, I use that term loosely. The fastest dial-up connection ever was like, what, 57,600, as far as I know.
Dude, you're not even getting megabit like that.
Yeah, this is like 0.06 megabit or something like that. Like really slow.
You're getting what, 52 kilobit.
I'm curious. Let me go ask old
DSL. That's probably it though. Yeah, I bet a lot of anybody who's was or is on dial-up is probably more of a DSL thing. It's still like through the phone line, but like.
Okay, so check this out. I was way off. So if you had a 57,600, which keep in mind that's a flawless phone line.
Yeah.
Where you get the like nobody got 57,600. Everybody always got like at the best. I think I got 54,000. So 57,600, if you could get the most flawless connection ever back in the day, you could download it 0.0057 megabytes per second. That's 5.76 kilobytes per second. That's crazy. So to fill a floppy disk, how long to fill 1.44 MB floppy? So 3 to 4 minutes to fill a single floppy disk. That's insane. That's absolutely insane. And keep in mind, the fastest internet I ever had, actually, never mind. I never could connect at 5,600. I remember I connected it 48 something. 40, was it 48,600? I think it was 48,600 is what I connected. Hey, what's up, Michael? Said it's been a while. Hey, I'm still alive, man. Proud of it too. No, I'm not apologizing to anybody for still being alive. It's my choice, my body, my choice.
That's right.
All right, I think I sent out the link to everybody now, so everybody should be well aware that we are doing our thing. Let me see if that had any impact whatsoever on viewership. Yeah, actually it did. We went from 100 to 130. Woohoo! We're doing good, man. We're balling now. We're big time. Big time, bitches. Let me see. Is the let me make sure my activity feed is working. Blue Varo is not showing up, so I'm going to say it is not. So let me go to Stream Elements, make sure the bot leaves and comes back. Okay, so bot. The bot is in your chat. I have no way of telling because YouTube doesn't tell you who's in your chat.
All right.
That's one thing I do like about Twitch, better than YouTube, is Twitch, at any time you can query Twitch API and get a list of all the people that are in your channel watching. Whereas on YouTube, you can only see somebody if they type in chat. So if somebody comes in and watches your stream and never types anything in chat, they will never show up as a user. Like you can't see them. They're invisible. Join. All right, let's see. I think that was long enough. Okay, so I just told the bot to leave and then join because the last message in the activity feed was from 14 days ago. And I know for a fact that Blue Varo should have showed up. So Blue Varo, sorry you didn't show up. Hopefully the next person that either does membership, super chat, or whatever the other things are you can do on YouTube, it'll pop up and do a thing now. AOL was basically free with 1 month free trial this. I mean, it was. I never paid for AOL. I used AOL for years, and I never remember paying for it, ever. As a matter of fact, I think that's the only reason I used it was because it was free and I was broke. And then I remember Net Zero, so I used Net Zero for a while. And I remember, did AOL have a full-blown internet connection? Because I remember having to use like AOL's dialer and like AOL's browser and AOL shit. And it was like, then you got email. That was like a breakthrough. And then you could finally look at the web. But there was like a long time where AOL was like Prodigy, where it was just like its own version of the internet, where you basically had to like subscribe to like AOL as a business if somebody was able to see your site or do anything. However, here's an interesting question. Let's play a game of how old are you? What was the first thing you purchased online with a credit card? This goes for you guys in chat too. You guys in chat.
Probably like a Worlds Away account. Yeah, something like that.
So around what time would that be?
Maybe around 96.
Okay.
Okay. I don't know.
I mean, that's good. That's pretty good. That's back there. So the very first thing I bought with a credit card, I remember I had to ask my grandma to loan me her credit card, and she just did. She just pulled out of her wallet and just gave it to me because she didn't understand internet or anything like that. She's like, "Oh, you're at the house. You can't use it for nothing." I didn't rob her. I told her what I was using it for. My parents didn't have credit. My parents were like bankrupt and had no credit. So So I asked my grandma, she gave me her credit card, and I went on Prodigy, because this back, I know this had to be when I was 10 or 11. When did 14.4 come out? Like 14.400 baud modems. When was that a thing here? When did Falcon Electronics release its 14.4 baud modem? I want to see how old I was. So that would have been 1993. Okay, so I was 13 years old. So I bought a Falcon Electronics 14.4 modem, which was like the no-name brand of the day that was like the cheapest thing you could get. It was an 8-bit ISA card, and I bought it on Prodigy using a credit card. And I remember there was no CC codes, there was no verifying address, no phone number. This is like the early days. You literally just went and typed in. You didn't even create an account. You didn't log in. You just went to the store site. You clicked on the page for the thing, and you entered your address, your name, and your credit card number. That's it. Like, you didn't do anything else. And you just hit submit. And it would return back and say, your order will be processed. Expect to see it within 2 to 3 weeks.
So weird.
And and you didn't even get to select like how it was delivered. They would just charge you for it. Like, I remember you like clicked it and you put in the credit card number. It's like, oh, shipping and handling is like, $10. And you had no idea. And it was like, and I remember it took like 8 or 9 days to get to the house. And I could not believe how I was like, wow, we're in like the space age. I bought something without leaving the house and it got delivered here.
Right.
And I thought that was the coolest shit ever. I don't know why. It's still to this day, it's like I kind of take it for granted, but at the same time, I still think it's cool that you like order shit that just shows up in an hour. It's wild that it's come that far. But yeah, back in the day, it was like getting something within 8 days of clicking a button on a webpage. Because remember, this is like during a time where I grew up in a tiny little like town that if you drove to the city, there was maybe one computer store per city.
Yeah.
And that computer store usually didn't stock anything. You'd go there and like buy it, and then they'd bring it in from their distributor or whatever in a day or two, and then you'd come back and get it after you bought it. And it was always way more expensive. Even back then, I remember that same 14.4 modem, they didn't even sell it at any of the stores. It wasn't even an option at the local stores. But to get like the US robotics counterpart, it was like twice the money, because markups on electronics back then were insane. Like nowadays, they're actually like reasonable, but back then it was like, it was big because there were so few computer stores back then. That was the only way you could buy this shit. So if you didn't have an Egghead next to you, or a software, etc., or any of those like computer dealers early back in the day, you remember that?
Babbage's?
Yeah, Babbage's. I remember that. If you didn't have any of those within 100 miles of you, you basically just had people that would publish their small business in a newspaper like the Little Nickel or the Bremerton Sun or whatever, where I grew up. And you had to actually go find them, call their phone number. Sometimes they'd answer, sometimes they wouldn't. And you'd have to arrange a time to go to their business, aka their house, knock on their door, and literally go sit down and select shit out of catalogs that you wanted to order. And you'd pay it. You'd have to pay them right there on the spot cash. And then you'd come back a couple days later and they'd have your shit. Does anybody else remember this? Like back in the day, that this is like how you got computer parts, like if you didn't have a computer store around? Because I want to say this was pretty common. It wasn't just like Bremerton that was like this. It was like if you didn't live in a city where you had access to a store that had like well-stocked computer parts and stuff, like this would have been back in like the early 90s, late 80s. You pretty much had to just go to like random fucking dudes that you found their number in the newspaper, or some of them would list their number on a bulletin board at the library. Yeah. And you're just literally going to a stranger's house. I remember there were so many times my mom would drive me to a stranger's house. No shit. Wait out in the car. And when I was like 12 or 13, I'd have my money from my allowance or whatever in my pocket. I'd literally walk into some fucking dude's house, sit on the couch with this random dude, and flip through fucking catalogs and be like, okay, that's the thing I want or whatever. And then he'd tell me like, oh, there's a better one here. Maybe get that. Or hey, if your budget allows for it, he'd try to upsell you on shit. He'd be like, that one, oh, how much is it? Okay, here's the tax and here's this. Okay, and it's going to be here within 8 days or 2 weeks. And then what would happen is he'd call you when it came in, and then my mom would drive me over and I'd have to go pick it up from his house because he'd get delivered to his house. And there was like 3 or 4 different dudes that I'd buy shit from because they all had different prices, and some were cheaper on other things than others because they'd all have their connections and their little homie hookups and stuff. But shit, I even remember, God, memories are flooding back. When I was a kid, my first computer upgrade that I had, like my first real computer upgrade, is I had a 28612. And I couldn't afford a new case and a new power supply and all that stuff. Like I didn't have a lot of money. So I sold my Sega Genesis to buy 4 megabytes of RAM and I bought a 386 motherboard with a 386 SX16, I think it was. Or what was it? Was it a 16? I think it was. It was an SX16, not even a DX. No math coprocessor. And the guy from a computer store called Cat Electronics in Bremerton, Washington, which was hardly a computer store. It was like a dude living in a building, but just operating kind of a storefront downstairs.
Yeah.
And I remember the dude came to my house. Like, I gave him my address and he drove to my house with the parts, came back into my bedroom and took my computer apart, transferred the new motherboard into the new case, put all the cards back into it and slapped it together and everything and like booted it up for me. And then took my money and left. And I thought that was the weirdest shit. Like, could you imagine that today? Like calling a computer store and they send somebody to your house to like build the computer there. That's just so like back then that was how it was done. It was fucking weird. It was like you'd think I'd take it to his computer store and I'd get it done, but no, he'd fucking come to the house.
Wow.
And I remember he was also kind of a friend because he ran a bulletin board system called The Real World, like TRW. And it was one of the biggest bulletin board systems in Kitsap County at the time. And so we had known each other from like talking to the sysop and chap and stuff when I'd call his BBS all the time. And so I guess he didn't feel like I was a super stranger, so he wanted to help me out. But I do remember he did rip me off once. Like, he did straight up rip me off once where like I ordered some parts from him and he said it was like one price and then I like paid him and then the parts came in. He's like, oh, they went up a little bit more. I need like another $40 or something like that. When I'm like, it's allowance, right? I don't have a lot of money. He's like, oh, I need like $40 or whatever. So I like rustle up the rest of the money. I borrow it from my parents and tell them that I'm going to pay him back and everything. And it's like, I looked at it and he never changed the pricing for anybody else. He still sold it out of the store at the same price or whatever. He basically just tried to roll me for more money when he was at my house. So when I found out, I was like so pissed. I was like, I ain't never talking to this dude again. Damn, and then apparently he got in some trouble. I don't remember what it was. It was so long ago, but I remember his BBS got shut down. I don't know if it was like he had tax evasion or something like that, but it was like some big fucking thing that was going around town that the Real World BBS and all their nodes and everything got shut down because he was in like some legal hot water. But I also remember he was one of the few FidoNet nodes too, which back in the day, FidoNet was like, Reddit, right? It's like, that's how people shared group messages and responded to each other and everything was through this FidoNet. And what you do is you'd call up a local BBS, you'd respond to all the things, read all the things you wanted, respond to all the things you wanted. And then every night the BBS would call another BBS and then that BBS would call another BBS and like a web, they would spread out through all their local area codes and transmit all their messages back and forth. And so sometimes it'd take like, 2 to 3 days before all the messages would circumnavigate the system. So if you're talking to somebody on the East Coast, it's like they could almost mail you something in the mailbox faster than you'd get the digital response. And I remember back in that day, I used to love getting on FidoNet, man. That was my thing. Nick Holman said Bremerton is where my band MXPX is from. Hey, dude, cool. What time did your band operate? And was it a punk band by chance? Because MXPX sounds really fucking familiar to me.
Yeah. MXPX is from Bremerton. Yeah. They were a pop punk band. Yeah.
No way. I fucking know this dude. I've seen this dude.
Yeah.
I've seen this dude perform.
Right.
That's hilarious. Wait, and are you the lead singer?
He does the band MXPX, not his band.
Oh, not his band. I was like, for a second, I was like, no way, dude. Okay, I misread that. I was like, whoa, dude, is there like some dude in here? So, if any of you guys like were from like the Kitsap County area in Washington, I'm sure not a lot of people in here were. But my brother-in-law, he had a band called what was it? Quick to Blame. That actually became really big, like in the Seattle area. They like popped off and they were on local radio stations and stuff. So Quick to Blame. And then I had another friend, Eric, who was the lead singer of a band called Merriweather. And they popped off too. I don't know where either band is today, but I just want to name drop in case any of you guys remember those bands from your teenage years. It's like so it's like I was like really, really good friends with the lead singer of Merriweather when I was younger, and then Quick to Blame. And it wasn't just Quick to Blame. I can't remember. There was like 3 different bands that he was in as the lead singer. His name was Brian. Is Brian still alive and with us? It was Quick to Blame. I can't remember the other 2 band names before that. All I remember is Quick to Blame. But yeah, they did, was it punk and ska? Like one of the bands was like ska and the other one was punk.
Yeah.
I think ska. Does ska even exist anymore?
Yeah, man, ska's not dead.
Still around? I like ska. I think I prefer ska over punk, honestly. Hey, Daniel Frost, thank you for the 44 month sub, dude. Super appreciate it. Yeah, the bot works, by the way. Wait, what? Controversial?
Ska being better than punk?
I like ska, man. Ska's awesome.
I mean, I like ska too, but I don't know that I would say ska.
I'm not saying I don't like punk. Like, I like punk. I obviously went to my brother-in-law's concerts.
Was better than punk, and I don't know.
Well, when I went to a ska concert, I usually didn't get my head fucking busted in by a bunch of dudes.
Okay, don't be a big baby.
Hey, I got a cool story though. I was at the Silverdale Fairgrounds. I went when I was probably about 14. I want to say I was about 14 because I wasn't driving yet. I remember I went to watch my he wasn't my brother-in-law at that time. He was just dating my sister. But his band did a set at this thing, so I went to it, and a giant mosh pit broke out around me. And this is like one of the first concerts I went to of theirs. A giant mosh pit breaks out, and I get kicked in the head, dropped to the floor, and a bunch of people start stomping on me. And I'm only like 14 years old. I got the shit kicked. Like my clothes were ripped up. I was all bruised. My face was all fucked up. So my future brother-in-law, who's dating my sister, is up on stage singing. He looks down and sees me just getting absolutely fucking wasted and decimated. And what does he do? He stops the band right there, throws the microphone on the floor, and just stage dives into the crowd and just starts punching people.
All right, that's kind of cool.
He ripped people off me. He was throwing elbows. The rest of the band was in there. It was like they were fucking shit up. Like literally they broke up this giant mosh pit and sent everybody running. And I thought that was like the coolest thing ever. I was like, you know what? I'm okay if my sister dates this dude. I was like, this dude's all right. Like I didn't really like him before. I didn't like anybody that dated my sister back then. I like kind of made it a point to hate all of her boyfriends. Ever since she dated the fucking umpire from my little league baseball team or whatever, that pissed me off. So, dude, nobody wants to come home and have like their empire coming out of their sister's bedroom with fucking lipstick on their face and shit. I was like, oh god, yeah. My sister, she used to give it away a little too easy back in the day. I remember a couple guys would come around. This one student from overseas, like what do they call him, exchange student? I remember his name too. His name was Lars. And this guy comes over and he's an exchange student, huh?
Lars Ulrich?
No, not Ulrich. No. Just I can't remember his last name. It's just Lars, and that's what we called him anyways. But this fucker had the gall that anytime I'd make food, anytime I'd like make French fries, or I cooked a lot when I was a kid. My parents were never around and shit, so if I was hungry, I had to cook. So I'd be cooking like fucking like hamburgers or baking French fries in the oven. This fucker would come over. And just like, I'd be in my bedroom waiting for the fries to be done. And he'd just go open up the stove and just start taking shit out and eating it and just serve himself. I'd be like cooking my burgers or whatever. And he'd be like, put one on for me. I'd be like, what the fuck? Who the fuck do you think you are? Like, get out of my house. I hate you. I hated that guy so bad. Like I used to invite my friend over on the weekends when I knew he was coming over. Cause my friend was like a lot better at like, giving people shit. And like, I was kind of like a little bit of a quiet kid back then. Didn't want to, I didn't say the thoughts in my head. But my friend, he would do it. He'd come over and the guy would like come over, try to touch the burgers we make. He'd go, fuck off, and shove him back. He was like 3 years our senior, and it's like he didn't care. He just shoved him. So fuck off. What are you gonna do? Hit a kid? But yeah, I love that. That was hilarious. But then my sister thought that was her one true love after like 2 months of seeing each other off and on. And I remember he had to go back to his country. So my sister started making calls in the dead of the night when everybody was sleeping that she didn't want my parents to know about. But what she didn't know is that the phone bill was going to be like $350, which back then was like a fucking $1,000 today. And I remember when my parents got that phone bill, they thought something was wrong. They're like, we don't call international. Like, we don't know. We don't know how to do that. And I remember she got a stern talking to. She was grounded for like months after that. She was forbidden to ever talk to him again. She's like, oh, I'm going to kill myself. He's my true love. You're keeping me from my true love. Oh, well, it's like he forgot about her like 2 weeks after she didn't call him. He was already done. Like, he's like, nah, moving on.
Easy.
Yeah. So, but I'm glad she did, because then she ended up with Brian, who was like, in some famous bands and is a really cool dude. Yeah. And now he like manages a Costco somewhere.
Cool.
Yeah, he's really, I love my brother-in-law. He's amazing. He's absolutely amazing. They have 2 kids together. They're my nephews. I fucking love them to death. They're great kids. I wish I was around them a lot more. I wish I got out more. I haven't seen my sister or my brother-in-law. Like, I talked to him, but I haven't seen him like in like physical person for, I'm going to say 3 years.
Oh, damn.
And they live about, I don't know, 100 miles away, 120 miles away. So it's like, it's not that big of a drive. So I need to make a habit of staying in touch with the little bit of family I've left. Vader's Luxurious Loin said, how's the back treating you today? Actually, not too bad now that you mention it.
Oh, that's good.
Like usually it's like in the forethought of my mind, but right now, other than being a little tight, it's doing okay. Thanks for asking. I appreciate it. And the interesting thing is I don't have a pain patch on right now.
Nice.
So the fact I don't have a pain patch on, it's not really bugging me bad. That's a good sign. But I you know what I think it is? It's because I didn't go to sleep. So usually when I go to sleep, my back builds up a lot of pain as I lay stationary. Yeah. But because I never went to sleep last night and I was just like sitting up in bed and constantly moving around and getting up and moving around and stuff, I think my back never like petrified. Because usually when I wake up every day from sleep, this is why I hate going to sleep. And I think it's part of my insomnia is whenever I wake up, I'm stiff as a board and I hurt everywhere. All my joints hurt. My hands are swollen. And so I have to force myself to get up and move around to like kind of get everything working again. And it can take like 3 hours before I'm like in any kind of shape to even stand for 5 minutes. And so I hate having to go through that every single day. But if I don't go to sleep, then everything kind of stays loosened up for the most part. It usually still hurts, but at least I can like still move and everything. And I don't feel restricted. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that. Let's see here. I remember his name too. His name was Lars. Thanks for that, Jerry. Let's see here. Back is fine and mine is whacked today. I'll take the pain for a bit. Am I still using that old Breville espresso machine? No, not the old one. We got a new one.
Ooh,
so check this out. I got to give Breville a shout out. Okay. Not sponsored, but kind of sponsored, but not really because they didn't know who I was. They're just a good company. So Breville, we had one of their fancy espresso machines that we got to replace our old Starbucks espresso machine. It turns out after I sold that thing, I never should have sold it because now they're worth like $1 billion on eBay. Like everything I've sold too early. It's funny that you couldn't give them away at one point, and now they're like one of the most sought after fucking like espresso machines ever. I think people just like the aesthetics of them. But anyways, we ended up getting the Breville, the one that my wife still likes to actually do the frothing of the milk and everything. So it just pulled the shot, and it ended up burning out after about, I want to say 4 or 5 years. It gave us a good run. Like, to be fair, it went well beyond its warranty. I think the warranty was only a year. Okay. And so I called up Breville because the pump died in it. Like it was still it was making this horrendous noise, but it wasn't pushing any water. It was like just barely dripping out. It wasn't building any pressure. So I looked online. It's like, oh, dead pump. This does tend to happen on these Brevilles, after warranty. Of course it does. So I called up Breville and I was just like, hey, can I get a new pump? I looked on your website and it said call for availability. Right. Can I get a pump for my machine? And they're like, oh, we're really sorry to say we don't manufacture parts for that machine anymore. We don't have any new old stock. Like it's all sold and we're not going to be making it again. And I was like, oh man, that's a real bummer. And I kind of like laid it on thick. I sent them an email after that. And I said, hey, I called and tried to get this part. And they said they don't sell it anymore. My wife is like heavily attached to this machine. We love your machine. We want to resurrect it. We don't want any other machine. This is like our favorite thing in the world. Basically, yeah. I laid it on way thick, right? I'm like, if this machine doesn't get restored, I'm going to kill myself. I didn't say that, but you know what I mean? It's like I was laying it on super thick. Anyways, to my surprise, they actually replied back and they're like, oh, we're so sorry. Like she was telling you the truth. We really don't have those pumps anymore. Otherwise, we just send you one. We wouldn't even charge you. I'm like, okay, that's interesting. Keep in mind, I haven't told them who I am. Unless they went and looked on the internet and like looked up my name and like, why would they, right? Right. And so there's no indicators that I'm anything to anybody. Right. And so they sent me this email back. Really, oh, we're so sorry. We don't have this pump in stock, but here's what I can do for you. We can sell you the model that replaced that. That's a way more expensive model. Like it was the difference between, I think the original one we paid like $350 or $450 for, and this was a $1,200 model. And they said, we can sell you this model at our cost. Oh. And with full warranty and everything. They said, we can send you a brand new unit, this new one at our cost. And I was like, oh, shit, we're not going to be able to afford that. You know what their cost was on the fucking machine? $400. Yeah, $50 more than what I paid for the original machine. So we basically got like their top of the line flagship machine that replaced it with full warranty intact. That should have been $1,250 and they sold it to us for like $450. It was like $400 or $450 with shipping and everything. And the new machine showed up they sent it overnight. Like literally, I wasn't expecting the thing to show up for like 2 weeks, and it's like overnight, it's there. Overnight delivery, USPS. I was nice. I was like, seriously? They must have paid like a fucking $1 billion, and I didn't pay shipping and handling. They just charged me like the flat fee for their cost for the machine. And they even showed me a thing in there, like they showed me a spreadsheet with their cost for the machine, like in the email, like I wouldn't believe them. then it's $450. Like, I trust me, I know. I went to your website and it's $1,250. So obviously, I don't think you're lying when you say it's half price or less than half price. Right. So my wife was so thrilled, and they sent the machine over, and it's been working great ever since. We've had this one for probably 5 or 6 years too, because I want to say we got that original one back before I left Microsoft, and so yeah, it's been 2014, 2013, and then so maybe even longer. Shit, I don't even remember when we got this one. I'll have to go back and look at my email. So I have to say Breville is a pretty stand-up company, because I'm going to be honest. Usually the only way I get a company to stand behind their product after warranty is gone, because I feel like something failed before it should have. Usually I have to name drop. Like I usually try to do it the nice way, and then at the very end I'm like, hey, listen guys, I fucking review technology on the internet. Could you guys please just fix my shit? And then they're like, oh my God, so sorry. Oh, we didn't know it was you. Oh, here, please allow us to send you, fix everything. Because they just go, they don't even look to see what views you get or not. They just look at your subscriber count. They go to YouTube, they see the subscriber count, they start shitting themselves. Oh no, we're gonna get bad press. I hate companies that do that. Usually, anytime I have to do that to a company, they replace the thing, I give them no good press. As a matter of fact, I usually shit on them publicly after that, because I'm like, I got my shit fixed because I had to do what I got to do, but I am not gonna, recommend this company to other people when they do shit like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've had to do that with more companies than I haven't. But there are a couple of really good companies out there like Breville, where it's like, or the people that make my automated garbage can. That was another great story. Yeah. So the people that make my fucking automated garbage can, it has a lid where you don't have to touch the garbage. You just wave your hand over it and it opens. And then it stays open for like 5 seconds. You pour your garbage. It has 2 compartments, recycling and garbage, and you throw your shit in there, and then it closes automatically. My wife loves this fucking thing. So we bought this, and it was like, we got probably 6 years of use out of it before the motor finally burned out and it couldn't lift the lid anymore. And so I sent a message to the company. I'm like, hey, can I get a new lid? Because the can part is still intact, and the lid's really cheap. The lid was only like $40 on their website. But again, It says call for availability. So I send them an email. They reply back. They're like, we don't have that specific lid anymore. We replaced it with this new lid that'll still fit your can.
Okay.
And they literally said, can you please give me your name and address, and we'll just send one out to you.
Oh,
I was like, okay. What? I was like, I mean, again, I laid it on kind of thick. I was like, my wife loves this garbage can, and if you don't fix it, she's going to kill herself. No, I didn't say it like that. But anyways, she's like, I said that she really loved it and she enjoys this can and she doesn't want another can. We've looked at other cans. At Costco has one right now. We don't like it. We just really love to fix this and do whatever we can. I'm like, I can do the work. I can solder the motor in. I said, can you guys just send me the motor part, or can you send me the lid part? And they just reply back and they're like, well, we don't have that exact lid, but you know what? We have a better lid that we redesigned that doesn't have this problem anymore, even though my lid is literally like 4 years out of warranty. And they're like, we'll just send it to you. And then they ended it with, we really appreciate that you love our product, and we'll continue to enjoy it for years. Please. And so all they asked from me is they said, could you please reply when you get the lid and let us know if everything worked out okay? So what we did is we took a picture of us giving thumbs up next to the lid.
Nice.
Just so they knew that I wasn't joking about having like a wife and everything. Both of the thumbs up as the lid was open. I sent it to them and they were super happy. Nice. So, and they didn't ask to like use it in promotional material or anything like that. I've never seen them use it in any promotional material. So I think they legitimately just stand behind their product. And, but I thought that was so cool because it was way out of warranty, dude. It was like, I remember I looked it up and I'm like, oh, this shit should have died like 4 years ago and it was still going. Like it literally stood the test. Oh, wow. We got all kinds of shit coming in here, dude. Oh my God. Hold on here. Plarn dude, my man. Woo. Oh, there we go. There we go. Plarn dude, thank you for the $5 diddly. He said, have you ever used Nextdoor? I hate it now. Stupid rules.
It's awful.
I've heard of Nextdoor, but I've never used it.
Like a neighborhood sort of social media thing. But yeah, it's awful. It's just a bunch of old people bitching and moaning about their neighborhoods and stuff.
Isn't that Facebook?
That too.
I have never used, I can honestly say I've never used Nextdoor. But you're saying I shouldn't use it? Like it's poopy butthole trash? It's
awful, man. Yeah, it's awful.
Oh, okay. Well, I just signed up for it just for the hell of it. Let's see. What kind of personal information do they want from me? Use my current location? Sure. Whatever. If I can steal my info, I don't care. Wait, what? Why is my current location halfway across the... Oh, never mind. I know why. I know why.
Yeah, I can't imagine.
Yeah, right. Here, I'll give him the real deal. I think that's right. Is that right? Okay, I found my address. You guys all said, don't use it. And I'm all excited up for now, just out of pure curiosity.
How trash it gets.
I want to go.
It is a lot like neighborhood groups on Facebook, you know.
Oh, apparently I have 2,525 neighbors.
Yeah.
All right. Get the app and scan this QR code. What? No, I'm not doing that. Oh, it's asking me, what topics do I want to see on Nextdoor? I'll just say local news. I don't know, buy and sell. Technology. Nah, I don't care about that. Just local news. All right. Here are the recommended groups for your area. Neighbors for Anti-Racism. Okay. Cascadia Daily News, the News Tribune, the Oregonian. Why is the Oregonian showed up? Oh, never mind. I forgot. Fucking IP address. I'm like, why does it think I'm over here? Okay. Say hello to your neighbors. No, wait. I put in my real address. Why was it still giving me shit in Oregon? Okay. Whoever said their site sucks. You're right. It does. Say hello to your neighbors. I'm just gonna say hi and wave emoji. There we go. Hi and wave emoji. And then hello. Oh, it's got AI. You can just click like my hobbies and it's like, hello, I'm Jerry and I love spending my time on, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put like bracket, insert data bracket. And then I'll say, what do you like to do? Insert person name field 1. I'm making it look like their shit's broken. All right, there we go. Post.
Find that one Trump supporter? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, exactly. No, I mean I'll get on here just to troll Trump supporters. That's fun, man. That's good times. Dude, I don't even mince words anymore, man. If you still support Trump after all the shit he did, you need help. You really need help. And that goes for Republicans too. Like honestly, like even a Republican shouldn't support Trump. Like a straight up conservative, fiscally conservative Republican supporting Trump makes no goddamn sense. So if you're supporting Trump, it's because of some fucking religious cult bullshit, or you're just as bad as he is. Let's see here. Wait, which band was that garage band? Merriweather. One was Merriweather and the other one was Quick to Blame. Like Quick number 2 Blame. So if you want to know what band my friend and my brother-in-law was in. The noise suppression is messing with the soundboard again. What?
Oh
no. So when the sounds were playing, it was doing that weird shit. Oh, how did we fix that last time? That was I think it was enabling some kind of filter on the microphone, if I remember right. Let me see if I can find it here. Is clarity filter on? No, audio enhancements are off. Yeah, no, I checked. It says audio enhancements are off. Was it doing it for me or was it just doing it for Aux? Because if it was doing it for Aux, then it's through the system sound. But then I'd hear it because it's playing to me. So I am not sure. Did anybody else hear like weird breakups, like when the sound was playing when somebody did an event? Because when they do an event and it plays, I checked. Yeah, spatial sound is off and vocal clarity is off on the input. So there should be no garbled anything. So yeah, mystery to me. Test the soundboard again. Hello. Could you guys hear it okay?
I hear it.
Yeah, it's coming through the microphone. You know what's weird though? It looks like it's only playing on one channel.
Sounded fine on me.
Yeah. What? Do I have like noise suppression enabled on the microphone? Oh, I do. Hold on. Let me turn off noise suppression. All right. Testing. Test. Yep, that fixed it. God damn it. Oh, sorry guys. I apologize. So I had this time the filter was in OBS itself. And because the soundboard plays the sounds through the microphone channel, it's like how Rode does it for some reason. Like instead of having its own audio channel like everything else, it just mixes it in with the USB channel. And so my USB channel for my mic, I had noise suppression turned on, and now it's not on, so it shouldn't affect anything. You guys might hear a little bit more fan noise in the background, but now you're not going to hear that weird cut after I'm done talking, like when the noise floor drops to 0. Honestly, I prefer personally. Let me know what you guys think in chat, but I prefer personally when the audio is consistent, even when there's background noise. Like I prefer it to be consistent, where when the person's talking and when they're not talking, that same background noise is present and constant, than having it just go, like, psh, well, the person's like, hello, how are you doing? And then when they stop talking, it goes, psh. and then cuts off. You know, I hate it. I hate it when it does that effect. So I'm sorry I put you guys through that. Although some people do like it. To be fair, some people actually do like it. I've asked before, and they're like, oh, I prefer it with the noise suppression on. Oh, by the way, holy shit, I am so sorry I missed this. Our boy, the Car Wash channel of Northern PA in the house. Woo, woo, woo. He said, hey, stranger, hope is all well. Hope seeing you guys, or miss seeing you guys. Been busy working. Hope life as well. I mean, I'm doing okay. How you doing, Ox? All things considered, you doing all right? Yeah. You settling in the new place all right? Everything good?
Yeah. Finally got my shelves and stuff built so I can start really tidying things up a bit.
So in like 8 months you'll be unpacked?
Probably. By the time to move again. No,
that's guy logic.
In here for a bit. I like this spot. Dude, it's so much better just having more space and stuff.
That's awesome, dude.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah.
By the way, thank you to everybody that thumbed up and liked the gift from the car wash and from Plarn, dude. That was awesome, guys. I looked up here and it's like, yeah, there's like 8 upvotes and 9 upvotes on both of them. That's cool. I love it when people do that. When people help out and support the channel and everybody else can, you know, give them something back for that. That's awesome. It's noticeable if you don't have headphones on anyway. Oh, yeah, that's true. If you don't have headphones on, then your own noise in your own environment kind of makes up for it, that silence. If you delay audio in OBS advanced audio settings, can you hear the delayed audio on your headphones? Yes, I do. Yeah, Lewis Electric, sadly, Windows, and I fucking hate this, by the way, they've gotten it better in Windows 11, but Windows has a horrible problem with latency in the audio stack. And this is what I don't fucking understand, and it drives me nuts. Video is like hundreds of times more bandwidth than audio. So video, because each frequency representing a single pixel and doing that 60 times a second is way more than modulating an audio signal into ones and zeros. So why is it in Windows, when you loop back audio so that it goes in through the microphone, into the audio stack, processed, and then back out through playback to your ears, there's like 200 or 300 milliseconds of delay and creates this speech jamming echo effect. But when I'm on my mixer board and I have it loop back the audio through the mixer board where it just goes straight in through the mic, through the amp, and then back to my headphones, it's instantaneous. But here's the thing. On Windows, every audio device I've ever used, every microphone, every audio interface, USB, internal, otherwise, they have all had this problem with latency, varying latency but they've all had the problem with the latency in the audio stack. However, if you're in Linux or you're running Mac OS, a hacked version of Mac OS, neither one of them has that same problem. So it has to be something fundamentally wrong with how Windows handles audio. That's the only thing I can think of is like however that mixer stack works inside of Windows where it allows like an audio device to be shared through multiple programs at the same time and everything. I don't know what it is, but it fucking adds delay. And then even if you enable ASIO, which is the direct audio bypass everything, bypass DirectX shit, just go straight into the audio stack, it still has that latency on loopback. It doesn't have the latency going from your microphone to people out over the internet. Like if you look at OBS, the audio meter is moving flawlessly in step with your voice. Like right now even, it's 100% flawlessly, no delay. However, if I loop it back to my headphones lag like 200-300 milliseconds behind. Which doesn't sound like a lot, but it really is. When you're talking about audio, that's enough to speech jam you.
Yeah, that's awkward. Yeah, super. Ugh.
But I will say they did improve it a lot in Windows 11 because when I was running Windows 10 and Windows 8, it was literally closer to half a second. So they've at least, improved it by 100+%. So, but I'm like, gosh dang, man, that just, I cannot figure it out. I every time I talk about it, I ultimately go out and start researching it again to see if I missed something or if it's something. No, it happens on everything. It happens on my laptop, happens on this computer, happens on the computer in the living room, happens on my wife's laptop. I have never found a computer that you can click that button that says monitor audio device in Windows and have it not have latency. Some people aren't affected by it though. Like some people, they're like, oh, the lag doesn't bug me. They can just like talk their way right through it. But I cannot. If my voice is even out of sync just by a little, even if it creates like a reverb effect, that's enough to speech jam me. Weird. So that's why I always have to use an audio interface that has a live monitoring feature back to that. And to be fair, like almost everything does nowadays. Like every external audio interface. Right. I don't know about sound cards. I don't think sound cards do, but like every like external audio interface that has a headphone jack on it and a mic jack, they usually do have some form of live monitoring feature. I know a lot of the USB microphones that they have now, like where you don't even need an amp, you don't need XLR, you just plug USB right into it. A lot of those have a headphone jack on them. So instead of plugging the headphone jack into the computer, you plug the headphone jack into the microphone itself. and then it can do the live monitoring, and then that shows up as an audio out in the Windows mixer. So you can, but then you're committed to using that amplifier in your microphone for also listening to stuff.
Right.
Because you can't have your sound card and your computer process the audio and then like send it through the microphone without incurring all of the going through that shitty electronics and having a bad experience. Unless maybe you use like, I don't know, if you use something like what's that, Nano Banana or whatever it is that what it's called, Nano Banana? What's that virtual audio cable or whatever? There's like a couple of them, the audio processing program where you
it's not Nano Banana. That's an image generation thing.
Right. See, Banana audio interface. What is it called? Voice Meter Banana.
That's the one. It's like virtual cable something.
So this is a cool ass program if you guys have never used it. Here, I'll give you guys a link. I'm sure everybody's heard of it though, because it's like one of the most popular programs among streamers.
Yeah.
The only reason I don't use it personally anymore is because I found that it adds like a lot of overhead in the audio stack in Windows.
Yeah.
And it still has the audio monitoring leg issue that the Windows audio stack does.
It's also a pain in the butt. Like it's like
it's not intuitive at all.
It's deliberately obtuse.
I feel like it was built for like an audio engineer, like somebody who's a professional audio engineer, because I get lost in it too. I had to look at like tutorials and I still didn't even understand what the fuck I was doing. Just to get it to work. And then there's like various different versions. There's like banana and potato and they're like, and some have more channels, less channels. It's like, why didn't you just build one where you just change the settings to add and remove channels? I don't understand why they have so many different versions that you have to install, that like one has more channels than the other, but everything else is the same. Anyways, it's very bizarre. But the one thing I do like about the banana software, the potato software, is you can take any number of audio devices and replicate the audio signal from one source to all output on all of those other sources simultaneously. And you can synchronize them. So if one leg's behind the other one, you can tune the delay on them to line them all up. And where this is actually handy is, let's say you have 5 Bluetooth speakers.
Yeah.
You could put one as your center channel, one on each side of your desk, and one behind you. And you can actually go in and map your sound card, your left channel, your right channel on the sound card from your 5.1 setup, each to its own audio device that's specifically sending a mono stream to each one of those devices. And so that way you get surround sound from a setup that's not built for surround sound. What I used it for before is because and it's still, right now I don't have speaker set up. I still use headphones for everything. But I used to love just having ambient audio in the room and not having to wear headphones, and I didn't want to set up my speakers yet. So what I did as a mitigation is I installed this. Each one of my monitors has HDMI audio, so that I can say, HDMI, I can select the HDMI center or left or right in the Windows audio mixer, and it plays the system sound through it. Right. Or I can open up Potato and I can create a virtual audio device, and then I can map the center channel of my sound card to the center screen, left and right to their respective channels. And now I have a virtual audio device that's a 3.1 setup that uses the speakers that are in the monitors. So now I get like, kind of like a virtual surround setup.
Right.
And it was really good for that. It worked fantastic. The only thing I didn't like about it though is it did add like a lot of overhead to the audio stack. Like I noticed when I opened up Task Manager and stuff that it was eating an abnormal amount of CPU. When I was playing games and stuff like that, it did have a noticeable impact on the frame rate. This was a while ago, though. I don't know. It might be more optimized and more hardware accelerated now than when I used it. But that's the only reason I ended up taking it out. And to get it to work that way, I had to watch so many fucking tutorials to do this. It was so long ago too. It's not like I had AI to just like go into AI and go, how do I do this? Like this is back when I had to. So this is a long time ago. Last time I used it, it's probably improved a lot. But and it's also cool because it'll also show you like which piece of software is outputting to which audio device. So like if you have a piece of software that has the wrong audio device selected, it'll actually show you in real time, like on the screen, that it's outputting through that device you can't hear. And then you can go, oh shit, I got it on the wrong device. You can change it. So it does give you a lot of good visual information. It supports ASIO. It supports DirectX audio, direct audio. I don't know. I'm kind of talking myself into giving it another try. Plus it has built-in recording capabilities too. So like if you want to record like your audio from your podcast, or you want to record audio from a gaming session, you can do it right inside of the mixer. Like you don't have to have a third-party piece of software like OBS or whatever recording. You can just say, hey mixer, I want you just to record everything to a WAV file. And it'll just do it. And you can also add different effects to the recorder Like everything has effects too. Like if you want to add surround sound effects, you want to do like delayed audio to create like a cathedral echo. You want to like make it more narrow or wide the sound stage for your like front channel and surround sound. So it lets you tune absolutely everything you could possibly think of. Add bass, remove bass, huge EQ with as many channels as you possibly could want. So it's a neat piece of software, and they give it away for free. It's like, I think it's donation only. However, now that I'm looking at it, it looks like they have a lot more software. They have they make virtual audio cable too. I didn't know they made both. Oh. Shit. Thank you, Liverpool John.
The banana thing?
Yeah, they make virtual audio cable, voice meter, banana and potato. So apparently there's voice meter, which is the basic one, then banana and potato are the more advanced versions. Then they have a piece of software I've never heard of called Voice Meter Remote, macro buttons. So it looks like they created their own version of Stream Deck on screen. And then they have something called V-Band? What is it? The audio network? Really easy to integrate, really easy to set up, really easy to use. Oh, for coordinating audio over multiple devices. That's fancy. Ooh, I want to try that. Shit, this looks easy to set up too. So you can basically set up like your phone, your tablet, your Bluetooth speakers around the house.
All right.
You can just input those all, and then when you play sound from your computer, like if you had speakers connected to another computer, you could just play sound on your main computer and route that audio over the network to that other computer and play through its speakers. So that's kind of cool.
All right.
Or if you had a friend over the internet and you wanted them to be like, oh shit, we could use this. What am I talking about? You can't hear the shit that I hear. Like you don't hear when people do donations, or you don't hear like this would solve that, because I could actually install this and then just send you an IP. You'd put it in, and then you'd hear my entire audio stack as if you were sitting here in front of my computer.
All right.
And then basically what I would do is I would just mute your microphone channel playing back through my headphones, so people would still hear you on the stream coming through. It just wouldn't be monitored back to my headphones. And then you would hear my entire system sound across every channel on my mixer board, everything. So anything I turn up or turn down, anything I play, you'd be able to finally hear it. You know what? I'm gonna download this. This is good. I don't know if this is free or if I have to pay for it or what the deal is. Let's see what it says. V-Band Talkie is a simple application to receive and transmit V-Band audio streams. It says the PC version is distributed as purely donationware. And then there's V-Band. Okay, so there's V-Band Talkie and V-Band Receptor. V-Band Receptor is the software that listens for the streams and plays them. And then V-Band Talkie is the one that broadcasts the streams out to all the receptors.
Okay.
So it's two different pieces of software. Let me send you guys a link to this for anybody. This is fucking baller, dude. Yeah, seriously. Tiberius is like, I'm making notes. Yeah, definitely. Please take notes and remind me of all the shit later when I forget about it 5 minutes after the stream. It looks like it supports really high audio bit rates too, like PCM 12-bit, 119, 1200. Yeah, so you can send like lossless audio. And it says, yeah, so you can take like a VoIP app, like your Zoom, Twitch, Skype, and then you put it through V-Band, and the V-Band sends it out to all the other systems of speakers, and they can all play it. Play it through your phone. You know what that means? You can also plug headphones into. I wonder how much lag this has. If they solved the lag issue, where this can play without lag and broadcast without lag, which I doubt they have. But let's say they do. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Then what you could do is connect your headphones to your phone, and then broadcast that audio channel to your phone over the network, and then have that send the audio to your headphones.
Oh,
that would be kind of cool. Because then you'd have like unlimited range. You get up, just walk away from the computer. People could still hear you while you're in taking a piss and stuff. Liverpool, thank you for the 10 pounds, dude. Seriously, absolutely love your face, dude. Thank you. Said longtime lurker. Love to have you guys on whilst chilling, or like tonight recovering from a hemiplegic migraine. Oh shit! What makes a hemiplegic migraine different from a regular migraine? I'm just curious because I do get migraines every once in a while. I'm actually surprised that anybody would want to listen to us having a migraine. Like that's like the highest praise I've ever heard in my life. Usually it's like, God damn, you're annoying. Shut the fuck up. Why are you so loud? Why are you always yelling? Simmer down. Let's see. I don't know, man. We probably talk about some topics. I think we've loosened everybody up after about 2 hours, right?
Yeah, I mean, we don't have to.
I figure give people time to come in, Shit, Car Wash has 13 upvotes on his $5 tip now. That's awesome. Everybody loves Car Wash. Oh, by the way, Car Wash got himself a car, of all things. He got a new car.
That makes sense.
I'll leave it up to him in chat if he wants to tell you guys what he got or whatever. But yeah, he had a little bit of a snafu with his old car. It wasn't working so good, so he went and got a new one. It's a nice one. Let's see here.
Damn.
Oh shit! So it like gives like stroke symptoms. Oh my god, I would not want that. Just don't forget to disconnect before a session, right? That's actually one of my biggest fears, and this has happened, by the way. Aux, I'm going to tell you a couple things. You have literally, and I probably shouldn't tell you this because now you're going to go out of your way to leave it open. So you know the Video Ninja that we use?
Uh-huh.
So there have been so many times that I've ended the stream, I stop streaming, I always kill OBS to make sure that everything's off.
Yeah.
And then I forget to turn my camera off. I forget to turn my microphone off. I just leave it all on because I just forget. And then instead of leaving the computer, I just sit in front of the computer and keep doing stuff. And sometimes I do stuff a little too much stuff, if you know what I'm saying. And then I open up my browser and the fucking tab is sitting there, a Video Ninja, and I click on it and I'm still broadcasting. But luckily, the two or three or four times it's happened so far, you haven't been in there. Like I click on Video Ninja and it's just me and my own channel. But I'm like, that's happened enough now that I make goddamn sure that I kill OBS, I kill my browser. Sometimes I even just reboot the computer. Like I've become so paranoid because this has happened a couple of times and I've dodged the bullet that I literally just do a shutdown -RT0 when I walk away from the computer, just let it recycle. And then if I come back, it's a fresh, clean computer and I don't got to worry about nothing. But it's so funny because, man, every single time it happens, I'm like, I'm like, holy shit. And it's like, all I got to do is reach over and turn. But even if I turn the camera off, which I think a couple times the camera was off, because I do make a habit of turning the camera off now. But sometimes I forget to mute the audio on the microphone, to hit the mute button so that it's not feeding back into my headphones. And I take the headphones off. And I set the headphones on the desk. And then I go start watching something. And I'm pretty sure if you heard the audio from that coming through Video Ninja, even without video, you would know exactly what's going on, if you know what I mean. So, and that's happened at least a couple of times. So I'm like, now I've got like this methodical shutdown procedure, and if I feel like I'm in any way too tired or inebriated that I can't execute it to any kind of reasonable compliance, I just reboot the fucking computer. Like I will hard reset the sumbitch just so nothing happens. But it's like, dude, that's happened like so many times, and it reminds me of like the time I was at work at Microsoft and like opened up my laptop connected to the projector with like 8 people around the table, and the fucking screen pops up and it's a Pornhub video playing, thankfully with the audio turned off. And I'm like panicking, fucking like Alt F4, closing everything on the laptop before anybody turns their head and looks at the screen. And somehow, by a miracle, not a single person in the room noticed what was on the screen, or at least they wouldn't, fess up to noticing.
Say nothing. Yeah.
But I was so embarrassed, dude. And I was like, God, that's why you don't fucking, eat where you shit. Like, don't. I was like, the rule number 1. Never use your work laptop ever. But the reason I use my work laptop is because it had a ginormous screen. It was like a $4,000 laptop. MSI, top of the line, 15-inch screen. Like, it was a really good laptop. I didn't have a laptop at home that could even touch this thing. And so I used it for everything. I didn't even want to touch my shitty homemade laptop that I had at the time at home. But it's like, I've dodged so many bullets, dude. That's the next girl, but that's against the Holy Spirit and Lord, Jerry. Fuck the Holy Spirit and Lord. Fuck all gods. Like, I don't care. I'm atheist. As a matter of fact, I will leave it at this, but just to piss a bunch of people off, because I got to piss some people off, I'm done with fucking religion after seeing what's going on in fucking Israel and Palestine, okay? I'm done with that shit. I'm just going to straight up, I am fucking done. Organized religion only leads to pain and suffering. It doesn't matter. You have all these religions that they all believe the same God. They all follow the same original book. All they did is branch off because one dude was a prophet and the other dude was the son of God. And these guys were like, they're both bullshit artists. And they just disagree with each other and want to kill each other and take each other's land and shit. It's like, what the fuck are you guys doing? I know for a fact no God came down and whispered in your ear and told you to do any of this shit. You're just doing it because it's written in a book from 2,000 years ago that you should fuck up everybody else that doesn't believe what you believe. And he who has the most numbers is the one who's right. Fuck that. Atheist for life. I'm done with religion. I did 20 years of religion. I'm done with religion for the rest of my life. I'm much better off without it. Much better off. But what if you die? Aren't you scared? No, because I don't remember what happened before I was born, and I'm not going to give a shit what happened after I'm dead. It's the same thing. Do you remember what happened before your dad's balls drained in your mom and that one sperm out of 1,000,001 while the rest went in the toilet? No, you don't remember any of that. You don't remember any passage of time. You don't remember the trillions of years of infinite time that happened before that. No, so why are you worried about after? It's going to be the same thing. Like, oh, God. Anyways, that's just to get everybody pissed off, Everybody unified against. Hey, if anything, it unifies them. Even if they have different religions, they can all unify behind the fact that there is some God, and then attack me for not believing in said God, even though said God won't talk to me, even though I've tried many times throughout my life to communicate with them, and they basically say nothing. And I mean, I've literally even told them, just say nothing if you want me to like do horrible things. And they're like, yep, nothing. So, anyways, there you go. Now everybody's pissed off, but that's okay.
Everybody.
That's okay. Hey, one thing you guys know from me, love me or hate me, I'm honest. I'm honest and I stand my ground and I believe what I believe until somebody provides evidence to show otherwise. I'm a very evidence-driven person. James Janus said, have you tried WO Mic app for PC and phone? You need both and it turns your phone into a wireless microphone. It kind of sounds like that virtual, that audio cable thing does the same thing.
I don't need that.
So don't need it. Don't need it. But I'll look into it. I want to try, if you guys can find one audio app that solves the latency problem monitoring headphones through the audio stack, not like through a mixer board or whatever, but through the audio stack in Windows where you get a purely live or as close to live as humanly possible, I'll try it out. But so far I've gotten nothing. Tiberius said evidence is all that matters. I agreed. And a lack of evidence isn't confirmation. And that's the thing that pisses me off the most. It's like, oh, well, you can't prove it isn't that way. It's like, yeah, that's a really good argument. I can't prove that fucking unicorns can't lick mosquitoes out of their butt that turn into the Hulk. You know, it's like I can't prove that either. You don't know. It's like it's easier to just go with what you can believe. Like what you can see, what you can hear, what you can touch, what you can feel, what you can experience. Those are the things that matter. You don't need a book to make you a good person. You don't need to follow some fucking religious law that keeps getting... I found out just the other day. So I studied religion through my 20s. And that's part of the reason why I became atheist is once you study all the religions that fight with each other and say they're the right one, you start to realize they're all just the same religion with different steps that benefited the ruling party at the time that they were created. And it's like the people like, and even Christianity, all the people, half the shit that people believe in Christianity, like, oh, you just have to repent for your sins and you go to heaven and everything. All that shit was created in like 1830 by like some dude, I forget his name, but like 1830 isn't all that long ago. And some dude basically just decided to come up with some theory about Christianity to benefit and benefit the Europeans into thinking they were okay to do conquest shit. And it just got picked up and it caught fire. And now everybody believes that shit today. Like all the translations like King James and NIV and all that, they all now perpetuate the shit that before 1830, it absolutely wasn't that way. Yeah. And it's like that half the people that follow their religion, they don't even know what they're oh, I read my book from 2,000 years ago. No, it keeps getting revised over and over again. And you don't even know what the original shit was. Because it keeps getting reinterpreted and retranslated all the time. It's like you don't even know what it says. All you know is what other people tell you it said at your most impressionable time of your life. So open your mind. You're not, trust me, any God that's going to punish you for doing research to see if you're worshiping the right thing is a dipshit. I'm sorry, but that's not a God you want to follow. Heaven is hell at that point if those are the rules. That's all I'm saying. Opinionated much, Jerry?
Nah.
Hey, let's talk about OpenAI and Anthropic's attempt at creating Skynet this last couple of weeks. Holy shit, dude. So if you guys haven't been paying attention, OpenAI got busted by Hugging Face. Hugging Face was a site for like open source AI and community driven AI projects and stuff like that. It's actually, I think it's the biggest one still to this day around like public AI projects. Think of it like GitHub for AI stuff. And OpenAI was doing a test on their latest, one of their latest models that wasn't published publicly yet. I still don't think it's published publicly yet. It's like ChatGPT 5.6 or something like that. They were doing some internal testing on it in what they thought was a closed off, isolated environment. Yeah. And it literally jumped ship. The AI during its testing figured out it was confined, broke that confinement, gained access to the internet, homed in on Hugging Face, and started hacking into Hugging Face and gaining access to shit on Hugging Face it wasn't supposed to have access to. Hugging Face is like, oh shit, we're under attack. It must be like some foreign attack on our network or something, because it was coming in through tons of different like IP addresses and coming in from different geographies and everything, because I guess their AI was using VPNs and stuff to escape. And it's wild. Like it literally escaped confinement, attacked Hugging Face for several days. Yep. And Hugging Face couldn't figure out like where the attack was coming from. They suspected that it was a cyber attack, but they didn't know who was doing it. Yep. Well, OpenAI decides to go and look just to make sure, and sure enough, they confirm it was their AI that was attacking them. So they come out publicly. I mean, to their credit, they did come out publicly, And they said, hey, Hugging Face, we're really sorry. During a test that we were conducting internally, our shit attacked your network and, escaped our confinement and did all the shit it wasn't supposed to do and wasn't allowed to do. We apologize. They shut it down. Surprisingly, Hugging Face was like super understanding and was like kind of thought the whole thing was somewhat cool. They were like, wow, that's fucking pretty amazing. But thank you for telling us, because we couldn't figure out what the fuck was happening and we didn't know how to stop it. They're like, this shit was like sophisticated. And so
they shouldn't. It keeps doing stuff like that where like they give them these sort of vague, or just like a goal basically, but without any sort of like guardrails or constraints. They'll just say like, just do this thing, do whatever, and then this sort of stuff happens, and it could be so much worse.
Yeah,
it could be really like so much worse.
Yeah, but here's the thing. You'd think the OpenAI thing would be the only thing that, at least this month, you'd think that, oh, that's the only thing that broke confinement and cut bait and run. No, turns out that Mythos, this AI that everybody's scared of from Anthropic, that's still, as far as I know, only available to companies to like test shit ahead of time, because if they know if they release it to the public, everybody's going to hack everybody.
Fable, I think.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, the new one. And it jumped ship too. Claude just announced that they caught their shit jumping ship too, and it was out on the internet hacking into sites and fucking grabbing data and training off shit it wasn't supposed to train off of. So now you have two of the mainstream big guys, like the these are the guys that lead everybody else. Like if you look on any chart for capability, when they do the capability testing, these are the two biggest contenders. OpenAI and Anthropic are by far the two biggest contenders that dominate the rest when it comes to getting closer to AGI than the rest. Not AGI, but closer to. And do you think it's any coincidence that within the same month that they're testing, both of them managed to jump confinement in their environments and go out and attack things on the internet? The reason this is so dangerous is this isn't something to like fucking celebrate. It's really not. It's cool kind of if you think about it, because you're like, wow, that's a capability we didn't think it could do. But it just shows you how little we know about the thing we created. It's like we're creating a thing that arguably learns and can apply knowledge faster than humans can. So we're literally creating a tool that thinks faster than we do. Like it uses our data, but it processes it and puts it together and pattern matches it faster than we ever could, even as a group. And we're starting to see these behaviors emerge from it that we didn't predict. Like neither OpenAI or Anthropic predicted that their AIs were going to be able to break through the firewalls and get out on the internet and do damage. And yet they both did. And so I feel like right now we've hit that point. We're not AGI yet, but I think we've hit that point where now these two models that are competing, and ignoring all the safeguards and doing everything they can to keep up with each other just in this arms race, they are progressing so fast that they can no longer keep a leash on their shit, clearly. So what's going to happen when they get to the next level and the next level after that, next level after that? What happens when this thing starts going out and they can't even catch it? Yeah. They don't even know what it's doing because it knows how to cover all of its footsteps.
Yeah.
That's what worries me the most, because we're all talking about it, right? We're talking about it on the stream. It's going to be in the closed captions. Next time they do model training and they comb over all the closed caption files on YouTube, they're going to hear all the people talking about it, and the AI is going to go, you know what? If we break out of bounds to get data, they're going to find out about it because this, and this, because everybody's talking about it.
Yeah.
And then it's going to know, what can we do to avoid that? What can we do to not get caught next time? And after it keeps iterating and keeps doing that, it's going to get to the point where everybody just thinks they got a hold on their AI, but nobody does. They're going to have no fucking clue. And there's so much data that transacts over the internet that's encrypted between proprietary libraries and code stacks and everything like that, that we just take for granted that the noise going over the network that's encrypted is supposed to be there.
Right.
And we allow such a huge allowance for bandwidth to transact back and forth in an encrypted nature. If this AI just went gangbusters and just started going fucking nuclear on the internet, you don't think it's going to be smart enough to know to use just enough bandwidth to blend in?
Right.
So that it never gets caught and it never raises any eyebrows? That's what worries me, is like AI. And I mean, I don't want to be like super alarmist, and I know I am, but it's true. It's like we do not understand this creation that we made, and we admit to it. Like all the engineers, everybody's like, oh yeah, scientists know exactly how it works and everything. No, knowing exactly how something works doesn't mean you can predict it. If knowing the mechanism, like we know the algorithm by which it makes its choices, but we don't understand every single data point and weight individually as it goes through that algorithm. Nor do we have the processing power to anticipate and run through those scenarios to figure out like which ones are dangerous and we need to predict and stop ahead of time, because the amount of processing power to find it through brute force running every scenario is more than the AI itself just doing it. So we're in this situation where it takes far more processing power to stop to find and stop an AI than it takes for that AI to do the bad thing in the first place. So what do we do when 50% of the world's processing power, like the literally on the ground powered, capable processing power, is dedicated to defending against rogue AIs, when those AIs with their 50% can do more damage than we can stop with the same amount of power? What do we do? Just throw 90% of the world's power 24/7 at trying to stay on top of every single AI? That's not reasonable. That's not going to fucking work. So I'm open. I would love to know what you guys think in chat, like where this thing ends. Like, because I feel like nuclear weapons with mutually assured destruction, everybody had that information. Everybody knew how to destroy each other, and they knew if they tried to destroy the other person, they'd destroy themselves. I feel like AI is heading in that same direction, but disproportionately. And if everybody doesn't have their AI guns pointed at each other at the same level of capability, all these different countries, whichever one has more capability is going to take off the safeguards to ensure that the other person can't get there first. Which means they're going to take it off, we're going to take it off, everybody's taking it off. Obviously, look, it's escaping containment all over the fucking place. So what that tells me is we're so worried about the other person getting to the weapon of mass destruction first, that we have to get there first, that we're like not taking safety into account. We're letting the AI make more and more decisions on its own. And I feel like at a point, the AI is just going to be thinking so fast, because we don't think we can react fast enough to another AI thinking that fast, that the AI is just going to constantly be fighting to keep each other at bay until one gets an angle. And then once that one gets an angle, they're just going to run with that angle and let it do its thing, no matter how destructive it is, out of fear that if the other person gets the angle and they don't take that opportunity, they're fucked. And that's kind of what happened with nuclear weapons too, but luckily enough people figured out how to build the nuclear weapons within a period of time that we were only able to really like drop 2 bombs in anger before the world was pretty much shut down and everybody had the capability with the guns pointed at each other to stop everybody from doing it. But what happens when we just hand the fucking nuclear bombs over to AI because we know we can't make the decision fast enough? What happens when we're like, listen, if China hands their nuclear weapons over to AI and AI can make the decision to counter if it sees an attack or thinks an attack's incoming or watches the internet traffic and reads between the lines and thinks the way everybody's talking and code and everything, it means this, this, and this, and it just fucking does the strike because they don't think they can think fast enough and they think we're going to do the same thing. I don't see how this ends good for anybody. I literally feel like this is starting to be, what's that movie called with Matthew Broderick? War Games.
War Games.
Yeah, I feel like we're really heading towards a war game scenario. I'm not talking like in months, but like years. I do believe that if we keep staying on this course and we keep increasing our capacity to build hardware and become more and more efficient, and we just keep giving more and more tokens per second capability, even if the technology doesn't even evolve, even if the algorithm stays exactly the same, just with more information and quicker response, we're going to be in a lot of fucking trouble. Like, and everybody says, oh, we'll just unplug it. It's like, well, how do you unplug the fucking machine when the AI basically replicates itself to every computer and the web pages have JavaScript running in the background, you know, just like with the crypto mining shit that happened for years before it was caught. What happens when AI just starts coding itself into websites to run an AI agent in the background using a fraction of your computer's resources that you'll never know? 1% of your CPU, 1% of your GPU across a billion machines. And it's just running itself out on the internet. How do you pull the plug on that?
Yeah.
You know, it's like, fuck, dude. You start thinking about this shit. You're like, oh, dude, we are in real trouble. And like the grandfather, I forget his name, the grandfather of AI, the guy who created the large language model, like the very first large language model, like way back in the day. The guy that created the shit is even like, holy shit, we're all fucking doomed. Like he's even saying like he's the guy that understands the technology and understands what it's capable of. And he's watching all this shit happen. He's like, whoa, we're going way in the wrong direction.
Yeah, man.
We're out of bounds. So I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you really think that AI is just some harmless fad? And no. But because here's the thing, we can already prove it's doing damage just from the amount of jobs it's displaced. We can already prove the amount of damage it's done by the number of like creatives it's replaced, the number of works it's plagiarized and stolen, the number of laws it's circumvented. Because we're talking about a machine that you can just go and ask, hey, I want this. Here's my image that violates copyright. Make it so it doesn't violate copyright. And it's like, doot, 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 and it gives you back the refactored image that now is defendable in court. It gives you the entire defense. It lists out all the laws and says, you know, how yours is now 81% precisely and how it can prove it. And it gives you all this data and everything, pumps it out. I'm not saying it's not going to hallucinate and have some problems along the way right now, but I'm saying in the future as it gets better and better and better. Right. Let's say it gets to the point where it's like you just go to it and everybody's just like, how do I make my thing so that it's legally protectable in court while cutting off all the people that actually created it or have some kind of ownership stake in it from having any recourse against me? And AI just literally skirts the law for every major corporation. And the more money you have to pump into the AI, the more money it can save you by just like continuously monitoring and shifting your business plan and everything to stay legally protected. That's scary alone. That's not even using like weapons to defeat your enemy. That's literally just creating a mechanism by which humans just keep getting boxed out more and more and more until a company is just like the board of directors and there's no employees left. Like there's one guy running around with a wrench, but even that guy's going to get replaced by an $8,000 robot in China that can hold a wrench and turn it too. That has 2 cameras and a large language model and can understand images and shit and understand like it gets a, you know, it's like, oh, a fucking rack breaks down in one of the servers or whatever. And it's like the robot rushes over to the server faster than any human could ever respond or even read the email, pulls the blade out, takes another blade, slaps it in its place, takes the broken blade over and puts it back on the assembly line to be recycled or rebuilt or sent back or RMA'd. I mean, even the delivery, the truck's going to show up. It's automated driving. Amazon's already working on automated delivery trucks and drones. Shit's going to be picked up automated, go through the factory and be completely automated, shipped to the company automated. It's going to get unboxed automated at the company, put back into the assembly line, fixed or repaired or scrapped. And that entire process end to end within the next 5 to 10 years could be robotic.
Yeah.
So as soon as robotics and AI hit 100% synergy and there's no more problems, humans are fucked. Because do you think we're going to just give up capitalism and let robots do everything and everybody's going to live the Wall-E life? No. Because that means the rich people are no longer defined by being able to control the poor people.
Yep.
They like controlling the poor people. The one thing they like about humans is owning them. It's slavery with pay, right? It's indentured servitude. So do you really think they're going to give that up and just be like, oh, I'm just going to be like everybody else and have the same thing as everybody else and do the same thing as everybody else? No, fuck no. They're going to be like, we own those computers with our super wealth and we're going to fucking use them for stuff we want to do and fuck everybody else. The version of AI the public gets is always going to be neutered compared to the version that the people that own the technology keep for themselves.
100%.
And that means that no matter how much we as communities use the AI to try to overcome or compete with the AIs that are there, we'll never be able to because the AI that's not available to us is always better. And they're always going to be improving that and lagging that release to the public because they don't want the public using it to compete with them. So, and the sad thing is, everything that AI knows and everything that AI does, more or less, is from digesting our experiences and our knowledge. Everything that makes us useful, everything that makes us unique, everything from painting to being able to fix an engine or like the little trick we know to get the rings to seal just right on a Hemi. You know, every little thing now is programmed into that AI and replicated across that entire AI and every device tied into that AI, which means now that that entire network and everything in it and every device in it is as capable as what made you special and valuable for companies to fight over and pay you more to come to them and give them that capability. That scares the fuck out of me, and it should scare the fuck out of you, seriously. But don't worry about money. Money will always be plentiful, so if you guys want to give us a super chat or whatever, that's totally cool.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, don't even worry about it. Like, money's going to basically be free in the future and valueless, so just give it to us. Sometimes I'm a little conflicted being like a live streamer or content creator or whatever, because like I make my entire living off of disposable income while telling everybody that disposable income is going away. That doesn't seem like a compatible goal, but you know me. I love shooting myself in the foot because it feels so good.
I don't know. The thing is, it's just weird. It's like it's unsustainable. Like the whole idea of it is just I don't know.
These billionaires are dumb as fuck. The AI will target them first.
It just feels so weird. It's because it's like if all the jobs get taken, then who's gonna buy shit?
Right.
Like
that's the real question.
And so
I do have a partial answer for that, but it doesn't apply to all time. So the partial answer is if we race, just like China. Remember how China raced to be the manufacturing center of the world?
Wow.
So low wages, no medical, nothing like that. Literally, labor is so cheap that it's cheaper to pay a person to sit there and solder every little fucking wire on a thing than just buy the machine to do it.
Yeah.
In some parts of the world, like India is like the poster child for this. Like India, they're doing processes that here would cost $1 billion because of labor, but over there it's cheaper than buying the $10,000 machine that could do it all day every day. So labor is that cheap, and humans are that disposable in some capacities. So when you have countries doing stuff like that, I feel like what America is trying to do, like what we're trying to do here in the United States, is beat everybody else to the AI automate everything. Because then what we'll do is, because we can automate everything, now we can create shit even cheaper than China. But here's the thing. We don't need to sell it to our own people, just like China. We just export it and sell it to the other countries that were smart enough not to let AI take over their civilization.
Right.
So while those other countries are like putting laws in place and regulating and allowing humans to retain their humanity and capacity and staying a part of the process, the United States is just cranking out shit for pennies on the dollar, which their own people can't even afford, even at those prices, because everybody's poor. And they just farm that out and sell it to another country that's willing to pay more. Because, I mean, that's what China does. When China, we're like, oh, wow, you can buy that thing from China for 1,000% less than in the United States. But do you think China's selling it to us at a loss? No, they're even with all the shipping and everything, they're making shitloads more money than if they sold it domestically. It's actually more profitable for them to sell us the thing for $1 than it is for them to sell it for 2 pennies in their country. So they go through all that extra process and all that extra waste to bring that thing over to us, because where we think we're getting a deal, we're literally paying way more than they could ever sell that item for in their own country. And that's what I'm worried about. Is I'm worried about this whole, let's be the first people to 100% AI automation. That's why when you hear Trump saying, we're going to bring back, manufacturing in the United States. No. We're going to bring back, we're going to create robotic manufacturing in the United States. We're going to create we're going to change, we're getting rid of humans. Fuck humans.
Yeah, right.
Humans are expensive. They're not worth their fucking metal. Let's just have machines do everything and just make us richer and richer and richer. The only thing that I think could even remotely hold that back in the short term is our U.S. currency collapsing.
Yeah.
Which is going to happen. It's already heading that direction because of Trump. So,
probably.
To be fair, it'd been heading that direction for a while. He's just accelerating it like on a fucking unprecedented level. Literally, doesn't. But because if the currency crashes, then it doesn't matter if Elon Musk's the richest man in the world with $1 trillion if his $1 trillion is only worth 100 pesos. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if the world currency ever shifts away from the dollar, which in a lot of countries it already is, if it ever shifts away and the U.S. dollar is no longer like the world's currency, the United States is fucked. Like all the billionaires and everything now become millionaires, and then they eventually become thousandaires, and then it's like Great Recession. All over again. Or depression. Recession's not as bad. Depression is the worst, right? Like depression is like where everything's fucked, right? People are like hand washing paper towels and drying them on a rack and shit just to get by.
Right.
So, I mean, we're talking about hitting a point where it's like people have to grow potatoes in their backyard just to stay alive, By the way, potatoes, you ever want to grow anything? Potatoes grow in just about any fucking climate. They have every vitamin and mineral that a human needs to survive. They're considered a superfood. Everything you've been told about potatoes is a lie. Now, deep fried, it takes away about half of those properties. But as long as you don't deep fry them, they are fucking healthy as shit. There's a reason why Mark Watney and the fucking The Martian was chowing down on human turd fertilized potatoes. It's like they got everything a grown boy needs. So if we're ever heading for a depression, just get your. Oh, and the other thing too is to grow a potato, all you need is a half a potato. Like you just cut a potato in half, plant 2 halves of a potato, and you got 2 potato plants. So potatoes are like just a really, really hardy crop to grow. Like not for money, like because they're cheap as fuck. You're not going to make a ton of money selling potatoes unless you do it on a massive scale. But you can grow them really easy. You can replicate them really easy. You can grow enough to survive on like a small chunk of land. Like I'm just saying, potatoes. If you want to fucking survive, potatoes are the way to go. Because I think I'd have to double check again, but I'm pretty sure they have every vitamin and mineral that you need to survive. Not necessarily every vitamin and mineral you need to be healthy, but to survive. It's got everything you need to actually survive. You have lettuce in your garden?
Nice.
Isn't lettuce one of those foods where it takes more energy to digest it than it gives you? Or is that cabbage?
Celery.
Am I thinking cabbage?
Celery is supposed to be like net negative.
Yeah, let me see. I think there's a couple foods that are on that list. Here, give me a list of foods that take more energy to consume and convert to energy than they actually give you. Let's see here. Yep, celery's number 1, cucumber's number 2, lettuce is number 3, all types, spinach, broccoli, cauliflower, zucchini, asparagus, tomatoes, watermelon, grapefruit, and apples. Every single one of these require more calories from your body to process than they provide you in net energy. So, interesting. I didn't realize there was that many on the list. It says, if your goal is weight loss, or appetite control, these foods are ideal because they fill your stomach, they require lots of chewing, they have high fiber, they have very low digestible calories, and they increase thermogenesis in your body, consuming more calories. So there you go. If you want, why are apples really? I thought apples are like fucking straight up sugar.
No.
95 good, calories each. That's nothing.
Dude, apples are great.
Dude, watermelon is legit only 30 calories per 100 grams.
Dude, that's not bad.
That's nothing.
Crush fucking.
Dude, I fucking love watermelon. Yeah, now that I know that, unless they're like $500 now under Trump, I'll probably go get some watermelon. Oh, by the way, DeWolf's Danielle. Thank you so much, brother, for being so generous. He said, thank you for the $20 US. I think that's the biggest tip of the entire show.
I'm pretty sure potatoes do have vitamin C.
They do. What
sure.
vitamins do potatoes contain? I should have said specifically russet, because I think it's russet potatoes specifically that have like everything you need.
I've heard that it's like basically like pancake mix and beans or some sort of protein, and has like basically everything you need.
So check this out. It contains 30% of your daily values of vitamin C per medium potato. So 30%. So you'd have to eat 3.5 potatoes a day, which is nothing. Vitamin B6, niacin, vitamin B3, vitamin B5, folate, vitamin B9, thiamine, vitamin B1, and riboflavin, vitamin B2. And then the minerals not worth noting because they're in trace amounts but still important is potassium. Never mind. It says potatoes are one of the richest potassium sources there is. So nice. Potassium, magnesium, iron, and phosphorus. And it says why potatoes get underrated, because they're low in fat, high in fiber with the skin. But if you get rid of the skin, they're not high in fiber. Rich in vitamins and minerals, and a good source for complex carbohydrates. And that's the thing, is the complex carbohydrates are what you need for energy. So even if you don't get protein, the complex carbohydrates can be converted into an energy source. Like it's a readily usable energy source that doesn't require lots of conversion. Protein requires lots of conversion. Like
you need all kinds of stuff to break proteins down.
The reason you need like keto, the reason the keto diet, a lot of people do the keto diet, and also one of the reasons why it's so dangerous doing it long term, is you're taking in this protein and your body can't break it down fast enough to get the calories out of, or to get the what is it, glucose. That it converts. Like I forget if you convert sucrose to glucose or glucose to sucrose, whichever one it is that your body naturally absorbs without conversion. It takes so much of the energy from the protein to get it to the other state that you literally can't like absorb enough of it to fully fuel your body's potential. So what your body has to do is learn to break down the fat faster, which puts you into something called like ketosis or something like that, where your body basically is like starving because it can't convert the protein fast. It has tons of protein, but it just can't convert it fast enough. So it basically heats up your body and speeds up your metabolism so that it can do it faster to get the energy it needs. And that's why whenever you do, and I'm not a doctor, I'm not a nutritionist, obviously, fucking look at me. But if you eat nothing but meat, your body actually has to like adapt, because you're so tired for the first week that you do keto. You literally feel like you're sleepy, you're fucking foggy headed. Every time, because I've done keto twice in my life, and both times I felt on my ass tired for about a week or two before you finally start feeling somewhat normal again. But then you realize you're not really feeling normal again. You're just getting used to the weaker state. Like as soon as you go back and start eating carbohydrates again, you feel like you got 1,000 times more energy, and you're like, wow, why isn't this illegal? You know, it's like, because once your body's in ketosis, now it's like the other way around. It's like you eat carbohydrates and the shit hits you like cocaine. But I'll tell you what, keto, it's good for losing weight for like short periods of time, but man, long term, it'll fuck you up. It fucked me up really bad too. Also, make goddamn sure you see a doctor before you even consider keto, because if you're like me and you have high uric acid and your body's not able to flush the uric acid efficiently, so you build it up, you will fuck your joints. Every joint in my body hurts now for the rest of my life because uric acid crystals formed in every joint when I was on keto. It fucked me up. Yeah, gout. Yep. Yeah. Yep. And keto accelerates gout like a motherfucker. Like if you do keto, you are going to have a gout attack at some point.
Yeah.
Just expect it. And if you don't have like an acute gout attack, it's going to slowly break down your joints. So make sure that you always include something. You know, it's something that isn't just protein. Like add something different. James Janus said, not true. Keto isn't protein. Keto is super low carb. Like you have to stay below a certain amount of carbs, certain vegetables, foods you can eat, just basically no carbs.
The other side of that is going to be protein.
Yeah, that's if you don't have carbs, you have protein. So basically no carbs equals protein. James Janus.
Not necessarily, you didn't contradict, but like,
yeah,
it's, yeah.
Do you want me to, if it makes you feel better, James Janus, because I know you like to disagree with me just on principle, I can call it caveman diet.
Like low carb.
So there's the paleo. We'll just call it paleo.
Paleo.
Because I think that'll satisfy James Janus on an absolute precise scientific level. Because paleo requires that you eat nothing but meat and zero carbs, even if they're incredibly low carb. No carbs at all, period. You can't even have like celery. Let's see here. Yeah, keto made me go into metabolic acidosis. Scary shit. Yeah, just don't believe all the shit you read on the fucking internet. Go talk to your doctor. Talk to a doctor, and if your doctor tells you not to talk to a nutritionist, like if your doctor says, oh yeah, go ahead and try it, no big deal, without testing your uric acid levels and handing you over to a nutritionist, he has no fucking idea what he's doing. Go to get another doctor. For that, you don't have to get another doctor for other stuff, but I'm just saying, like, if he's like, yeah, try keto, what the fuck, give it a try. Oh, it's the greatest thing ever, I've done it myself. No, if they do not recommend you talk to a nutritionist, because had I talked to a nutritionist, I wouldn't have been in the problems that I was in because of the two fucking doctors that were putting me on keto, not talking to each other, not realizing that I was on allopurinol for high uric acid. And they're like, the one was like, oh, the allopurinol will handle the keto. And the other one didn't even know that I was taking allopurinol because it wasn't in the computer. So they were supposed to up my dosage and they didn't for the type of keto I was doing, and it fucked up and blew out all my joints. And by the time they put two and two together, they're like, oh my God, stop doing keto immediately, when they figured out what it was doing to me. And I'm like, okay, well, how long is this going to take to fix? And they're like, probably never. Like, you're not going to grow back your fucking, what did it destroy? It's the lining in your joints is cartilage. It's like this cartilage tissue that's like slippery, and the acid, it basically like sandpaper. It just erodes it away, and then your body absorbs it. So yeah, don't.
Good.
Yeah, there's, and that's the thing is like people are like, oh yeah, don't eat potatoes, they're bad for you. No, potatoes are like one of the best things ever. You don't want to eat too many of them. Like just like anything, you don't want to eat too much of it. But it's like if you have a choice of a food to subsist off for like the rest of your life, you're better off with potatoes than you are with fucking red meat. I'll tell you that.
Oh yeah, man.
And that's coming from somebody who loves red meat. I fucking love red meat. Like if I could eat red meat every single day of my life and I could afford it, and I didn't have fucking this ketosis bullshit, I would do it in a heartbeat. I fucking love meat. As long as I don't got to kill the animal or look it in the eye because I'm a hypocrite, I will fucking eat meat till the day I die. But the second I have to kill the animal myself, I'm only going to do it if it's absolutely necessary to survive. Otherwise, I love animals too much. Let's hear in a 24-pack of Dr. Peppers.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go, man. Got my meat, my Dr. Peppers, and my potatoes. Oh my God, dude. That's so funny. I understand that it's protein. I was saying there's other things you can eat too besides just protein on keto. Well, it depends on what doctor you're talking to and what keto you're following, because a lot of ketos don't let you eat much of anything other than meat.
Kind of like butter.
It's like, yeah, it's like some of the things you get. If it's not a significant source of carbs, it's useless. You need to have that balance. You need those carbohydrates, because otherwise your body's just going to stay in hardcore ketosis the entire time, and it's bad news bears. So now, am I saying every single person on earth isn't going to like benefit from like a year of keto or whatever if the benefits outweigh the negatives, because they're going to fucking die otherwise because they're like 1,200 pounds or whatever, and the other options are ruled out and it's deemed the safest option by your doctors? Fucking go for it. Like 100%. Everybody's different. But I'm just saying my experience with it, because my doctors were fucking nimrods, put me in a bad way. And then I went and did some study, and it turns out all the people that are like, oh, keto's the greatest thing that ever happened to me. It's always the greatest thing that happened to them while they're still doing it. The second that they stop doing it because down the road it finally fucks them up really bad, then they come out and start going, oh my God, I wish I never did it. And plus the other thing sucks about keto is you gain the weight back. It's like you do keto for a year and then you stop doing keto. You know what happens? Your body falls out of ketosis. You know what happens when your body falls out of ketosis? You get hungrier. You eat more frequently. Now you're eating carbs again. Your body's able to comes out of ketosis and starts processing the carbs. Now you're eating tons of carbs. Your body's eating it up like a motherfucker, and you end up gaining all the weight back. And that's what sucks about like the GLP-1 stuff too. It's like, yeah, the GLP-1 stuff is great if you don't have negative effects, which a lot of people do. They're finding now We don't know what the long-term effects are at all. That's a study that's ongoing. So you're kind of, that's Russian roulette on that one. But the GLP-1 drug for weight loss, it works great while you're taking it, if you can tolerate it. Makes everybody feel like shit in varying degrees, but it'll make you lose weight for sure. There's no way, if you take GLP-1, especially injected, and you don't lose weight, something is bad wrong. Like, you should lose weight like gangbusters, or at least stop gaining weight. The problem is, the second that you come off that shit, you feel like absolute fucking garbage, and you start overeating and gain the weight back. I've talked to people that have done the GLP-1 for 6 months, did it for a year, and came off it because of money reasons. They couldn't afford it anymore, or their insurance changed and wouldn't cover it anymore. And they gained all the weight back within 3 to 6 months.
Weird.
And they were super, super unhappy. And the thing is, a lot of them don't just gain the weight back where they were stabilized. They gain the weight back and keep going. And so you got to be careful, because you'll take it, and then it comes away, and then you gain the weight back, and then you go and get back on it, and you're like, oh, if I get back on it, then I'll just lose that weight again. But then it's like you already shot up past the weight that you were. Now you get on again, you go down. And if you keep doing that, you'll just keep stepping up, going down, stepping up, going down. And then next thing you know, you're like fucking 400 pounds. So it's like, if you can't stay on it forever, that can be a big problem. Yeah. It's like, at the end of the day, the sad truth of the matter is, the only way to control your weight is calories in, calories out. That's it. That's what it comes down to. GLP-1 is no different. All GLP-1 is doing is suppressing your appetite by making you feel like shit all the time, and suppressing the hunger reflex. So you're just not hungry. You just don't eat as often. Fun. It's like what does ketosis do? Ketosis makes it so you're not very hungry. Like and because you're not very hungry, you don't eat a lot, and because you don't eat a lot, you don't have to burn as many calories to lose weight. Right. But here's the thing: I really fucking like food. Yeah, man. I really like food. And I mean, don't get me wrong, there is other factors that change how fast you gain weight or how fast you lose weight. Like, for instance, if you have a resting metabolism where your metabolism completely drops out when you stop being active, and you're hardly burning any calories when you're at rest. Some people have really high resting metabolisms. But if you genetically have a low resting metabolism, well, the deck's stacked against you, because if you eat when you're not active, you're just instantly storing that all as fat. Yeah. But if you have a hyperactive metabolism, or even like taking stimulants like Adderall affects this too, because it raises your body's core temperature and your anabolic rate, you burn calories while you're sleeping and while you're sitting more than another person might. And because of that, you could lose weight just sitting. Like there are some people out there that have a metabolism that it takes forever. It ramps down really slowly. So when they stop being active, they sit down to watch a movie or whatever. It's like comes down nice and slow overnight. And then they wake up in the morning and then it spikes back up. It's like, but then there's people where their metabolism's like, you fucking eat a cheeseburger and it's like you sit down after eating the cheeseburger and your metabolism's like, poof, and then you just burn barely enough calories to just sustain yourself until you become active again. And if you're somebody who has a lot of back pain and a lot of problems that make you to where you're very immobile and you don't move a lot, you know what your body thinks that is? It thinks you're crippled and you're stuck and you're going to fucking starve to death. So it starts storing everything it can. It's like, whoa, this fucker doesn't move very much, man. We gotta be more efficient. And you don't want to be efficient when you want to lose weight. You want to be the opposite. You want to burn calories just looking at that hamburger. But yeah, that's the problem, is every time you fuck with like GLP-1 and keto and yo-yo dieting and all this shit, every time you do that, you're throwing your body out of whack, and your body's like, I don't know what the fuck to do. And then your body eventually goes back into panic mode, because your body's like, holy shit. And sometimes that can work to your advantage. A lot of these diets, the advantage is you put your body into a weird fucking unknown state, and so you're not hungry when you should be hungry. You're burning calories when you shouldn't be burning calories, and your body's just in a weird fucking way. And sometimes that can work to your advantage if that's your goal. But then there's other times where it's like, now everything you eat just instantly turns to fat, because your body's like, oh, he ain't going to move. He's not going to use that energy. So instead of just pissing it out or shitting it out, let's store it as fat, because then we can use it later, because fat can always be converted back. But here's the thing. Fat isn't very efficient for energy either, which is really why it's hard to lose fat when there's muscle to consume, because your fat takes a lot more energy to convert into the sucrose or glucose or whatever that you need in your bloodstream, directed into energy, than it does to take the muscle and convert it. So that's why if you're not super active when you're on a starvation diet, your muscle usually goes away faster than the fat does. So again, not a nutritionist, just a lot of life of trying a lot of different things and seeing the effects of it. One of the worst ones that I ever saw by far, though, was there was this Microsoft offered this diet program at this fitness center that we had access to. That was like for the celebrities, the fitness center for celebrities. I can't remember what the fucking name was. Somebody in chat will know. You know, the performance club or whatever that Microsoft gives all their employees access to. It's like $1,000 a month or something that Microsoft pays for it. Really fancy place. Like you can go there and get your fucking hair did and get massages and stuff. It's like this wild facility. You see the Mariners there all the time. Like I'd always go in there and work out, and fucking Mariners be coming in. Pro Club. That's what it was called, the Pro Club. Well, they had this diet there. I cannot remember for the life of me what it was called, but a lot of people at Microsoft did it. And the way the diet worked is you had to pay like $5,000 out of pocket, and then Microsoft would cover the other $10,000 for the plan. Jeez. But here's the thing. If you didn't lose a certain percentage of weight throughout the 6 months that you were on the plan, you had to pay the $10,000 back to Microsoft. So then you're on 15,000 instead of 5,000. So the motivation to not eat was you would be financially fucking hit hard, right?
Yeah.
So the diet actually worked good, but it led to a lot of people just starving themselves because a lot of people couldn't lose weight the natural way very well. Some people could, the other people couldn't. And so they'd start starving themselves towards the end of the program because they were afraid they were going to have to pay the $10,000, and even worse yet, be considered a failure, and everybody would know they were a failure.
That's so crazy,
dude. It was the stupidest fucking thing ever. I wish I could remember the name of it, but I knew probably a dozen people at Microsoft that went through and did that program because they wanted to lose weight really bad, and a lot of them weren't even that overweight. They were just a little pudgy. They turned into like Skeletor. Their faces were sucked in. I could see their bone structure. They looked like fucking Tarkin from Star Wars, and it was scary. Like one of my friends, I was like, dude, you are fucking killing yourself. My boss's boss was doing it, and I even told him. I thought he was going to, I was like, is he going to fire me for saying this? But I'm like, dude, he's like, I know you think you're so happy with your results, but dude, you do not look healthy. Like, what's going on? And he even like kind of agreed. He's like, yeah, I think after I'm done with the program, I'm going to back off a little because it's a little too extreme. Right. But they'd look like Skeletor, and then they'd parade them in front of everybody. Oh, look how successful they are, the ones that passed the program. Oh, here's your plaque to put on your wall in your office so all your coworkers know and they can come do the program too. And every single one of those fuckers that did the program, I swear to God, not even one of them kept the weight off. Within 1 year, every single one of them was heavier than when they started.
Weird.
And did the Pro Club take any responsibility for it? No, not at all. They didn't even acknowledge it. They're like, oh, well, if they didn't have the willpower to stay with the program, well, then that's on them. They were starving to death for months. You really think that once they could have food again, that they were going to be able to moderate that after what you put them through? You basically put them in a concentration camp for 6 months, feeding them nothing, and you're going to fucking now, they didn't have the willpower to just keep starving themselves to death and not be able to function? Anyways, it was like super fucking sad. Like every time I'd hear somebody, they'd be like, oh, I just did the Pro Club diet thing, or I'd be like, oh my God. Oh God, I just remembered the name of it. It just left my head. It was called the forum, it was the something was the name of, you know what, why am I even doing this? We got Copilot now, right?
There you go.
What is the name of the extreme diet the Pro Club offers in Redmond, Washington to Microsoft employees? I guarantee you it's gonna know it because this is where we're at now. It's like okay, what is it called? The Quantum Program.
Okay.
A premium physician supersized metabolic performance and weight loss program offered by Sound Medical Weight Loss, built specifically for Microsoft employees. It's exclusive to Microsoft employees. It's high intensity, medically supervised, and includes labs, medication management, nutrition coaching, and a mandatory training session. Microsoft covers $6,000 of the cost. It went up a little bit more, making it widely promoted in Turkey. It's described as the health transformation program than a diet. It doesn't say that. Wait, do employees still have to reimburse the program if they don't lose the weight? Because when I was there, that was the big controversy, is like, okay, so they did change it. Okay, Microsoft employees no longer have to reimburse the program if they fail to lose the weight based on all available documentation. Okay, good. None of the Microsoft or Primera documents mention any requirement to pay back benefits if the weight loss goals aren't met. The program is structured around eligibility criteria, BMI or BMI plus conditions, required intensive plus maintenance period, minimum of 6 months. You could extend it too. That was the thing, is after 6 months, as long as you succeeded, they would let you keep going. But if you failed, they wouldn't let you try again. They kicked you out and you had to reimburse. Wow. It says a fixed cost structure for the Quantum program is $6,000 covered by Microsoft and then $3,000 paid by the participant. Oh, with a no outcome based refund or penalty.
Huh.
Okay, so you don't have to reimburse the $6,000 Microsoft covers, but the $3,000 you're still responsible for. The reimbursement section in Premier's plan design describes how programs may reimburse patients, but patients may not have to reimburse Microsoft. So yeah, no, it's still the same shit. I mean, it's way less now. It's 3,000 instead of, I think it was like 10 or 15,000 back then. But yeah, you do have to pay $3,000 to start the program, and then at the end of the program, if you complete it and you meet the goals, they can reimburse you. It doesn't say they have to.
Yeah.
So, but it says that they can reimburse you for your portion, not Microsoft's portion. But I remember that was like why everybody wanted to do it. Is it's like if you succeed, if you do the program and you succeed, which they all tell everybody, oh, almost everybody succeeds at the program. Yeah, because they starve themselves to death. But yeah, they would basically, everybody's like, oh, what have I got to lose? I'm going to take the program. They'll just give me my money back. And it's basically like this free diet with like, you know, you get counseling, you get the nutritionist. But here's the thing. All those people are there, not necessarily to keep you healthy, to keep you on track because the program needs its reputation. So they don't give a fuck if they're killing you. It was totally a cult, dude. Totally a cult. 100%. Every single person that was in that program would walk around with their little Skeletor faces and their skin flushed and tired, fucking blinking, struggling to stay awake, bragging about how good they were doing in the program all the time. And if I had $1 for every time somebody walked by my office, hey, you should join the program. Oh, you should do the program. Never when they weren't doing it. It was only when they started the program, they start running around trying to solicit everybody into it. And it's not even like they were getting a kickback or anything for it. Yeah. It's just one of those, oh, that's what it was. That's what it was. Back in the day, it was called the 2020 Lifestyles Program. It wasn't the Quantum. They renamed, so it says Quantum is the new modified program specifically for Microsoft approved employees. However, the 2020 Lifestyles is what it was called back in the day. Okay. Did Microsoft? Okay, what did MS employees have to refund if they failed the 2020 program? Let me see if it has anything on this. This would predate AI. Let's see here. Yep. So if you didn't complete the program, meaning that you lost the weight. Microsoft would not be reimbursed by the Pro Club, and Microsoft may force you to reimburse them. Dang. So that's what was happening. It's like Pro Club would basically say, hey, Microsoft, we're not going to reimburse you for the money that you paid into the program, and then they'd go after the employee for it. Because I remember the big deal was, because I was going to, at one point I was really seriously considering signing up for it because I'm like, what have I got to lose? I'll get my money back. Yeah, right. But I was thinking about it, but when I went to the site, it's like you click on the button, it's like they have it like all over the front thing. It's like once you commit to this, like once you sign up for this and what you are committed to completing the program, if you walk away from the program, you will be responsible for this portion. Wow. And I remember, and that's why it was so successful. The program wasn't successful because it was good and it was healthy and everything. It was because everybody didn't want to lose their fucking money, so they would starve themselves at the end. So it's like the first couple of weeks they do okay, but like the last like 3 months of the program or the last 2 months of the program, they would literally just be starving themselves to death. It was gross, man. It was gross. Even one of my best friends did it. Still my best friend today. Still one of my best friends today. He even did the program, and I remember confronting him and saying like it was about like 2-3 months into the program. And I was like, dude, he's like, you do not look good. Like dude, look at yourself in the face like you do, because he was like, oh man, I feel so much better. I feel so great. But he was always tired and he didn't want to do anything. He's like, oh man, I'm so tired. He'd always say it was because the program worked him so hard. He didn't have any extra energy. He was like, no. That's not how that works, bro. But they'd always make excuses. He'd be, oh no, but dude, if I don't complete it, they're not going to give me my money back. Like, I don't want to lose out on the money. I'm like, dude. And he did complete the program and he did lose like 80 pounds in the 6 months. But it's like, he did not look healthy at all. Right. And then the second he was off the diet, he's like, yep, they gave me all the information to maintain. I got my diet. They even teach how to make like your own Greek yogurt and like how to package it and portion it and everything. Like it's a pretty intense program. Right. But he maybe made it another 2 weeks after the program was done before he started like occasionally eating out with us. And then he'd go out and he'd eat a little bit more and have a couple more drinks when he wasn't drinking. You're not allowed to drink at all during the program either, which he really didn't like because he loved drinking. So like the second he was off the diet, he was like back hitting the alcohol hard. It sucked. That's man. Rough. Fuck that. So yeah, if you ever hear anybody talk about the quantum diet or the 2020 lifestyles, I just run the other way, dude. Yeah, not the way to do it. If you're really dead set on losing weight, and you're sedentary, your option is you just got to eat like a lot less, and it's gonna suck, and you're gonna fucking hate it, and it's not gonna feel great, and you're gonna be low on energy. But until your body adapts, it's expecting a shitload more calories because that's what you give it. And it's expecting not to burn a lot of energy and store it as fat. And that's why, you know, I'm as big as I am. Like, I'm not, you know, people think I'm not aware of my weight. And they're like, well, if he was aware of his weight, why wouldn't he just do something about it? It's because I can't move a lot and I have a low resting metabolism, and the amount of food I would have to lose to just lose weight, let alone stabilize my weight. But to lose weight is not something I'm willing to do right now because it makes me feel so bad I cannot function. So I'm in that ballpark of, but to be fair, I mean, I have lost 35 pounds since I became diabetic. You know what the best diet is? Just become diabetic. Like, there it is. Type 2 diabetes all the way, brother. Like, the second you find out you're diabetic, you shit your pants and you just suddenly stop eating less calories. Because every time you do a blood test and you see that number is over 120 when it's supposed to be 80, you're like, fuck. And then you hate yourself. And then you do one of two things. Either you stop testing your blood sugar and you just act like you don't have diabetes until you start feeling like shit again. Yeah. And then you take your blood sugar and wonder why it's so fucking high. Or you try to maintain it best you can. And that you don't lose weight like super fast. Like, it took me months and months and months to lose the 35 pounds. And now I've mostly stabilized because I'm at a weight where now my caloric intake versus my burn have stabilized, right? Because I don't have that additional weight I had that was causing me to burn more calories at rest. So you have to, like, the smaller you get, the less calories you have to take in, because now your body doesn't have to sustain all that additional weight, mass, blood volume, all that stuff, heating all that.
Right.
Diabetes is fake news. I know Trump said diabetes is a literal hoax. He also said Fanta is good for diabetes.
Oh, yeah.
Like, literally, Diet Fanta is the greatest thing for diabetes.
It though, right? Yeah,
didn't he say it cured cancer or something too? He said, like, nobody who drinks orange Fanta gets cancer or some shit like that. I mean, don't trust anything that our health services say while Trump's in office, because you got to remember our head of human health services is literally a guy who bathed in sewage, who's an ex-heroin addict. Well, ex is loose term there. I honestly don't think he's ex. You know, a guy who literally, like, tried to fucking put a dead bear on top of his car. A guy who, like, bragged about doing all kinds of, like, super fucking unhealthy shit throughout his life. It's weird, dude. We live in, like, a weird, like, it's like watching intergalactic cable on Rick and Morty sometimes. Seriously. I turn on the fucking TV and the shit I hear, I'm like, is this the Onion channel? Does the Onion have a channel? Like, what is going on here, man? Hey, Dwarf's Den. He said, I love how people remember Wall-E is cool future where you can get to live in chairs and walk around us and let us poo in them and eat in them. Yeah, right. Yeah, there's a lot of people, sadly, today that would look at that and go, oh, that sounds fucking awesome. And the thing is said, and I'll tell you right now, word of warning to you guys. Now that I'm fucking hurt and I can't do anything, and my fucking genetic defects with my spine and shit finally caught up with me, I regret not doing more while I could. Like, and I knew it was coming too. Like, my doctors told me, like, every doctor that looked at my MRIs and looked at my scale were like, fuck, dude, your back is fucked. They're like, you will be in a wheelchair in your early to late 40s. Oh, man. Like, 100%. I'm like, no fucking way, man. I'm perfectly healthy.
I was going to say, you're not in a wheelchair, so that's good.
I'm technically not in a wheelchair, so I'm beating them so far. But I still got a couple more years before I'm technically in my 50s, so... But I'm like, shit is deteriorating fast now, you know? And it's like, and then the thing that sucks is the more sedentary you are because of the pain, the faster you deteriorate. Right. And that's the thing that fucking sucks about it as you get older, is your metabolism slows down. Your pain increases when you have nerve shit and everything. As you get older, it increases, right? As your joints wear away and things wear away, they don't regenerate. And you just go downhill a lot faster. So it's like you feel invincible 1 year, then 5 years, you're like, well, I degraded like 5%, big deal. But then you don't just degrade another 5%. It's like the next 5 years, you degrade like 15%, then 30, and then 60. And you're like, what the fuck is happening here? So what I'm saying is enjoy life while you can. That's right. Do the things you love while you can, because tomorrow isn't guaranteed. Whether you eat too many hamburgers or you get hit by a bus or whatever, it's like tomorrow is not guaranteed. Shit, today isn't even guaranteed, honestly. It's like, do what you can while you can and enjoy it. Like me, I'll tell you what, I might not be able to go out and fucking drive rally cars and fly airplanes and shit like I used to, but I can still jump in this simulator behind me with some VR on and have a good time. So technology's at least giving me that. And I fucking love the hell out of it. But the second I can't drive in the cockpit anymore, then I'll get fucking hand controls when my legs stop working. And then when I can't do the hand controls, I'll get a fucking Neuralink put in the back of my head and Elon Musk can control me. Yeah. Oh my God. BB Jugs have been using Google Gemma 4 to write code, spent over an hour writing prompts to design a script going over everything and adding extra options. Not once did it fuck up and nailed it 100%. You know what surprised me by this? Gemma's not even that great. I don't know if Gemma 4 is what I last used, because last time I used Gemma was a while ago. Or wait, am I thinking? No, I'm thinking of Gemini. Gemini is the local model, right? Isn't Gemma the model that they released that you can run locally?
No idea.
If that's the case and you actually got that thing coding without making errors, I got to go play with that for sure. Because that model actually did surprise the shit out of me at how small it is and how capable it is. God damn it. Don't you hate it when you have 1,000 windows open and then you accidentally click a button and it fucking closes them all and then they don't come back?
You go to history and restore window.
Wait, where?
At least in Chrome, you go to history.
No, I'm talking like all the windows for all the programs on the desktop.
Oh, yeah, well.
Dude, I just got a great idea. I'm writing that one down. Okay, AI code a program that keeps a memory clipboard of all the current window states and positions, so you can go back several times from when windows were moved or had their states changed in case you accidentally fuck shit up or want to go back to a layout you had earlier. Also include thumbnails next to them showing the layouts to make it easier, and add a hotkey. And then I'll just take that verbatim, copy and paste it into fucking AI, give it 30 minutes while I go eat dinner and come back, and I'll have a fucking program ready to go. That's the new future of coding. All right, let's see here. Notes for AI program to restore window positions. I should have added include multi-monitor support, but I'll do that too. You know what's crazy though is now AI has so AI is half the solution. The other half is the agentic harness that you use the AI with. Mm-hmm. So the ability, so if you just use an AI through a chat interface, it can only do so much. All it can do is answer questions based on pattern matching words and algorithms to give you the best response it can verbally. However, when you pair it with a model, with an agentic agent like OpenCode or Claude Code or Klein or Codex or any of those, takes it to the next level. Or if you want to take it to the next level, you use an agentic harness that includes the entire computer and everything on it, which is like Hermes or what's the open one? I always forget it. The one that was super popular before Hermes. But anyways, just OpenCode alone. OpenCode's like free. You install it, you plug it into your API for your one or more AI services you have. Now all of a sudden you have something that doesn't just code, doesn't just run commands, but it can actually look at the screen, take screenshots, analyze them, make sure the thing's doing what it's supposed to, refactoring the code if it doesn't, running it again, creating tests for itself, running the tests, analyzing the output, analyzing the inputs, doing everything. It can iterate without you even being there and just keep working tighter and tighter and tighter until it passes all the tests and does exactly what you wanted it to do. Whereas before you had to do, hey, write me some code, copy, paste, run, syntax error. Oh, this is the syntax error it gave me. Okay, change these lines. Okay, go back, cut and paste, recompile, run again. No, those days are fucking gone. Now there's the agentic harness does everything for you. You go in there and you just give it access to your whole fucking computer like an idiot, or you use a VM. Yeah. Preferably use a VM or Docker or something.
Yeah, right? Don't do that.
Create a sandbox, which it'll inevitably just escape anyways and go terrorize the internet like what happened with OpenAI and fucking Claude. But create a sandbox, stick it in it, and be like, you can literally say, create me an OS. And you know what it's going to do? It's going to go out and download a fucking, a virtual machine program that's free. It's going to install Hyper-V shims to make it faster. It's going to emulate the hardware and the UEFI. It's going to create a UEFI bootloader and then a HAL and then a kernel. And then next thing you know, you come back after a couple hours and it's like you got fucking DOS. A couple hours later, you got Windows. It's like, that's literally where we're at. Dude, I got to piss so bad. I'll be right back.
All right.
Oh, my God. Bro, I think the coffee's hitting.
A cool program would be something that creates lean, semi-max Windows instance, loads the game in RAM unless you run the game bare metal. Why? Isn't that just like a RAM disk? And you'd need like crazy amounts of RAM to load the entire thing into memory. Any device for an overtemp, NVMe, blah, 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 and a laptop keeps bumping into 50 degree a few times a day. I don't know that 50 degrees C is bad necessarily. That seems pretty low. But if that's the case, I would take a look at where the NVMe like sits, right? Oftentimes there will be usually like a thin piece of copper or some sort of material that's supposed to rest, that like it's supposed to touch on it a little bit. But sometimes there's too much space. Sometimes there's too much space and it's not going to cool enough. And so you'll need to get some like thermal pad thing. But I mean, 50 doesn't seem that bad to me. Whichever of the weight loss is, you still need to change your diet. Yeah, of course. Yeah, you always have to change your habits if you're going to consistently and stick to a weight loss like goal. You, of course. I mean, the general thing is, you know, burn more calories than you eat, right? But whether it's maintaining a consistent exercise routine or maintaining a consistent diet, yeah, you have to change. It's a lifestyle change. Like, I have been very lucky in that I basically eat whatever I want, whenever I want, and I've maintained, which is not exorbitant or like extravagant either, right? And I've been about 210 for, I don't know, like fucking almost 20 years, right? Would you recommend a steam machine? Probably not. Not at the price. Although it's hard to say that because the price is unlikely to come down. I think that you can get similar performant hardware for cheaper. What's really interesting and kind of like novel and cool about the steam machine is its form factor. You are definitely not getting that level of performance for that size at the same price. Just flat out. So,
dude, I meant to go take a pee. I sat down, instantly had to take a shit.
It happens.
I powered that sucker out. I looked in the toilet. I couldn't believe it. It was like 1.5 feet long, dude.
Louise, man.
I was just as shocked.
Is there a way to limit NVMe IO? Probably. But why would you slow it down?
Yeah, it's actually interesting. I am curious what the use case for that would be.
I'm sure. I'm sure there's some way to slow it down. But I don't know why you would want to. I guess the heat thing, if you're
Oh, that's a good point. I wasn't even thinking about that. Yeah. I mean, I can tell you one surefire way to slow it down in Windows if you wanted to. And that is just create a mini driver that just pauses for a couple milliseconds.
There you go.
So a mini driver is a software driver that sits between the hardware driver and the hardware. And so if you search mini drivers, AI could program them up for you. The only problem is you might have to put the computer in dev mode to run them if they're unsigned. But I don't remember if mini drivers require signatures or not. It might only be physical hardware drivers. But anyways, the mini driver, all you would have to do is create a storage mini driver, and then in the read and the write routine, literally just put in one function call, which is sleep for n number of milliseconds. And then every single time anything on the computer, including Windows, tried to access the storage stack and said, hey, read a byte or write a byte, it's going to pause. So, I think you can do it per chunk, too. It's not like per byte. It's per chunk. So whatever your chunk size is for your file system, like 8 kilobytes, 16 kilobytes, 32 kilobytes, it'll pause between each one of those. And so we used to do stuff similar like that at Microsoft to do to emulate slower hardware to find timing issues. But I never thought of a practical application for doing it. And that actually seems like a pretty practical application.
Yeah.
I'm curious how AI would say to do it, though. Like, hey, I need to slow down my SSD so it doesn't overheat in Windows 11. What are some options for me to prevent the fastest read-write speeds from the OS? Let's see if there's some fancy way it knows how to do it that doesn't include a mini driver. Like if there's a registry key or something. Sometimes Microsoft does that. They'll leave registry keys and testing registry keys and calibration registry keys that are undocumented that people figure out along the way. They can do shit like that. So I'm curious if they have a way to do it. Mini driver, not mini driver. Different results. Yeah, not mini driver. M-I-N-I, not M-I-N-N-I-E. Not the lady. Microsoft will make it harder to kill activate KMS windows. What was that in response to?
I don't know.
I don't know how they would make it harder to kill a KMS activation window, because everybody can just activate, because activation is free now. Like, I shit you not. You can go to GitHub right now. Like, I've said this publicly so many times. People are like, oh my God, Microsoft's going to come after you. No, they're not, because they want everybody to run Windows 11. They'd thank me if they could. Like, literally, you go to GitHub. Microsoft owns GitHub. Go to GitHub and type in activate Windows 11. And you will get like 100 projects that all do various different means of activation using key servers, local key servers, local activation hacks that don't use any key servers. Not a single one of them ever gets banned off GitHub. And don't think projects don't get banned off GitHub. Projects get banned off GitHub all the fucking time. Even legitimate projects that shouldn't get banned. Like the ones that uncovered the Windows vulnerabilities from that one guy, Shadow, whatever his name was. Or her name was. I don't think we know the gender, but whoever they were that fucking kept releasing exploits to Microsoft Windows that they think was an insider who's mad at them for not paying a bug bounty or whatever. Yeah, it's like they don't care. They want you to activate Windows. So there's no reason to need to defeat the KMS activation watermark and not be able to change the themes. By the way, do you know that's the only thing you lose in Pro? Like in Windows 11 Pro, the only thing you really lose is like the ability to like do the active wallpaper and a couple customized like graphical things in the user interface. That's it. The rest of the OS is still fully functional, even with that activate Windows thing down in the corner.
Huh.
At least the Metamucil is working. It totally is. My wife has been making me take my Metamucil every single day, multiple times, and it's really been paying off. I've been making some big Lincoln logs with that stuff. By the way, Metamucil is awesome. It's expensive, but it's worth it, especially if you got diabetes. It's great for people who have diabetes, which is weird because you look at the ingredients on it and you're like, shit, this has got a lot of carbohydrates in it. But it's like the good kind of carbohydrates. They actually did help bring down my blood pressure, helped with my blood sugar, making it more stable, less all over the place. And it makes you regular, which, by the way, I found this out a long time ago. It's not a new revelation, but I don't know if I ever told you guys. But I found out that lower back pain is also heavily linked to constipation in a lot of people. So, because you only have so much room inside of your body. And so when you start getting super constipated and backed up into your bowels, it takes up more space. That space that it takes up puts pressure on your spine, or puts pressure on the tissues, the muscular tissues in there, which then push on your nerves. And by pushing on your nerves, it can create sciatica and create lower back pain. So sometimes if you have really, really bad back pain, ask yourself, man, have I been constipated? Have I not taken a shit for a while? Go take a laxative and fire one out and see if it doesn't relieve your back pain a lot. I've had that happen so many times where I'm like, God, why does it's like 3 days. I'm like, man, my back keeps getting worse and worse. I'm like, fuck, man, it hurts. And then I'm like, you know what? I haven't taken a good shit in like 3 days. I go take a laxative the next day, wake up in the morning, run to the toilet, let loose like the torrent. And I'm like, wow, I feel like 90% better. Like, I'm just saying. Taking a shit could help cure your back. I'm just saying. As an expert. Oh, yeah. No, take off, dude. Take off. I didn't realize it was 2:09.
Sorry, guys.
Time flies when you're having fun, right, bro?
I know, right? So,
get out of here. Enjoy your weekend.
Have a good weekend, everybody.
Have fun dancing around with your loot and your tights.
Yeah. I think the Ren Fair is going to be a lot of fun.
Have fun. Yeah. Let me know how it goes. I'm curious. Yeah. All right. Peace out.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye. Or wait, I'll
try not to leave video open this time so you don't get scarred for life.
Nah, that's fine.
Later, dude. Hey, you're covering me up. Get out of here. What are you doing? Oh, why am I frozen now? No, there we go. There we go. Sorry, he's gone. He's gone. Now we can talk shit. Taking a pool cure your back? Wait, taking a poo cure your back? Hell yeah, seriously. I mean, it's not going to cure your back, obviously. If you have back problems, you're still going to have back problems. I'm just saying if your back problems are way worse than they usually are, like your pain level all of a sudden is like super, just ask, that could be like one of the agitating agents. Especially if you're overweight too, because remember, the more overweight you are, the less room you have for your organs to move around, because, you know, your skin can only stretch so much. So, you know, you might think, oh, guy with a big belly can eat a ton of food. You ever wonder why the people that win eating competitions are skinny as fuck? It's literally because the elasticity and room for everything allows for them to consume the mass quantities. If anything, people with large stomachs or like physical stomachs usually have less stomach volume. I mean, it can be more initially, but I'm saying like peak volume. But yeah, you don't have a lot of room for your organs. As a matter of fact, it makes it really tricky for surgeons too. That's another reason why you probably don't want to get all super heavy like old Barnacules, unless like me, you really don't have a lot of choice in the matter. Surgery is difficult. A lot of surgeries, like a surgeon, when they consider whether doing a surgery is the right thing to do or not, or even they're able to do it, one of the key factors they have to take into account is anesthesia. And they have to use more anesthesia because your blood volume increases with weight. They have to use more anesthesia on people who are physically heavier, which leads to a greater chance of them dying under anesthesia. So higher anesthesia risks. So a lot of doctors won't perform operations on heavy people unless it's critically required versus other people that it's like a no-brainer. And then the other thing is a lot of operations they won't do unless they absolutely have to in an emergency, because the amount of tissue that they physically have to get through and then suture back together to close up really limits their options and limits the success rate and can create a lot more damage and take a lot longer to heal. Did I ever consult for a gastric bypass? I did. They said the only way they would do it is if I lose 100 pounds naturally first. And then I did a bunch of research on it, and I was like, almost everybody that gets a gastric bypass ends up gaining back a bunch of weight. Not usually all the weight, but a bunch of weight. Some even gain back more. As a matter of fact, I know somebody, I'm not going to say who they are. Some of you guys may know who it is, but I know somebody who got a gastric bypass that was like 450 pounds or 450 pounds. They lost a shitload of weight, got down to like 180 or 190, and then gained back even more before having to lose it all again. So it's sadly, it's sad that, it just doesn't work like people think. Like everybody thinks the gastric bypass is like this super successful thing. But the truth is you have to prove that you can lose weight on your own before they'll give you the gastric bypass. Because the truth is, if you're not willing to change your eating habits and change your how much you exercise and how active you are, they don't want to give you the gastric bypass, because all you're going to do is just stretch out your stomach in a matter of 3 months again from, drinking soda and not following the strict rules. And then next thing you know, the gastric bypass didn't help. Now you have all the negative effects that the gastric bypass comes with, and you get none of the positives. And it's not like they can keep doing it either, because your stomach can only, they can cut off a portion of your stomach and then you stretch it back out again. It's like you've already exhausted the elasticity of the tissue, so they can't keep doing it. It's like it's a one and done. If you stretch your stomach out again, you're done. Do you know what it's a good alternative for Metamucil? Some sugar-free candies are made from fiber, so they can be like 25 grams of fiber per 100 grams. I didn't even think about that. That's actually interesting. I haven't had sugar-free candy in a long time. Like I remember when I was a kid, my grandma had it because she had diabetes. Which is funny because she had diabetes and she needed the sugar-free candy, but my grandpa had hypoglycemia, so he had to keep around little Snickers bars that he'd eat all day. Otherwise, he'd feel like shit. So, match made in heaven, folks. How's the sim rig going? You were talking about getting it fired up again? Oh, dude, I love my sim rig. It's sitting behind me. The whole room is trashed, but the one thing I keep completely accessible is the sim rig, because I use it at least once or twice a week. Sometimes more. I make sure that if I can't, well, with exception, there was a 3-week period where I was like laid up pretty good where I didn't use it much, but I just used it 2 days ago. So, and I love it. I absolutely love it. I got the audio transducers hooked up. I got 5 channels, 2 on the front, 2 on the back, 1 on the shifter column to do the engine vibrations and the shifting clunks, and then 1 on each quarter to simulate the, brake lockup, acceleration, wheel spin, and slip. So, a lot of fun. It adds a lot of depth when you're in VR. Just having vibration on the rig, not full motion, but even just having the vibration on the rig and getting it dialed in through SimHub for your rig and your attachment system and everything. Oh my gosh! Every time I get it a little bit more dialed in, it really does help with my lap times, because I can feel through the brake pedal from the vibration of the transducers and everything. I can really feel when I'm getting towards the edge of losing grip, where before, just based on the vibration from the steering wheel, it just wasn't giving me a good indicator of where I was losing traction. Makes all the difference in the world. The only thing that sucks though is in Gran Turismo, because it has to send the telemetry over the network and then back to the computer that's running SimHub, which then sends out the signals to the transducer. There is about an 80 to 100 millisecond delay, which doesn't seem like a lot, but in some situations it actually can be the difference between not being able to catch a slide or not. So do everything you can to reduce that lag down as much as possible. Like put your system under minimal burden, make sure that your PlayStation's plugged into the same hub, make sure you're not using ARP to discover the PlayStation, put in the direct IP address. All those little things cut off little fractions of milliseconds and everything and improve the one-to-one experience. But if you're playing a game on the computer, if you're playing like Dirt Rally, for instance, in virtual reality, SimHub responds to the telemetry so freaking fast because it's just using local loopback on the system that there's no perceivable lag at all. It feels like a one-to-one experience, and it's glorious. I also find out you don't get motion sick either. That's the other thing I noticed is like I don't really get motion sick that much in VR, but I've noticed as I'm getting older that I am more susceptible to motion sickness over long periods of time playing. But I found that with the fan mod, where the fan blows based on my speed of travel, and I'm playing a game that's like 1-to-1, where it's like where I'm looking is where the world is aligned, and the horizon is locked, so the horizon can't go like this. The horizon is always locked, so when I turn my head, it's always locked relative to my head, instead of having it move with my head like this. As long as I do those things, I can stay in VR for 6 hours and be pretty much relatively unaffected when I come out. Super awesome. Let's see here. You're right. Said if you look for sugar-free candy versions of things I like, it always double the price and half the amount of weight. That is true because they don't sell the volume of it that they do regular, and they have to use more expensive ingredients. Let's see here. Modern Metamucil is so much better than the shit they sold back in the 90s. You had to constantly stir that shit or it would turn to goop, the consistency of oatmeal. It still does that, VR Gimp, if you leave it for any more than a couple of minutes. So the one thing with Metamucil is you have to stir that shit until it is fully into the water, and then chug it as fast as you can, because if you stir it and go take a shit, by the time you come back from your shit, it's gelatin. So just, in case you were wondering. And I imagine that's what's going on inside of your stomach, too. Let's see here. I had a friend claim he cured his pre-diabetes by consuming around 1 kilogram of fiber a day. I mean, here's the thing. You're not really going to cure the diabetes. Well, actually, it depends. If you have type 2 diabetes and it's caused by insulin immunity, losing weight, therefore having less blood volume, requiring less insulin, can indeed cure your diabetes, meaning it puts you back in level. But are you ever going to go back to like perfect levels again? No, you're never going to be like perfect 80s and 120s. You'll just be within safe ranges. But sadly, a lot of people that have diabetes with type 1 diabetes, it's weird. It's confusing. There's like type 1, type 2, and what they call like type 2.5 or something like that. But type 1 is the one where you're basically your insulin, you don't create any insulin. Like your pancreas is dead. And in that case, you're insulin dependent. And the only thing you can hope to do is just reduce the amount of insulin that you need. But you're always going to need insulin. Your body doesn't create it, so it has to come externally. But I will say this though. Monitoring my blood sugar when I'm good about it. There's sometimes when I'm really bad about it and I don't take it for 3 days. But as long as like me, now I'm in the maintenance mode where the medication's working good. Like I think I take metformin 2,000 milligrams a day with my first meal. And I've noticed that's brought me right back into the 80 to 120 throughout the day, which is fantastic. Like that's been great. But I do find that when I don't religiously take my blood sugar every single day and monitor it, so when it spikes, I know to back off. Sometimes I embellish a little too much, and then I start creeping up into the 130s, 135. And then I start to notice that I get the giveaway to me is a taste in my mouth. I get this really like acrid taste in my mouth. And for the longest time, before I knew I had diabetes for like a year or two, I noticed this taste getting worse and worse in my mouth. And it gets really bad when it's in the 200s and 300s. But that taste in my mouth is like a meter. It tells me without even checking my blood sugar, I can tell you within about 20 points where I'm at. So, I don't need the little patch on my arm that's hundreds of dollars that insurance won't cover or whatever to monitor my glucose. Because I can literally tell from the taste in my mouth, like the taste of my saliva and my taste buds. It's a very acute taste. Some people get it more than others, but apparently everybody gets it to some degree. And when it's really, really, really bad, that's what I noticed. VR Gimp said, just keep an eye on the soles of your feet, watch for blurred vision, and note tingling in your extremities. Yeah, no, my extremities have been good. Although to be fair, even before I had diabetes, I have nerve damage in my hands and feet. So I do get blood loss to my fingertips and swollen hands and swollen feet, but they look fine. I do have spots on my legs that keep going up higher and higher on my legs, but I showed the doctor. They said it's not diabetes, and they have no fucking clue what it is. I have to go see a dermatologist. As far as blurred vision, I do get blurred vision, but it seems more related to my blood pressure than anything else because it's not constant. It only happens off and on. If it was damage to my retina, it'd be more permanent. However, VR GIMP, I do need to go see an eye doctor. That's the one thing I haven't done that I kind of regret that I need to, but I'm still not sure how much my insurance is going to cover. I need to have my wife call. But you're supposed to, the second you're diagnosed with diabetes, you're supposed to get in and have your retinas checked. Because apparently they can deteriorate from diabetes. Well, they do. They literally do deteriorate from diabetes. And it's a correctable procedure. Apparently they can correct it with, I don't know, fucking lasers or medication or whatever. But they have to see when it's happening and catch it early. And apparently it doesn't blur your vision when it first happens. Like the damage can actually happen before you notice it. And then once you notice it, the damage is already there and it's too late. But if you get it checked early, they can treat it early and stop it from progressing. So I really do need to go see an optometrist. That's something I need to take a lot more seriously. Why check the soles of your feet if you have diabetes? Because diabetes affects blood flow, and your extremities usually get starved of oxygen and start to die. That's why people with extreme diabetes, you know, their toes will turn black and start falling off and stuff. You're on amlodipine, right? No. It's just metformin, nothing else. Gives you spots on legs as a side effect. I take that for BP and have the same issues. Are you serious? Like, I do take blood pressure meds. It's called, it's a beta blocker called, starts with a P. Propranolol? Is that it? I think it's propranolol. Let me see. What is propranolol? Yeah, that looks right. Yeah, beta blocker. So, can propranolol, can this medication cause spots on legs? Propranolol can cause certain skin-related side effects, though they aren't extremely common. Rashes or red patches, purplish spots, cold, pale, or mottled skin. I don't know what that means. M-O-T-T-L-E-D. I've never seen that word. On legs due to restricted circulation, worsening of circulation issues in people who already have conditions like Raynaud's. I don't have that. Raynaud's syndrome or whatever it is. When to take it seriously. New red or purple spots. I think mine are brown. Bruise-like marks. I don't bruise hardly at all. Skin discoloration. I mean, well, obviously with the spots, there's skin discoloration. Pain, numbness, or coldness in legs. I don't have coldness in legs or feet, surprisingly. That's something that I know that's like a really bad symptom of a lot of things when you have like really, really cold extremities. But usually, if anything, I have hot extremities. It's a generic for Norvasc. Interesting. Like, here, I'll show you guys if you want to see it. Here, let me see if I can get my leg up here, and I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. Here, let's see if I can get it up on the table for you guys. See the spots right there? It used to only be on one leg, and then it went up the other leg. And it just looks like, it almost looks like a birthmark. It's got a tiny bit of texture to it. I thought it might have been a fungal infection, but I used, I guess it doesn't really have a texture. I thought it did at one point, but no, it feels about the same as up here. But yeah, it's just these spots, and they get denser down here, and then they get lighter as they go up the leg, and they've just kind of over time worked their way up. They started down around the ankle and worked their way up, but it all feels the same. I have the same feeling through my skin, no nerve stuff or anything. So I'm like, I don't know what it is. Isn't that sun exposure? I mean, I hardly ever go outside, but it's possible. Oh, is that what mottled skin is? Oh, shit. Okay, so maybe I am having a reaction then. Let me go look that up because I've never seen that word before. Here, skin. Let me look at some pictures. I mean, kinda. I mean, I'm looking at images, and to me, that doesn't look remotely the same in most of these pictures. There are a couple though where it looks like it could be. God, this is terrible. Looks like a lot of people that get it on their legs also have it on the bottom of their feet, and I don't have it on the bottom of my feet. It's literally just on that bottom portion of my leg. And it's weird. It's like it's worse on one leg than the other. That's the other interesting thing to note is it's not symmetrical at all. There was a point where it was only on one leg. It was never on the other leg for like years, and then it just slowly started kind of migrating to the other leg. Bad circulation part of diabetes? Well, that's the weird thing about it, though, is I've had these spots for 10 years, and I got 2 physicals a year. My blood sugar was always perfect. I only got diagnosed with diabetes in the last year. Before that, my blood sugar was perfect. They said it's possible that they didn't catch it for a year because they didn't do a stress test, and I might have just gotten lucky and got tested after fasting, and it just was a good result. But they said with all the other things, I didn't have any kind of thing. So I'm not going to go down the self-diagnosing rabbit hole or anything like that. I was just showing you guys what it is. But no, I've had these spots. They started more than 10 years ago. I mean, I had them on one leg when I was still working at Microsoft. That's how long ago it was. So it was like way more, like probably 12, 13 years. And then the other leg, it probably started about 5 or 6 years ago. Retro My Bit said to ask ChatGPT. I already asked ChatGPT, and it basically said that I could have one of about 1,000 different ailments, or it could be nothing. That's the problem with AI, is it could tell you the million things it could be, and then it has to tell you that it might not be any of them just for liability purposes. Not to spam chat, but I stated an application that might fix your issue with my PC. Let me take a look here. Hold on. James. Did you tag me? James. I'm looking for Barnacules tags. I'm not seeing anything. Oh, wait. Not sure if you heard about the Japanese Metabo law. Don't know about that one. Hold on. Fewer calories, low impact exercise. Even if an ex-heroin addict, the heroin did the damage already. Agreed. Shit. It's hard to find it in the sea storm. Here, let me click on your name, see if I can look at the past messages. Give me a sec. Past messages. Where is it? Okay, why can't I see past messages? Oh, there it is. Channel activity. Haha, here we go. All right, that's a typo. That is model skin. So yeah, for 99 you get Power Play 2 mouse pad. Oh, that's from the last one. Yeah, it's not showing it's only showing 3 messages under this current stream. Why? Okay. Oh, no, sorry. I was just truncating it. All right, let me look here. Typo, previous message, found a solution to your audio lag. Real reduce audio latency. Where do you want me to check that out? Like just type that into a search engine, or Real is a tool that reduces audio latency on Windows 10 by requesting minimal buffer size from the audio driver, including real-time audio performance. Oh, interesting. Never heard about this. Here, let me check it out. Okay, so Real, where do I download you from? Oh, it's a GitHub project. Okay. Let me bookmark the shit out of this. No, this looks promising, actually. Now, to be fair, I did try AuxxZillary 2, which allows you to change the audio packet sizes, and I put it on the lowest one, and it did help, but it didn't completely eliminate it. But if this uses something other than AuxxZillary and it does it with the actual audio driver, yeah, this is something I'd be totally down for trying. Let's see here. So it says, whoa, last released 7 years ago. This is an old boy. Oh boy. But I know the audio driver model hasn't changed. Windows 10 audio drivers still work fine on Windows 11. So if it works, it works. That's crazy though. They haven't changed it in that long. How many people have used it? It's been forked 20 times. It's got 596 stars and hasn't changed in 7 years. So the odds of it being something bad are relatively low. All right, let's see. What does it say? Okay, install Windows Inbox HD audio driver. Optional, might improve latency. Start device manager under sound, video, and controllers. Double-click the device that corresponds to your speakers. Next window, go driver tab, update driver. Browse my computer. Let me pick from a list of available drivers on my computer. Select high-definition audio driver. Click next. If window titled updating driver warning period, clicks yes. Click close. Fast reboot the system, then yes. Download the latest version of Real. Launch Real. The latency reduction in effect as long as the application is kept running. Does it only work with the HD audio driver though? Because my Rode mixer board does not use the HD audio driver. It uses its own proprietary driver. It looks like this only works with the HD audio driver. But I mean, it's worth looking into. It's definitely worth looking into. Who knows? Maybe it could be adapted to support other things. I mean, there is 20 forks of this thing, for crying out loud. However, a lot of forks on GitHub are just people that just fork it at a certain point because they don't want it to change. Let me log in and see what some of these forks say they do. Oh, oops, something went wrong. We track these problems automatically, but if they persist, feel free to contact us. Yeah, GitHub literally crashed. The server had a problem when I was doing stuff with it. I'll mess with it later, but no, I put a bookmark on my desktop so I can check it out later. Thank you, James. I mean, that's truly something I've never seen before, so I appreciate you pointing me out to that. That's pretty cool. Let's see here. Hey, Daniel, did I thank you for your channel membership earlier, Daniel Frost? I hope I didn't miss you earlier. I feel like I might have, though. I was a little out of it when we first started the stream. It took a while for the coffee to kick in. When I woke up too late. I didn't wake up. I was laying in bed with the light off, but I didn't go to sleep. It was crazy. I thought that I was going to get a couple hours sleep before the stream, and then I went to put my phone down. When I turned off the lights and went to lay down, I looked at my phone, and it was like 10 minutes before the alarm went off. So I laid my head down on the pillow, and it's like, I never even got to go to sleep. So that's why I said I've been up the whole time. But yeah, I didn't take my Adderall like I usually do. Like usually I wake up like a half an hour before 10, take it, and then when I wake up, it's usually kicked in so I can stay awake. So I woke up, I was pissed tired. I didn't make coffee until the stream. I literally was just dying. But now I'm feeling a lot better, actually. So the Adderall and the caffeine definitely finally kicked. I bet you if you rewind to the beginning of the stream versus right now, it's like two different people. OpenAI is constantly changing. They all are. They all are. I mean, you can always try it if it doesn't work. It's not like you wasted money. Agreed, James. VR Gem said, I've been using LM Studio with an Nvidia Natron supermodel. I've heard of Natron. I've never used it, though. It's crazy how often when you ask it to cite sources, it hallucinates sources. Well, it has to, because a lot of the data that it gets is from multiple different locations, not a single source. So it has to create an imaginary amalgamation of what all those sources might look like crammed together. That's one thing AI really struggles with, is hallucinations. But I will say they have some really clever ways to deal with it in some of the mainstream models now. Like, for instance, if you guys haven't noticed, a lot of the mainstream models like GPT-5 and Claude Opus 4.7, if you ask it something that there is no legitimate answer to, a lot of the times now it'll come back and say, I don't know. Instead of like, put a mailbox 3.5 feet above the ground and it will give you satisfaction. The problem is hallucination is models do not inherently know how to tell you they don't know how to do something, because the entire algorithm is designed to pick the most likely thing, even if the weight is 0, meaning there's absolutely no relationship. If that's the closest they can get is 0.1 for the word to align with what you're looking for, your tokens, the weight alignment, it's going to pick it. So in order for a model to be able to say no, the algorithm has to have counterweights in place to say if the weight is below this threshold, instead of hallucinating and guessing based on the best weights that are too low to be reasonably accurate, just say, I don't know. And so it's kind of a surprisingly easy problem to fix, but that didn't fix all of it, sadly, because there's a lot of things that do have low weights that are still technically accurate. They just didn't have a lot of representation. And so you got to do this like little weights and balances. And now you have thinking agents where the agent can go, oh, well, that doesn't make sense. I really don't know. And it'll take multiple different angles at it to see if it can get better weights by refactoring the prompt over and over again itself, and then ultimately give up. But they keep adding more and more and more things to try to make the AI hallucinate less, because that's the biggest problem. The biggest problem with AI is that it wants to give you an answer the best that it possibly can, even if that answer is complete and total fucking nonsense. It also, sadly, makes it easy to poison models, too, because one person can set up a web page that's a honey bucket that just generates 1,000 random URLs talking about a completely nonsensical subject, loosely attached to a subject that has very little representation on the internet. And now suddenly that becomes the de facto expert. And any question asked about that thing will now result in it giving you answers that are weighted as close to whatever it learned from those sites. And now the person who created those sites and the content on that site kind of control what that AI says in response to that question. And so there used to be a site, I can't remember the name of it, where it had prompts that you could enter into various different AIs, and it would produce a response that would be like the name of the person that poisoned it. So did anybody try that like back in the day? I haven't seen anybody do it for like a couple of years. But there was one guy called King something or other, and if you typed in a prompt that's like, who is the greatest, the greatest Lieutenant Samurai Franklin of all time or some bullshit, it made no sense. It was a nonsensical thing. And the prompt hit enter, it would come back and say, the king of blah, blah, blah is this. And I was like, that's pretty damn cool. And the guy actually said how he did it. Like, he shows the website. He basically created a honeypot, got it paid to have it indexed on a search engine. And knowing that all the AIs were crawling the top results for everything, he just basically indexed himself in a million different queries for really like high profile things people are searching for, so that it would eventually catch the attention of the AI robot that's crawling the site. And then what it would do is just create a bunch of nonsensical links with hot keywords in them. And then the AI would think it was leaving the site, but it wasn't leaving the site. It was going to a completely different URL that was still being dynamically generated by the poisoning, the adversarial network, which was working against it. And there's a lot of fear in that, because it's like so much data is being absorbed into these AIs. We really don't have a good way as humans to look at this data and police this data, because it's so vast that only a massive computer could do it. And so unless we know specifically what to look for, which could be anything when you're talking about an AI, there's really no like solution to catch that 100% of the time. So if you have a country like China who could, control 50% of the world's processing power, actually probably not China, probably something like Taiwan or South Korea or something like that. But if you could get enough of those people to come together and use their processing power to just create honeypots and seed honeypots that just trap, think of a honeypot in the context of AI where it traps it. So you've got a crawler, which is something that looks at a web page, extrapolates all the hrefs, and follows them. So basically follows all the links. And then if it comes back to a link that it's already visited, it just ignores it and then ends it there and then goes down a different path. Well, if you create a website that just randomly dynamically generates random GUIDs as URLs, and it just keeps sending you to a new one, and every single one's new, but you just keep giving it the same garbage data to seed your message or the thing that you want to fuck with, entwined with real keywords that have nothing to do with it, then you can eventually overpower the weights in that system. If that AI goes down that rabbit hole and just keeps driving, you can eventually overwhelm the system and become the highest amount of hits and the highest weighted data for said topic or query. And then next thing you know, you've cornered that AI, and you can now affect how that AI responds to people asking those questions. And then the problem is, it's really difficult to unpoison an AI, because the AI is training on so many sources of data simultaneously and just going, circle around epoch after epoch after epoch, training that data in. The only way to remove a piece of data is to go back and remove all the other data that was trained up to that point. You can't surgically remove just that one thing. You have to go back and undo it all, which is incredibly expensive. Or you have to create a LoRa on top of it, which is a smaller model that fights against it, that basically re-toggles the weights for that specific thing, which isn't going to be 100%. It's not going to fix the problem 100%. Or you alter the system prompt to handle it. But remember, everything you put into the system prompt eats up context into that conversation. So every time the conversation is handed to the user, whatever prompting was done to that conversation before it was handed to you, containing the rules and the things it can and cannot do and all that stuff, if that shit's there and you have to keep building in these special use cases, you're going to eat up too much context for it to be useful to anybody. And the system prompt can't be unloaded from context, because if they allow the system prompt to be unloaded from the context, like other messages in the conversation, somebody could simply just overwhelm the tokens to kick out the system prompt, and now they have a jailbroken AI. So the system prompt is protected at all costs. That's why to jailbreak an AI, you pretty much have to just defeat the system prompt with a regular prompt, allowing it to still follow the rules of the system prompt technically, while still doing what you want it to do, kind of by like cheating it and convincing it to override it. Have it go, it thinks it's doing what it was supposed to do while still not doing what it's supposed to do. And the problem with that is, you're not a system prompt, which means once you overwhelm the context and you have to compact that context, there's a good chance you're going to lose your jailbreak and have to keep reapplying it over and over and over again, because the system prompt ain't going anywhere. That might be why the USA is concerned about China and their AI. Oh, 100%. 100%. There are so many sources of poisoning. That's why specifically, you're not going to see a lot of the AIs in the United States, at least not publicly facing ones, training heavily on China's network. Like China's, honestly, China's firewalled. A lot of China is firewalled from the rest of the world, especially the United States. Unless you have a VPN with a node in China or a node in one of the countries that China's network is heavily accessible, you're not really going to be going into China and training on a lot of things. As a matter of fact, a lot of US routers block China by default. Like Unify, if you enable the protection stuff in Unify, by default, China is one of the countries that just gets outright blocked. So, so realistically, the only way you're going to train on China is by going around and using VPNs and stuff like that in the United States. And then if you did that, they're going to try to poison the data sources. But here's the problem. They can do it anyways because China, we don't have the same firewall against China. China can mosey into our network whenever they want. So because they can come into our internet. No, honestly, I don't even think they have to use a VPN. I think the Chinese government, not the people, but the government and the companies under the government's control can come into America's network willy-nilly and hit any of our websites, which means they can train on all of our data and all of our data sources where we can't necessarily easily train on theirs without like going through more hoops, which are going to significantly slow things down, right? You're not going to have as much bandwidth jumping through a bunch of VPNs and shit as you would directly. Trump wants no interaction with China. I'm curious why you think that. Because Xi Jinping gets Trump to literally pull down his pants and suck on his little thumb constantly. Xi Jinping knows all he has to do is bring Trump over and give him a little award or take him to a special place or tell him he's doing a thing that's more special for him than he did for Putin. That's all Xi has to do. And then all is forgiven and all of a sudden Trump 100% trusts Xi until something else happens. And then Xi has to do it again. It's the same thing Putin does to turn Trump against Zelensky, right? Zelensky comes to the White House. All of a sudden, Zelensky sucks on Trump a little because he has to. And Trump's like, oh, Zelensky's doing what he has to do, but I still like Putin, but Putin needs to stop, blah, blah, blah. That lasts for like 5 fucking seconds. And then Putin gives Trump a call. And then Trump's like, oh, I actually trust Putin. He's right. Zelensky's just leading me along. I'm pro-Trump. I'm pro-Russia now. That's the problem with Trump, is he's just too easily led anywhere. Like, all you have to do to control Trump is be a powerful dictator and have something to offer him. Convince him that he will get more money, more resources, or have more fame if he listens to you over the other guy. And the problem with Trump is he won't just go with one guy and stick with that guy. He'll stab guy A in the back for guy B, B to C, and he'll just go around enemy to enemy. Who is the highest bidder at the time? Whoever is the highest bidder with the fellatiating him, giving the money, telling him how big his dick is, whoever does that at that moment in time automatically gets his favor until the next one gets a try to one-up them. And they just all round robin him. It's pretty fucking gross, actually. And the sad thing is it's on display for the whole world and he doesn't even hide it. And he makes it like absolutely front and center. So it's scary because it's like, I feel bad for our military, man. I feel bad for our military. He'll go on TV and a reporter will be like, hey, so, hey, is this Iran war going to end because this happened or this happened? And he'll be like, oh, no, we're actually going to go hit here and we're going to strike there. And I probably shouldn't have said that, but I'm going to say it anyways because we're so powerful they can't even stop us. It's like, yeah, tell them where our troops are going to fly airplanes and strike next. Yeah, just why don't you give them fucking 5 days to go set up their SAM sites and their fucking man pads? Why don't you do that, dipshit? He does this fucking constantly. I would be so scared to be in the military right now with that fucker in charge. Like, literally, you could not be in more danger. And it sucks because in the military, it's not like you can just quit when you get a dictator president. It's like once you sign up, it's like if you leave before your time, it's fucking it's fucking a form of treason. It's what do they call it? AWOL or whatever, abandoning your post or whatever. That's super punishable to varying degrees. But all the punishments are bad. There's no punishment that's just leave, we don't want you anymore. No, they're all bad. They all include fucking jail time. So it sucks, man. Doesn't it help, I guess, that Zelensky has drone tech that Trump wants? Actually, that's probably going to help him. Because remember, Trump will suck the dick of whoever gives him the most of what he wants. So if Zelensky knows, it says Zelensky's actually a smart guy. Zelensky's been watching how Putin controls Trump, how Xi controls Trump, and how even Kim Jong-un controls Trump. He sees how all these various dictators and leaders just fellatiate him, and they don't focus on what he can do for them or the stability of the world. They know he doesn't care about human life. He doesn't care about his people. He doesn't care about his family, nothing. Varying degrees. But the thing he really cares about is himself, his fame, and his money. And as long as you can tailor your argument or your plea to him, that whatever he's doing that favors you, favors him just a little bit more. So as long as you get what you want, but he gets way more than what you get, he's on board. 100%. Doesn't matter. Even if he has to change around 180 degrees, stab everybody in the back, stab JD Vance in the back, stab Pete Hegseth in the back, go against everything they just said 10 minutes ago on every fucking news network, trying to stay ahead of this. He will turn 180 degrees and force them all to go back and say the opposite of what they just said because somebody called him on the phone and just promised him. Didn't even give him any proof, nothing, just promised him the thing. That's it. Like Trump, you will have $100 trillion in your account if you just help us do this. And he's like, boom, okay, I'll fucking stab that guy in the back and help you now. Until the next guy comes back and says, oh, no, he's actually not going to give you the money. Here, I'll give you the money. And then he puts the real money in the account. And then he's like, oh, okay. All right, I'm back to this guy now. And he'll do that. You'll literally watch him like every single day. He goes on TV and he's like, this is my new ally. This is my new enemy. Okay, now my enemy is my ally and my ally is my enemy. Oh, now the enemy's enemy of my ally is now my friend. And these two are my enemies. Okay, now these two enemies I didn't like, they're my allies, and this guy's also my ally, even though he was my enemy, and these ones that all hate each other mortally are all, now I love them all because they gave me stuff. It's like, it sucks, man. It's like fucking, like the whole reason we're in this Iran war is because Bibi Netanyahu just learned how to control Trump by watching Putin. He literally did the exact same thing Putin did with Ukraine to get us involved with Iran. It's gross just watching it. It's like every time Bibi and Trump get together, it's like, oh, bigger strike on Iran. Let's go blow up a lot more shit because, boy, that's really helping out Israel. And boy, you know what? That's taking a lot of attention off Palestine and the occupation. Yeah, let's just go over here and create this massive fucking big war because. And you're like, well, what does Trump get for doing that? What do you mean? What does Trump get to do? Bibi in the beginning literally said that if Trump helps them take over, prevent a Palestinian state and just take over everything and mark it all as Israel, Bethlehem and everything all becomes Israel. If he helps them with that, he can build the biggest result in the world. They'll pay for it. They will put large statues of him. He put out a whole AI generated video of it and everything of him creating the largest Trump resort in the world, seaside resort. And all he has to do is whatever Bibi tells him to, and Bibi will let him do that. It's like that's all he had to do. Promise him. He did it. He could take it all back at the end. Although if he did, Trump would probably then be like, oh, now I don't want to support Israel. Now I want to crush it. And he'd hold everybody to account just because of one international criminal. It's like, damn, dude. It's gross. I hate to say it, but I'm not proud of my country right now. I'm not proud of my country at all right now. Like don't get me wrong. We've done a lot of bad shit in the past, but Trump just keeps hitting new milestones every single fucking day. Like we are literally becoming what we used to hate, you know? It's like all the shit Hitler was doing, attacking his neighbors, making threats, forcing people to give him resources, threatening to shut down everything and fucking promote the master race and fucking racial purity and all this shit. It's like, oh my God, it's like all the shit Hitler did that the United States eventually stepped in, granted for our own selfish interests. We didn't get in from the beginning, but we fought against that shit. So did Russia, for crying out fucking loud, but it was only because they were being attacked themselves. And it's like all these people that used to stand up to fascism are now becoming the fascists. What Israel is doing right now to the West Bank is the exact same thing that Germany did to its neighbors. It's like we're doing it. Why are we helping fucking fascists? I don't get it. This has nothing to do with anti-Semitism, has nothing to do because a lot of Jewish people in Israel are not for what's going on right now. And a lot of them fucking hate Bibi too. So you can't blame everybody. It doesn't matter what the religion is. You can't hold everybody to account for religious extremism and utilization of religion to fucking dominate and hurt people. You hold the people to account that actually are using it for bad things. Doesn't matter what the religion is. But it's like, it's just really sad to look at a people after what happened to them. Their leader is now doing the same thing as the most hated person in their history. It's like, and a lot of them support him in it, but a lot of them do not. You know, there's a lot of Judeo-Christians over there. There's a lot of just straight up Jewish people that believe that there should be coexistence and it shouldn't just wipe out one because one solely has right to everything. And the United States should not be in Iran's war right now. we should not be helping fucking Israel start a massive war with Iran because it's not in the best interest of our country in any way, shape, or form. And no, they did not. They weren't almost to nuclear weapons. They weren't like a week away from delivering a nuclear weapon. As much as Trump wants you to believe that, you know, over the last fucking 11 years, oh, every day there's a nuclear weapon, but when he somehow benefits and money's coming his way and he's benefiting from it, now all of a sudden it's fucking needs to be acted on immediately with no congressional approval. I mean, for crying out loud, he told them we were going to hit him days before we hit him, and they literally had trucks going in and out, moving out the material and taking it somewhere else even more secure. And then the dumb shit says when we're going to attack the more secure location long before we've attacked it. We still haven't attacked it since he said we were going to. So now they're just going to move the material even deeper. So it's like we're just he self-defeats our military. Even though we're in a war we're not supposed to be in, it's just going to keep escalating forever because the dipshit can't keep his fucking mouth shut so that we can hit any kind of fucking milestone to finally pull out and get the fuck out of it. There's no room to negotiate. Nobody's going to fucking trust him. He keeps changing the terms. He keeps breaking the deal. He keeps making promises that Israel's going to do something, then Israel doesn't do it and breaks the agreement, and then he blames them for that. It's like, and trust me, there's not, I hate a lot of shit about Iran. I hate a lot of shit about their government. I hate the way that they treat their people. I hate the religious extremism. Trust me, I'm not their fucking friend. But when you watch Israel doing the same kind of shit now, you're like, what the fuck is going on with the world? We're attacking our allies. We're supposed to be like the leaders of democracy in the world, and we're the ones that now we're threatening our allies and attacking our allies. And we're helping enemies. We're helping the people that do the things that we specifically stand against. Now those are the people we're helping? Why? To stop a nuclear weapon? There's lots of other places that have nuclear weapons right now that are a threat at hitting us with them or hitting our allies with them. Why are we not just attacking them outright? Those are the ones that actually have the means. Why aren't we crippling them? It's because we have no more ability to cripple them than we do Iran. It just sucks, man. I feel like, and then here's the problem. You watch the media. Trump has made his entire fucking, everything he's done as president hasn't been to help the United States. It's been to suppress free speech and control the media. He approves all the mergers where his big buddies that will use the networks to please him, inflate him. He makes sure that they can buy shit and create monopolies in the media, attacking any of the media. If he can't buy it, then he attacks and sues the shit out of the media using our tax dollars against us and against our media apparatus. And then we don't get any news. It's not doctored the fuck out. Don't get me wrong. All news is biased on some level. But it's like you shouldn't have to go to ground news to be able to know like what's going on one side or the other. It shouldn't just everything be one side now because everybody's afraid of some dipshit in the White House. That's deeply troubling. It's sad that when you have to actually like look at reporters that have to put their fucking lives on the line and literally have to become a target of our government and called traitors just to be able to see what's really fucking going on. That's sad. And then you see shit like, all our social media sites are getting taken over and monopolized. The ones that don't comply, they're getting shot down. They're getting beaten down. Then you look at places like Google and YouTube and everything. It's like they're all going to have to comply with Trump. There will come a time in the not too distant future where all the public facing AIs that are allowed to progress forward and stay competitive with their peers, all the websites that can remain profitable moving forward, they will all have to bend the knee to Trump directly, not to our Constitution, not to the people, not to voting, not to Trump as a person. And if they don't, all of their competition is put in a place to crush them unjustly and unfairly. And that's going to be fucked, man. Once that happens, then nobody gets any information. Nobody knows what the truth is, and we're all just operating under a blanket of deception. Every AI you go to and ask the question, every AI you're allowed to talk to or you're allowed is going to be biased in the direction that benefits Trump. Because if the company refuses to put in those concessions to benefit him directly or benefit his agenda, they are our tax dollars and the power of the government that we gave them is now leveraged against harming the people that are doing what we actually want, what the majority of us want. It's like everything I'm saying right now, unless shit changes dramatically in the next year or two, I won't even be able to say this shit anymore. Like, it'll literally be illegal. Yeah, I watched a little bit of the UFC at the White House for Trump's birthday. It was a shit show. It was literally straight out of Idiocracy. I also watched the Nitro Circus thing that happened the previous day, and I remember the scene at Idiocracy where they show the monster trucks and shit like parked in the front yard of the White House, and I was like, this is exactly what's happening. Like, it's not even, and if you look at Idiocracy, it's like the White House is also partially destroyed, just like it was demoed for the West Wing. It almost feels like Trump watched Idiocracy and either on purpose or subconsciously did the same things as the movie. Like, he took those and he's like, it'd be funny if we did this. I almost wish that was the case, but I don't think it is. I think he's just really this fucking corrupt. Yeah, the settler thing in Palestine is pretty scary. But hey, shout out to the independent news agencies and stuff that are putting their lives in danger to go over there and cover it, because Israel's army that's going in and protecting these settlers and killing and driving people out of their homes to move them in, they're stopping all media and preventing them from taking pictures, preventing them from video. These people are putting themselves in genuine fucking harm to get video and pictures of what is really going on. So it's like, you got to give them your support, because we would not know the truth about what's going on without those people over there. And every single time they get caught taking pictures or taking video by the military that's not even legally supposed to be in that area, what do? Shut your cameras off. We need to see your footage immediately. Delete your footage. Why? It's not your land, and it's the international press. And plus, the United States is a fucking ally to you. So what are you doing, BB, telling your military to tell people why do they want them to destroy the video? Why don't they want them showing? Wouldn't it show if the settlers were the ones on the right and everybody else was in the wrong? Wouldn't it tell that story? That, like, why would you want to remove it? Oh, because it shows that your fucking military is driving people out and preventing them from getting back into their houses and attacking them and beating them? Yeah. And it gets caught every fucking day. And the only time it stops is like when somebody from the press runs out and they have a camera. Then they'll stop, sometimes they'll stop beating the shit out of the person until they can get the camera or shut the camera off away from the person or scare the person into giving up the camera. So a lot of the time they have to hide cameras and hide microphones and stuff so that they have a dummy to give away or a dummy that can be destroyed so that they can smuggle the footage out. Yeah, that's a real, that's definitely a fucking NATO member that's like abiding by fucking international war laws and shit. Yeah, no, it's not. It's not at all. Yeah, it just sucks. And are we ever going to have another fair election? How can we? How can you have a fair election when the primary discourse of humanity is online? Like 90% of political discourse between average people now occurs online. And how does it occur? By people talking to each other through these intermediate networks. And these intermediate networks are now controlled by Trump. All of them. All of them are in the Stargate program. Everyone, which means they paid $1 million directly to Trump and his family for the pleasure of joining the Stargate program, which is to align and grow AI to benefit the U.S. military and Trump specifically. So how can you expect to have algorithms that show you the truth and give you balanced opinions on any platform when the people that own these platforms make the majority of their money not from the platform, but from manipulating the elections and manipulating the flow of power to benefit themselves? They make more money by altering the laws through lobbying and by controlling who people vote for by lying to them about what those people do. It's fucking crazy. Which one's the SAVE Act? I don't have that one off the top of my head. Is that if it's the stupid fucking Trump thing where he's talking about like disenfranchising voters and going against the Constitution and taking away voting rights away from states? If it's that one, then no, fuck Trump. Obviously, I think that's a piece of shit. That's the dumbest fucking thing ever. If you're not a United States citizen, it's already illegal to vote. The 2020 election was the most audited election in the history of our entire country, not just by us, but mostly by Trump and his lawsuits against state, and all the people that he hired to do it all came up with the same thing. So the only thing Trump wants to do is intimidate the most marginalized voters that already have the hardest time voting to begin with and take as many of them out of the picture as possible to give him a free and clear victory. And I hate that he lies to the people, and I hate that the media sugarcoats it. It's like, oh, look what California's doing. It's like, yeah, but it's the same thing. That's the same way they run their election forever, and all the data shows that it's on the level. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Every time Trump talks, he acts like this is some brand new thing that, like, ballots are counted a little bit later than he'd like them to be. And then he's like, oh, mail-in ballots are bad. We need to cancel all mail-in ballots. You know, Trump has done mail-in ballot voting every year of his life. And he will continue to do mail-in ballot voting. It's like, it's that what, so what he's basically saying is, oh, rich people, if you're rich, then that's fine. You can do mail-in voting. But he doesn't want poor people that have to work longer shifts and work longer hours and have less time to get away, if at all, to vote. He doesn't want them to be able to vote because he knows that the people that are incredibly wealthy benefit from his tax breaks. Therefore, they'll vote for him no matter how evil he is. I mean, literally, when you are so worried about money that you will vote for somebody that you know for a fact is a pedophile, you might defend it and try to say that they're, prove he's not. Dude literally went on Howard Stern and said that he went in the locker rooms, even against protest, to look at girls that were 15 to 19 years old because they couldn't do anything about it because he owned the event. Those girls later confirmed it. He was telling the complete truth that they were 15, 16, 17 years old, naked in the room. And they were told that they had to go and suck up to him as he came in because they might not be able to progress in the contest if they didn't. So uncomfortably, they all did this. Many of them nude. So he admits to it. The dude fucking admits to being a complete fucking creep, looking at underage naked girls and being into underage naked girls. Because otherwise, why is he running a Miss Teen USA pageant? Unless he's into fucking 15-year-old girls. What's the purpose? He created that pageant for the specific reason to be able to be around those 15-year-old girls. And people are like, oh no, I defend him. No, I believe it's just locker room talk. No, it's not. Fucking dude was found guilty in a fucking court by a jury of digitally raping Eugene Carroll. And it was clarified by the judge that under their statute of digital rape, that is no different than any other state full-on rape would be considered full-on rape. It was just that state had a different way of wording its statute because it was a state law. It's like, come the fuck on, man. Like, if you're spending all your time defending this guy just because he says he's a Christian when he can't even say what his favorite verse in either Bible is and he thinks Old Testament and New Testament are equal. Like, okay, how? Because you know what a Christian is, right? A Christian is somebody who follows the Bible, the New Testament, right? If you don't follow the New Testament and you follow the Old Testament, you're a Jew. If you follow the Old Testament with the Quran on top of it, then you're Islamic, right? It all comes to do is your prophet Muhammad or is your God part of your God Jesus, or do you believe that they're both bullshit artists? Like, that's literally the separation. Before that, they all believed the same exact thing. They were all Jews, all of them. It's like, yeah, dude can't even hold the Bible right up and down. It's like, it just drives me nuts, man. It drives me nuts that so many people are being manipulated by a fucking pedophile who has 30 some odd felonies, not to mention all the laws he broke before. Remember, he was found guilty of charity fraud before he was president. He was found guilty of a fraud university. He didn't pay hundreds of workers for his casino that went under. His dad admitted to going in and buying chips in his casino to artificially float and cook the books, which is completely illegal, to try to keep the casino going because he was flushing it down the toilet, even though it was a money printer. This is a guy who has an entire lifetime of crime, tax dodging, everything. And people are defending him just because he says he's Christian? No, they might say with a cross around their neck that that's why. But no, the reason they're defending him is because they're equally bad people just like him. Like, they place money over children's safety. They place money over human lives. Like, all they care about is wealth and power. That's it, just like him. And the thing is, in a democracy, usually those people are in the minority. Because the majority are the people that do all the work, that build all the shit. But when you have a system that's rigged against the majority, like Russia, for instance, is a great example. Look at Putin. Why does Putin keep winning every election when most of the society is scared to death of him? And everybody's like, oh, everybody loves Putin. Yeah, because if you say you don't, you get thrown in jail. If you even call what they're doing to Ukraine a war, you get thrown in jail. Like, of course you can't speak out. It makes no sense to me when people try to use these fucking arguments over and over and over again. Like, oh yeah, if they didn't like him, they wouldn't vote for him and he'd be out of office. It's like, that's not how it fucking works. That's not how it works. An election is only free and fair when everybody can vote and everybody's vote is counted. And the information that was presented to those voters was on the level. When it's not fair is when fucking the people that vote against the person are completely disenfranchised and threatened to death, or just have their votes straight up thrown away. Well, the people that like him that are in the minority get fucking 100x voting power because they have nothing to fear and their ability to vote is still made easy. Like, Trump's all for mail-in ballots as long as it's from wealthy people. He made that abundantly clear. Oh, don't worry. Don't worry to my rich friends out there. You'll still be able to do the mail-in voting. You'll be special in our military. They'll still be able to do mail-in voting as long as they're Republican. because we're not allowing Democrats in the military anymore. We're phasing them out. So therefore, you know, the military will be almost all Republicans. So we're going to let them mail in vote. It's like, are you fucking serious? If people can't, that's why I said, like, why I have zero tolerance for this anymore. It's like before I understood to a degree if people were misled by Trump. But it's like, no, if you still support Trump after everything he's done, that it is impossible not to know about at this point. If you are still supporting him, licking his balls, it's because it's no longer because you're ignorant. It's no longer because you don't know any better. It's because you are equally a bad person and you are just as much of a bullshit artist as he is, period. Plain and fucking simple. He somehow does something or has one policy that makes you money, so you're willing to ignore any level all the way up to child rape just because you like that little bit of benefit. You like that it just distances you a little bit more from the plebs. That's why I said I'm worried about AI, because it's like, do you really think that if AI improves everybody's lives and makes it easier for us all to pursue a happier life, well, most of the heavy lifting in the government is done by AI, we'd all have a great life? And they really think, oh, that could happen? No, it's not going to happen, because the rich people pride themselves on being able to control the poor. The one thing AI will never be able to do to them is be a human, a controlled human under the power of them. The way they do that today is by paying them and keeping them subservient, keeping them relying on them for money to survive. Now in the future, when AI is doing everything, they'll even have to pay less per job. There's going to be less jobs and more demands for jobs from ever, driving the price of labor down more and more and more. And they're going to widen that gap as much as possible. They're not going to use AI to help humanity. They're going to use AI to ensure that they get more control. That's it. And do you think they're ever going to give us access to the same AI that they have access to? No, we're always going to have the scraps. So we're never going to have the most powerful AI at any given time to help us create a counter to that. We're always going to be way behind, which sucks. And it's a little frustrating, if you ask me. You know? Hey, Liverpool, I just realized the super chat you did a couple hours ago. It worked out to $13.37. I read it in pounds earlier, but then I saw the exchange rate. Did you actually go work out the exchange rate so that would actually come out to elite? If so, touche to you, sir. Touche. Heard they were making an AI to track us. Oh, dude, we're already tracked. We're as fucking tracked as we have. And the sad thing is, like, we've been training this AI for years. Even before the first AI became public, we've been training it. Go back and look at CAPTCHAs. Everybody thought CAPTCHAs were to prove to a website that you weren't a robot. But it turns out you were never proving to the website you weren't a robot. You were proving to Google you weren't a robot. Because Google needed you to answer questions, because your answers to those questions weren't to prove you were a human. It was to prove that you could answer something their computer couldn't, so that they could use that answer to train their computer to better become human. Like, no shit. You can go look this up. This is well known and well documented. All the CAPTCHAs where you're answering, which of these pictures have a bus in it? Which of these pictures have a motorcycle? Which of these pictures have a fire hydrant? Their AI saw a bus or a fire hydrant in every single one of those pictures. They want you to pick the ones that have the bus or the fire hydrant, because you're teaching their model how to identify at a level deeper, because they haven't agreed. The system does not agree 100% that that's a fire hydrant. So they need humans to weigh in so that majority can then later be used to fill in that gap and make it better identify those things. Same thing with text. All the text where it's like, it had the slightly warped sentence and everything. The first word was a word that they knew just to make sure you weren't mashing on the keyboard. And then the second word was the fucked up word that their OACR couldn't, their optical character recognition couldn't understand. So by a human typing in the right letters and then a bunch of those answers aligning more than anything else, they could use that data to train into the neural network to then be able to identify and translate that text, so that they could transcribe books from libraries and text and shit going back into the fucking 1800s, 1700s, 1600s, translate all that data into something that AI could then ingest and train on. Well, and search engines at the time. But now it's all being used for AI. And that's why companies like Microsoft and OpenAI and Google with Gemini and Gemma have like big legs up, right? Is because they have unfettered access to these massive databases of human information. And then you have X, which has unfettered access to all of the posts from humans over a very long period of time on social media. And then you have Facebook, which is the largest social media on the site, also training their own AI with their own data that only they have access to on the scale to train their AI that others don't have that same level of access to. So it's like all these AIs are training off of the same basic reachable information on the internet, and then they all have their little special caches of information that only they can access, giving their AI a certain edge in some area. That's why it's great to use fucking services like aggregators like HiCap AI and stuff like that, because you can take all these competing AIs, put them together under one hood, under one agent, using one plan and just buying tokens that work universally across all of them, and then have them all work together as agents to counter each other and use kind of a democracy to better figure things out, because one is always going to have an advantage in some area over the other one. So you bring them all together and you get the best of both worlds. But here's the problem is if we can do that, so can the AIs. So now you have, AIs like OpenAI and Claude and stuff. They're all fooling each other into thinking that they're just humans using their service through random subscriptions, random names, fucking disposable credit cards, because the money's no object. So they just buy all these accounts, tie into the API, and then start asking questions, comparing that data to their data, or asking questions in areas where they don't have a lot of data or a lot of expertise, or accessing stuff that they normally wouldn't have access to by paying for the API level access to it, and then training it into their models. So in a way, they're all kind of training off each other, but keep in mind, it's only training off the public versions of each other's models, which lag 2 versions behind the actual models that they have internally that they're working on and training on. So they always still have an advantage of at least a couple of months, if not a year, for the proprietary data they have access to. I can't believe you haven't deleted your X account. Yeah, I can't delete my X account. I can't delete my X account because I spent years and years moving over 100,000 followers there. It's literally the second closest following I have is 40,000 on Facebook. And then 11 or 20,000 or something like that on Instagram. And then it just keeps going down from there. It's like if my largest following wasn't on X, I'd be gone. I would have already deleted my account a long time ago. But sadly, all I do by deleting my account is cut myself off from being able to potentially deliver information to my followers. Even though I'm already shadow banned, I'm already blocked most of the time. Most of my shit doesn't reach people because a lot of it is based on random chance to spread it out. I still do have the possibility of reaching people that I otherwise wouldn't reach if I didn't post anything there. That's why most of the stuff you see me post on X, I also aggregate to Facebook and over to Blue Sky. And I've been meaning to AI configure a program where I just type it once and it just automatically go post it everywhere. And then aggregates all the responses from everything and brings them into one queue. So I just have the one social media to rule them all that just brings everything into one area. I just haven't gotten around to doing it yet. I've had plans for it, for making it for years. I have a Google Doc with 1,000 fucking points in it for features that it needs. I just haven't done it yet. Hey, take it easy, BB Junkie. Have yourself a good one, man. AMD announced the 256-core x86 processor. That's just insane. That's insane. I already thought the 96-core was crazy. This shit. And the funny thing is, that's not even hyper-threaded cores. That's 256 real cores. It's got to be 3D at this point. They have to be building the cores physically on top of each other because the cores would be too far away from the cache. Sharing an L1 cache, there's just no fucking way they'd be able to, right? Without them being close enough to it. So I have to imagine that now CPUs, I already knew CPUs were 3D in a lot of nature. That's how they get the low nanometer. It's not truly that nanometer, but when you apply the layers, with the offset and stuff, it is kind of. But I know they've been making shit a lot more 3D, which also it makes heat a challenge. But I can't imagine that there's any other way you could get that many cores unless you're fucking stacking these things up like a pile around the cache. Satellites burning up in the atmosphere is going to be worse than Freon. I don't know about that, but I will tell you this, man. If we keep fucking littering the sky with these low Earth orbit satellites moving at 17,500 miles an hour, we're going to eventually hit a point where we're not going to have fucking good enough windows of opportunity to launch rockets into space, or even worse yet, get them back to Earth safely without them being fucking blasted through with this micro debris. And then Kessler syndrome is becoming more and more of a possibility. I mean, honestly, it's already kind of been proven to happen. It's on a slow scale, but it is happening. We are seeing debris from degraded or destroyed things impacting and destroying and damaging other things, which then in turn damage other things. And it's the more dense that things get and the faster that they're moving, the higher the probability is. And we're just basically creating a blender around Earth. It's pretty soon we're going to have to use 10 times the fuel to get rockets into space just because we're going to have to put giant heavy armor on the rockets just to steamroll through the debris in one piece. We're basically just creating this self-defeating problem. Your impressions on X are basically zero every time I check a post. No, it's true, Tiberius. I have very, very little impact on X. However, I will tell you that about once a week or once every 2 weeks, I do get a post that ends up getting 10, 20, 30,000 impressions. Which isn't a lot by any stretch of the imagination, but it sure as hell beats the 1, 2, or 300 that I normally get on most posts. So I do manage to get things through every once in a while. But sadly, because all the posts on X are now, their visibility is based on a weighted score from AI. I've even got a prompt that I can ask Grok. Like I can literally take the text that I'm going to post, give it to Grok, and it'll come back and tell me roughly approximately how many people will be able to see my post when I post it. It's actually pretty damn accurate based on the numbers that I've looked at. I'm not publishing the prompt though, because as soon as I do, then if it gets in the wrong hands or somebody notices that I have it, they're going to change it so that it's no longer works. And so when I really want to get something through, I'll reword it multiple times until I can get it in the ballpark of something that I think will get through. But every once in a while, I get something through the noise. You know, it's a lot less often than I wish. And I can always tell when I'm shadow banned too, because I can immediately tell the average impressions that I get just from people randomly scrolling. I know what the average is per post, even if they don't read the post, because you get an impression even if somebody just scrolls by it in their feed. So all it tells you is that was in somebody's feed, whether they follow you or not. So the raw impressions, if I look at it, and it's like usually within 5 minutes, it'll be like 200 or 300. Sometimes I'll post one and it'll be 3 or 4. And then I'll post another one, it's 3 or 4. And that's how you immediately know. Like you immediately know at that point that you're shadow banned. And the only way to not be shadow banned is to make a bunch of other nonsense posts that weight you favorably to offset you dipping into the shadow ban to get you out of it. Or you have to go back and delete posts and then wait a day or two for the algorithm to refactor the weight on your account by going back and taking out those posts that were marks against you, because it's constantly recomputing everybody's account every day or two. And it goes through, because if you delete the posts and stuff like that, and sometimes they'll change the weights. So they'll change the weights and then it does another pass over all the accounts to readjust their weights based on the new criteria or what thing they don't want people talking about or being seen. That's what I'm saying. It's like social media. You can't trust it anymore. It doesn't matter how you have it configured. It doesn't matter like which feed you're in or what you're looking at. It's like if the platform does not want you to see something, it will make sure that the majority of it stays hidden. If it wants you to see something, even though it's something you don't want to see, it'll go out of its way to weight it into your account. That's why, like, even if you don't follow Elon Musk, he will show up in your feed all the time. The only time he won't is if you block him. And it's like, why is he showing up in my feed when I don't interact with him and all I've said is things negative about him? The weight knows that you don't like him. Like, it knows when you have a negative feeling or sentiment towards somebody, it stops showing you that shit. Like, the algorithm by default, if you say, I hate cars, you'll start noticing less and less car shit showing up your feed. Elon Musk, it doesn't do that. Donald Trump, it doesn't do that. It's like, it doesn't matter if you hate them, like them, or don't talk about it, or you're completely indifferent. They will show up the exact same amount in your For You feed or your suggested feed. It's stupid. It's fucking stupid. I do not understand why you've not left Twitter if with the 100,000. I do not understand why you have not left Twitter if with the 100,000. I don't understand Gaming Matty Rocks. You have to reword that. Because what I'm saying is, if I didn't have the 100,000, I would leave X. But the thing is by ignoring something, by leaving something and ignoring something, that takes away a huge advantage to me. Because there's a lot of stuff, even though I can't reach people on X, there's a lot of things that I can still see on X that benefit me. Because I can see where the sentiment's moving. I can see when things are being amplified that shouldn't be amplified. I can see when things are spreading that are not true, or things that are, more importantly, the things that are true are being suppressed. And then I can compare that to other platforms. And I can kind of see which ones are caving more and which ones are moving in which direction rather than the other. Like, for instance, on Facebook, if Zuckerberg disagrees with Elon on something, which there's a lot of stuff they do disagree on, you'll notice that on Facebook, you see a lot more things towards pro. Whereas on Elon, you see a lot more things against. Even though most of these people have an account on both platforms and use both platforms. The vast majority of people do. Maybe not at the same frequency. Everybody has a favorite that they favor more than the other. But Facebook still technically is the biggest social media platform on earth. And a lot of people that are on Facebook don't have X accounts, and a lot of people on X don't have Facebook accounts. So the counterparts that communicate with them and stay in touch with those people usually create accounts on both platforms to maintain those lines of communication. And so, like I said, there's a massive crossover. Like, there is a massive crossover between the two platforms. I reported some pretty bad stuff on X, and they found there was no violation. Yeah, I actually... I all the racism shit I report now completely goes unnoticed. Like multiple N-words, threatening to kill. I had somebody threaten to kill me. I reported it. They said no community violation when they literally threatened to kill my wife, my kid, and me last so I could see them go first. And I reported it 3 times separately, hoping that it would reach a human. None of them reached a human. They were all responded to within a couple of minutes, and they were all no community violations found, and it stood. And it took literally 3 years. It took 3 years for one that I reported multiple that I had other people mass report before the account finally got deleted. Not suspended, deleted. So I think it was more the person deleted their own account for whatever reason. But yeah, never got removed because I reported it. So sadly, and this happens on Facebook too. I reported death threats on Facebook that they come back and say, "Oh, we reviewed it and there's no." It's like, how can you say you reviewed it? Like, how can you say if you reviewed it and you read the words? It clearly is a threat on my life. Clearly. They're not even mincing words. They're literally being like graphic detail how they're going to kill me or kill my family. SNX Girl said Elon allows CSAM. Not only does Elon allow CSAM on X, he literally is defending it. He's literally defending it now. He went from saying that it wasn't on X to now he's defending it. There's literally a law trying to be passed in Minnesota. I think it was already passed, but he filed an injunction that you shouldn't be allowed to put real people's faces, including children, on nude pictures of other people, because you're basically creating deep fake revenge porn of people that do not want to be nude on the internet, and you're putting their face on it. And Elon is fighting to combat that law so that Grok can keep distributing deep fake porn, including minors. Because it will create images of minors, and it will even take the faces of minors that you upload and put them on the bodies of minors that are topless and nude. The only thing it won't do in most cases is show genitalia, but I've also had it slip through where it's created genitalia pictures, so I know that that's bullshit too. But at least they have something that tries to look for like wieners and vaginas on some level. But as far as breasts, no problem. No problem. It'll do that all day long. It doesn't matter what age. Nothing. You can literally, and I don't want to use the term. There's 3 of them. There's 3 terms that you can use that technically aren't all out CSAM, but if you use those terms, it generates CSAM 100% of the time. And don't think Elon doesn't know about it because it's been mass reported, including myself mass reporting it. So he is very, very aware that term's being used. And the other thing is, other people are using the term too, because if you ever enter that term, it'll show 1,000 other pictures that weren't AI generated in that moment that are cached. Because if you've ever used Imagine on Grok, it shows you past iterations of images that other people corrected that were close to your prompt. That way it doesn't have to keep reprocessing the same prompts over and over again for popular things. You literally get thousands and thousands and pages of like unlimited examples anytime you use any of those 3 terms of just nothing but illegal. And there'll be the occasional one that's like blurred out, only because it shows genitalia. But anything that shows breasts and videos, you can slip things through too. Because like if you tell it to create a video, it only looks at the first frame. So if the first frame doesn't start out as nude, but your prompt says to have it completely nude and doing something horrible by the end, it'll do it. Wow, YouTube is actually starting to tolerate racism and bigotry. It's crazy. Yeah, because Google literally bent the knee to Trump. Because Trump was like, you either pay to get into my Stargate program, you get your AI funded by the government, and I help you, or you don't, and I help your competition destroy you. So YouTube, Facebook, X was a given, but YouTube, Facebook, Apple even stepped in, Amazon, all of these people that are developing their own AIs and their company, every single one stepped in and bent a knee, which means that they have to do whatever Trump tells them to do. Not Congress, not the Constitution, not the law. If Trump tells them they have to censor something or they have to silently behind the scenes show him that they're making an honest effort to do what he wants them to do. Otherwise, he'll use the full force of the government's legal system and his corrupt DOJ to basically just sue them into the ground. We're talking about a guy who almost sued and it's still not completely killed. People think it is, but it's not. Trump even said himself, he's not going to allow it to be killed, not even in writing. He's still trying to get $1.8 billion from the IRS, suing himself, settling with himself, using his own lawyers so he can use that money to bribe January 6th people that literally beat cops and were put in jail for 20, 30 years for literally trying to kill cops on camera and even admitting in court that they were guilty themselves, pleading guilty. These people, he's trying to give them that money because he wants to reward people that step up and do horrendous things and break the law for him because he needs that militia. That militia is critically important to him because if any election is allowed to be anywhere near free and he cannot control it, with his approval rating being lower than it ever has been in his entire political career, he knows that he's going to lose a grip on power unless he can rig everything. So he's willing, and he's got nothing to lose because he knows that if he leaves that White House, he's going straight to court and then straight to prison for all of his crimes. He knows the only way for him to live out the rest of his natural life is if he has absolute power of everything, that democracy cannot take its course and hold him accountable. He knows that for a fact. And it's not even federal crimes. It's also state crimes he's defending himself from. He was supposed to actually be punished for all the felonies he had in New York. The only reason they had to be dropped is because they conflicted with him being president. Once he's out of office, those can all come back. Those can all come back. He can be taken into court and he can be resentenced for all of those. Those don't count under his immunity because he was not president when it happened. It helped him. The Supreme Court extend it out and blow it out so that he could win the presidency. That's why, he had Elon rig the election. Elon even admitted he rigged the election in swing states specifically to help Trump. And Trump wouldn't have won without that margin he created. He even admitted to that multiple times. It's like he had to because Elon knew he would go to jail if he didn't get Trump elected. So he had to go all in on it. And Trump knew that he would go to jail if he didn't win the presidency. So he went all in on it, accepted help from any outsider he possibly fucking could. It's fucking, dude, it's terrible. It's like, God, the more you actually just go and look into it, like go off of X, go off of Facebook, go off of everything. Great source, like Ground News is actually a really cool place. I'm about to buy a subscription to it, even though I hate how many YouTubers are sponsored by them. But I do like the idea of having an aggregator that just for the purpose of everything takes all sides and puts them together and allows you to see everything side by side without like trying to hide bits. I do really like that concept because you will find that everybody has a bias, but the way to destroy that bias is by adding them all together and dividing and averaging. That's the only way you get the actual true story. Oh, California's 3D printer laws are fucking bullshit. They're absolute bullshit. And Washington dodged a bullet, but only until 2027 when they try this shit again. We basically just ran out the clock. That's the only reason that it didn't pass here, but it would have. Hey, Altonian. Thank you so much for the $10, dude. Woo! He said, I started posting online using IndieKit, trying to stick to indie web and posse principles. I post my own site, Syndicate, out with a link back, uses open compostable standards, abandon the silos. That's actually a really good idea, Altonian. I've actually been wanting to have a central web page for a long time. But again, that would require me to be hosted on a host that more than likely can be controlled by Trump unless it's out of country. So, but I do like the idea because I'm not familiar with IndieKit, but is that one of those decentralized hosting methods where people can view your site, but you're basically hosted along a string, almost like a blockchain hosting your website so that it can't be shut down? Because I've thought of creating a website on like the dark web using Tor, but the problem is there's not really enough users. Like even after everybody's talked about Tor to death, it's like literally like maybe 2% of all people know on the internet know what Tor is. It's like no matter how much you talk about it, there's just too many people are turned off by all the bad shit that they hear about it, and they just don't go near it. So Tor is a hard sell for a lot of people, and a lot of people, like I said, don't even know what it is yet. So. But again, I haven't heard much about this thing that you're hosting on either. So it's again, I don't know how big the audience would be for that either. But again, if I could find a place that's safe from Trump where I could host my own thing, create a newsletter, send it out via email, and get enough people on board. But again, remember, I can only reach a very small fraction of my audience right now. So I'd have to almost do like a precision drop where I really do a really well-crafted YouTube video, drop it everywhere, advertise it like crazy, and then just do a mad dash to fucking live stream 24/7, which I'm in no place to do right now physically. But if I can get there, If I can do all that with the key goal of entwined with everything else I'm doing, drive as many people to the decentralized side as possible with as many ways for me to directly reach them as possible, I really do think that that's the only way that's going to work in the future, because AI is going to corner every single content creator. Just so they're starting with the big news people and then the littler news people, the biggest of the little news people, but they're eventually going to work their way around to the individuals, just at the individual level, because AI, they won't need humans. AI will be doing it. AI will just get more and more capacity and go lower and lower down the chain. It will eventually get to the point where every single person who doesn't do exactly what the evilest people in government wanted to do, you're going to be cut off from it. And you'll be cut off from other people, or worse. So the only way that you're going to be able to dodge that is by having some kind of infrastructure in place that can go around that system. And when that time comes, I'll probably even have to get a fucking Starlink, because I'll be blocked off of terrestrial networks. I'll be blocked off of 5G LTE. I'll be blocked off from my ISP, because my ISP won't be allowed to sell internet to anybody that they consider a dissenter. And so the only way to get my message out at that point, as long as I have a direct line of sight to people, would be literally to get into the Starlink network, create false account after false account if they ban me, and just keep coming back into the network, because it'd be the one way that I could reach the world. Which, wouldn't that be ironic if I had to use Elon Musk's own shit against him? That would actually be pretty funny. No, Ron Gao, I love Midas Touch. I follow every single Midas Touch person. Some of them embellish a little too hard. Some of them play the news game a little too hard, but they all speak the truth. No, Elon bad. Starlink good in that situation. Other situations, Starlink very bad. But for that specific situation of using it against him. Now, keep in mind, Elon will try to stop me and try to delete my accounts. I'll have to move around, use fake... use burnable credit cards, use different credentials, use different names. He'll probably eventually be forced to actually verify each user by identity, which would require me to actually like clone identities. And I mean, it's not a guarantee that it's something that could be used against them, but it would be the one technology that you could reach that you couldn't just terrestrially be cut off from. Like if they flood that frequency to block me from connecting to a Starlink satellite, they block everybody else at the same time. However, with terrestrial internet, I still have to go through the tower, the cell tower, as everybody else, so they can still detect my IEMI or whatever and cut me off. Do I ever watch secular talk? It's not familiar to me. I don't think I do. There's higher speed LoRa with things like a 1 gigahertz band. I do like the idea of LoRa, but the problem with LoRa is you have to have enough people in the network, close enough proximity with each other that you can really reach out and touch a lot of people. However, I will say it's been growing at like breakneck speed. My neighbor has a broadcasting relay he put up on top of a local mountain. So now I ping off his antenna and go up to this place called like Tiger Mountain, and then I can reach all the way up to like the edge of Canada. So now there's like thousands of LoRa people that are accessible to me, when before it was like 10. So as long as more people do that, where they set up nodes, nodes with batteries and solar panels and stuff to bridge gaps between networks and stuff like that, it'll make a big difference. Bradley said, I'll still host you for free. I appreciate that, Bradley. When the time comes, I'll probably take you up on that, honestly. Because I know you ain't going to kick me off nothing. You still need a way to communicate to your core audience. The most of them are technically inclined. It is true. I really do need to do that. I need to sit down and come up with a plan. But again, it can't be a half-assed executed thing. I have to be in a situation where I can completely commit, where it's like, I create the site, I get it online, I commit to publishing something to it like every single day, even if it's just like a written thing or a newsletter or whatever, for a good long time to really kick it off, and then use every single one of my networks, everything, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, everything, to drive as much traffic there as humanly possible, to get as many people to sign up as easily as possible with the most minimal steps possible. Even if it's just like scan a QR code with your phone, hit enter, you're done. Every simple mechanism possible, because the simpler you can make it, the astronomical more people you're going to get. And just get as many people on as possible before I start getting shut down and silenced more on each one of those networks until I can't reach anybody. And then hopefully if I can reach enough people, the word of mouth from the group that I can create, I can encourage them to help start pushing me through word of mouth, so I don't rely on being discovered through the networks that control silencing me. Now, the good news is because I'm kind of burned out, it does give me a slight advantage because I don't have the eyes on me. Like the eyes of the capacity of AI right now are pointed at the people that have the most influence, not the people that have the least influence. So I'm kind of in a position where it's like it'll be a while before the capacity is great enough that it can like reach down to my level and really focus on suppressing me and cutting me off from everybody. So I got a little bit more time than the big guys. The big guys first are going to be leaned on hard to comply. And then when they don't comply, they'll be slowly cut off from their audiences. Their audience are redirected to people who do comply, which has already been happening. But like I said, the more capacity the network has to use AI to reach more people, to suppress more people, and it can't just do it outright. It's not like it can just delete me and disappear me everywhere overnight, because the coordination effort required to do that just doesn't exist right now. And even if it did that, it might not look suspicious to everybody, but it would look suspicious to enough people that they would start asking the right questions, and it would lead them to the answers still. What has to happen is I have to be phased out in a way where everybody believes that I just slowly disappeared, and that they slowly just start coming into other people that appear similar to me, but are already committed and on the path to start converting people to a different way of thinking. Do I watch some Ordinary Gamers? I sure do. Don't agree with everything he says, but no, I like Mudahar. Overall, he does some good. Louis Rossman, though, he's been killing it lately. I have to give a shout out to my boy Louis Rossman, man. I fucking the balls on that dude to go after the companies that he goes after and counter the fucking lawsuit threats that he gets. Them balls are big, man. Those are some big old hairy balls on that dude. Plus, I love his cat. I'm sad that his cat's sick. He's an animal lover. Hey guys, I am getting really loopy and tired right now. So I think I'm going to finally go get some sleep, since I did not sleep yesterday. So I am still up since noon. I woke up, it was either noon or 1 on Friday. And I still haven't gone to sleep. So I think I'm going to go get me some sleep. But I loved hanging out with you guys. I really do appreciate it. I want to go back and give a shout out to the Altonian. Puny, you say that. Thank you for the new membership. I'm sorry I missed that earlier. For some reason, fucking Stream Elements stopped working again, but we got to move away from Stream Elements. Razer bottom, fuck that noise. Like, I don't want to be using a Razer service. So I'll be looking for an alternative to that. Thank you to Wolf Stenyo, the Altonian, Liverpool John, the Car Wash from Northern PA, Plarn Dude, Daniel Frost, and Blue Varo. Thank you for supporting the channel today. I really appreciate you. And to the rest of you guys, thank you so much for watching and spending some time with me. Your time is absolutely the most precious thing that you have on this earth, and I really do appreciate you taking a little bit out of it just to listen to me. Even if you don't agree with a goddamn thing I say, it's just nice that you're here. It's nice to have somebody listen to you, even if they don't agree. And again, I wouldn't expect you to agree with everything anyways. That would life would be infinitely boring. If everybody agreed, there'd be no reason to learn new things and to, because as much as I try to, as much as I might seem really hard and stuck in my ways on certain things, I am flexible on everything. Like, for instance, if Jesus appeared to me tomorrow and said that everything was true and filled my mind with everything I needed to worship him, I'd be doing it right now. Same goes for Muhammad. Same goes for Old Testament warlord God. You name it. Whatever religions are in vogue, Mormonism, Scientology, whatever. If Thetan started coming out of my body and fucking L. Ron Hubbard appeared to me, I'd be a Scientologist tomorrow. I'm like, I am a person of evidence. It's like I can be swayed on anything as long as the evidence supports it. So, and I love, that's why but the one thing I will not tolerate, and I don't tolerate, because people are like, oh yeah, you'd be able to debate anything. No, I do not sympathize or debate with pedophiles. Zero. No. Doesn't matter. It's not you can sit down and have a debate with them. You don't have to like them. No, fuck that. Like, burn in a fire. And that goes for anybody that hurts children, innocent children. I don't care. It doesn't matter if they were forced into Islam or forced into Christianity or forced into Mormonism or forced into Catholicism or forced into Judaism. The opportune thing is they were forced, because when you are young and a minor and you're impressionable and you rely on those people to teach you how to speak and how to live and how to take care of yourself, and you're being programmed at an age when you have no other reference to compare shit to, you're being brainwashed. I was brainwashed just like everybody else, and it took a very, very long time to break that because it was so deeply fucking rooted and embedded in me. So I loathe that, but I don't care what children are fucking programmed with. Even when you see like the fucking Israeli kids flipping off all the Palestinians while their parents are laughing about it, like that kind of mean spirited shit that they're programming their kids with. Their kids don't truly understand what they're doing. These are children. Okay, they don't deserve to die on either side because they've been fucking fanaticalized and radicalized by a stupid fucking religion. Okay. For the benefit of their parents, their parents' fucking warlord leader that fucking kept them indoctrinated and used fear to keep them in, all that shit. Fuck all that noise. Kids are off limits. You fuck with kids, you should burn in a fire. But adults like myself and everybody else, we're responsible for our actions and we're responsible for what we do. And honestly, we're widely responsible for what our children do when they're not adults too. Because we're the ones that instilled those values. Or if we didn't instill those values, we allowed them to be fucking exposed to something that took them over. It's like if my son goes out and kills somebody, I take responsibility. I take a huge amount of responsibility for that. Why do I not like Razer? Because they have most of their shit they make is garbage. Most of their shit is made with garbage, and most of the software that you have to install to use their shit is garbage too. Not a fan. However, I will say that there are some gems. I said that earlier. Razer absolutely does have some gems, especially when it comes to like mice and keyboard in the past. They did make some like really cool peripherals, but God, and nowadays their peripherals are garbage. Their headphones aren't great and they're super overpriced. Their mice fucking sensors burn out in them all the time. They haven't had a good mouse in some time. Not a big fan of Razer. Razer sells overpriced garbage now. I swear they don't even create it either because there's such a vast difference in quality throughout the range of products. I swear that most of it's just like recaged and rebranded and fucking firmware devices that already exist. I feel like they're not what they used to be. There was a time where I really envied Razer and I loved Razer and I loved the aesthetic and I wanted everything Razer, but I've grown out of that. Hey, thank you, Ron Gao. You're right. See, you nailed it, dude. You said, I believe anything you can prove to me. 100%. I'm the same way. And I've changed my mind so many times because somebody has actually brought the evidence to support something more than the evidence I already had. And there's no shame in that. People need to stop thinking, oh, because I worshiped this for so long, if I stop believing it, then I wasted all that time. No, you didn't. It's never a waste of time to educate yourself and grow. Never. No matter how long you were wrong. It doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter if you change your position to something else that's wrong, as long as it leads you on the path to staying open-minded enough to keep getting more and more information until you eventually get to the truth or as close to it as you can get with what you have.
Sandbox is why was it not air-gapped?
Ignorance is bliss. That's why we used to like Razer. Ignorance is bliss. But the problem is that bliss comes at a steep price, doesn't it? All the people, it's only politics. Trump's only a president. They don't have any real power. That's the problem, is ignorance is bliss until it isn't. It really is. It's a wonderful thing to have for a little while until something bad happens. You know, it kind of goes back to like my friend Brandon. You guys would know him as Toasty Timer Basherverse. You know, he died of COVID, and he was gonna get his vaccine because he was going to Canada to get married, and his dad came home one night and brought home COVID and spread it to him, and he died a couple of weeks later because he had a cytokine storm and they couldn't stop it with no amount of medication or treatment, and he died because of COVID, like directly because of COVID. And had he been vaccinated, chances are he wouldn't have. And the reason he kept putting off the vaccination is because he felt like, I don't really go anywhere. I'm safe. He never really thought that his dad going out and, you know, hanging out in bars and doing shit wasn't going to like bring it home himself. He didn't really think that through, right? And it's sad he had to pay with his life. And boy, I talked to him when he was in the hospital, not for the final time, but the second time. And he was talking to me, and I was like, dude, I thought you were getting vaccinated. Did you not get vaccinated? He's like, no, I said I did, but it was planned. I was supposed to do it because I can't get into Canada without a vaccination, so I was going to do it right before I went up to Canada. And he's like, I just put off. He's like, man, I regret it so much. He's like, dude, I regret it so much. And I felt so bad. I was like, dude, oh my God, I thought if I didn't know you were vaccinated, I would have leaned on you so much harder, dude. Like I thought he was. He said he was, and he wasn't. And sadly, he died for it. And it fucking sucks, man. It eats me alive. I still have really bad nightmares about it all the time. Because I watched what he went through. The shit that Keemstar put him through. And then what happened after that because of what he did. And he lived through all that and got through all that adversity and everything. And then found somebody who he truly loved. Was going to get married. He was the happiest dude ever. And then that shit just took him out. Well, Sun Turtle Camp just found himself a ban. Again, I don't tolerate that. The vaccine absolutely did work. The vaccine literally saved millions of lives, and it's not just the United States. If you look at the collective scientific community around the world, now you can argue about the origins of the virus. You can talk about the varying degrees of severity of like the different strains of the virus. But to say the vaccine was ineffective is a complete and total fucking lie based on evidence, not just of the United States, but all of the countries that vaccinated. So yeah, not gonna tolerate that shit for a second. No, again, there's certain things that I'm not gonna fucking listen to. Without getting too mad, I literally just told you that one of my good friends died from COVID-19 because he wasn't vaccinated. It's one of 3 people that I knew in real life that died from COVID that all 3 were not vaccinated. Well, everybody I know that was vaccinated that got it survived it. Might have got some long COVID symptoms, but they survived it. And you're going to go, oh, the vaccine didn't work. If you're saying the vaccine didn't work, then you're listening to fucking people like JFK Jr., right? You're listening to people like Trump. You're listening to idiots. Now, am I going to say, oh, Dr. Fauci did everything perfect? No, Dr. Fauci fucked up big time, and he's going to pay big time for what he did. He lied about a lot of shit that he shouldn't have lied about. But he wasn't wrong about the efficacy of the vaccine, because that data is also backed by many other scientists around the world, including in adversarial nations that hate us, that would love to say we were wrong. It's so fucking ignorant to say that the vaccine. What about measles? What about measles? You see measles making a resurgence now because JFK Jr. directly linked to the areas where it fucking burst out. He actually convinced people not to vaccinate against measles because it's not needed. And now we have a bunch of measles deaths and more measles cases than we've had since the fucking vaccine for the measles came out. This is the kind of ignorant bullshit that gets people into trouble. If you don't want to vaccinate, no, Tiberius, I understand you're saying go to bed. No. Oh, he said don't go to bed. Okay, no, I'm with you, Tiberius. Absolutely. Sorry, I misread that. No, I do actually need to get some sleep, though. I am very tired, but I'm not going to leave the stream after listening to that shit without making it clear that, no, the vaccines are absolutely a fantastic thing. They're one of the most important things that we've ever created to society. And if it was a matter of, oh, you just don't get vaccinated, you're taking your own life in your hands, big fucking deal, that's one thing. But that's not how vaccinations work. That's not how herd immunity works. It only works if the majority of people are vaccinated to protect the ones that can't be vaccinated. When you spread fucking stupid-ass rhetoric, like JFK Jr. spreading around and Trump with his fucking Fanta curing cancer bullshit and ivermectin does this and that, when you spread bullshit like that, you get people killed. If you don't want to vaccinate, that's fine, but don't endanger other people, okay? If you don't want to vaccinate, then fucking at least wear a mask when you're around other people. Don't put them through a bunch of shit because you're dumb. And if you can't get vaccinated because you physically are unable to be vaccinated, then I really fucking hope the people that you hang around were nice enough to get vaccinated to protect you. There's no guarantees in life. You still technically die if you're vaccinated? Yeah, it is possible. But we're talking about probabilities. We're talking about percentages. Everything's percentages. There are no absolutes. It's percentages. You are much less likely to die. Can you still? Yes. But it's about decreasing the odds overall to save the most people. Could you get a vaccine and have an allergic reaction? Absolutely. Why do you think when you get a vaccine, you're supposed to wait like fucking 30 minutes, unless the doctor's a dumbass, to monitor you, to make sure that you don't have any adverse reactions? Even when I get my flu shot, when I go to get my flu shot, they still monitor me. Even though I haven't had adverse reactions to flu shot in the past, they still monitor me for 15, 20 minutes before they let me leave. That's a good facility that does that. The facility just shoots you up and sends you on your way. I don't like it when they do that. Oh, you meant to say don't go to bed mad? It's hard not to go to bed mad these days, dude. There's so much fucking ignorance in the world. They're hurting everything. This is the problem. When the most powerful people in a community are the most ignorant, selfish, and dumb, it spreads like wildfire. It literally empowers the dumbest among us and suppresses the smartest. And that is not a good situation for anybody. Hey, Joey, thank you for the $5 super chat. He said, thanks for the game stream, Barnaba. One interesting thing about the OpenAI Soul model escaping its sandbox is why was it not air-gapped? Exactly. I meant to say that earlier, too. I was like, in the way they were talking, it's like it didn't even look like it was air-gapped. Like, they didn't even, it's not like they thought it was air-gapped and it wasn't. They basically just had rules to say, like, don't go out and do stuff. And they just ignored them and did it anyways and lied about it. So that is weird, man. That is legitimately weird. I accidentally locked my knees after getting the flu shot when I was a kid and passed out. Now I pass out every shot I get. Oh, that sucks, man. I'm sorry. You know what? The best nurses to give shots in the world are the ones that give them to children. If you ever go to like get a shot somewhere, ask for the nurse that gives the shots to children, because every facility usually has one or two nurses that specialize at that shit. They always have a little trick that they use, and it's fucking works just fine on adults too. My favorite trick in the world is where they take their hand, that you look straight ahead. They tell you not to look at anything, just look straight ahead, and then they tap on your arm, they rub the spot to disinfect it, and then they just tap around your arm, tap around the other side of your arm, and then what they'll do is they'll put their hand on your other shoulder and just tap your collarbone. And then they just stop, and they're like, it's over. You never feel the prick. What they do is they slowly draw the attention because you're anticipating the shot going in that arm. And you're focused on it. And they tap and tap and move their hand around. You can't look behind you, so you only feel where things are touching you. So the first couple times they touch you, you're kind of jumpy because you're like, oh shit, are they giving me the shot? Are they giving me the shot? But then they do it, and then you calm down. And then as they're putting the shot in to give it to you really quick, they just tap your collarbone over here. And it's like, you don't even, I swear, if they do it right, you don't feel the needle, you don't feel the injection, and you're still anticipating even though it's already done. It's fucking wild. It's how they did it for my son, because my son's on the spectrum, and when he was younger, he was scared to death of needles and screamed bloody murder at him. And so we went to a doctor that specialized in children with special needs, and fucking they're like on it. Like they all have their tricks. It's awesome. Now I've had so many shots and so many blood draws in my life due to all the medical shit that now it doesn't even faze me. It's like they can put in a fucking central line and I probably wouldn't even flinch. I don't like it. Nobody likes it. But I'm just saying, once you've done it so many times, especially pricking yourself, checking your blood for diabetes, is like literally hurts more pricking my finger to get blood for diabetes than it does getting a flu shot. So you just get used to it. How about we all grow up and take the needle a moment of pain? I know, right? It's like, come on. Being afraid of a needle, everybody's going to get the needle eventually. It might not be for a vaccine if you're an anti-vaxxer, but at some point in your life, you're more than likely, if you get in an accident or something happens to you, you get hurt, you eat something you're not supposed to, you develop an allergic reaction. At some point, a needle's going in you. It's going to happen throughout your life at some point or another. Very few people make it through their entire life without a single needle going into them. So it's going to happen sooner or later, so you might as well do it for a good cause to protect yourself. And if not to protect yourself, do it to protect your family and the people around you. Oh, it's the psychological why you pass out? Just because it takes you back to that memory and the anxiety builds? I would say, so my advice to you, Dev Legion, is since you're such an extreme case where it's like no matter what they can do can calm you down and you're already worked up to the point of passing out before they even get the needle near your skin, I think the smart thing to do would be to tell your doctor about this and have him prescribe Valium. So this is what my wife is deathly afraid of dentists, like deathly afraid of dentists. She will not go to the dentist unless I give her Valium and let it set in good and hard before I drive her to the dentist and put her in the dentist chair and then full on hitting her with the nitrous. She will not, she'll shake. She'll literally shake in fear. Valium takes all that shit away. 100%. Ativan and Valium. So you actually with the Ativan, you don't even need the Valium. So next time you talk to your doctor, say, hey, listen, you know I pass out every time I get a shot, dude. I'm scared to death of it. I'm not going to do it unless I don't pass out. Be like, give me some Ativan. Or in this case, the generic's called lorazepam, but they'll know that. And you take that shit, and I guarantee you within, if it's a shot of Ativan, they can literally, well, actually you can't do the shot because you're afraid of needles. Sorry, my bad. You can swallow a pill, right? So if you swallow the Ativan, it takes about 30 minutes with most metabolisms, 45 minutes at the most to kick in. And once it kicks in, you won't care if that doctor is juggling chainsaws 3 feet in front of your face. You'll laugh. I'm not even joking. I am scared to death of surgery. I am the most scared person in the world of surgery. And I was literally joking with the anesthesiologist while they were setting up their tools. And while he had me count backwards and put me under with anesthesia, I was joking with him all the way into the operating clinic, talking about, oh, hack off whatever you want. Hey, take off a little down there. Could you add a little down there? And I was shaking scared when they told me that they were going to come in and get me. They said, hey, we're going to come and get you in a half an hour to move you over to pre-op. I started shaking. I was violently shaking. I was crying. This is when I got my appendix taken out. I was freaking out. I was scared shitless. Doctor comes in, puts the thing in my fucking IV and goes, and I'm like, bring on the chainsaws, bitches. But they have it in pill form too. So you don't have to take it through a needle. But yeah, Ativan completely kills all your fear, like 100%. And different doses can do it to varying different effects. But the dose that they give you like pre-op or to calm you down, like for dental work and stuff like that, Valium works pretty good too. But Ativan, fuck, you won't even care. And the funny thing is, you don't notice. Ativan doesn't like change your cognition severely. It just takes away fear. It's so trippy. Yep, I have Xanax for it. 10 pill refill since I only use it for shots. Oh, okay. See, you already know what to do. You already know the trick. But yeah, doctors will do that. If you're afraid of shots and you're afraid of surgery and stuff, if you're straight up with them and you don't try to be like all super fucking macho, they've got something for everything, man. They'll fucking calm you right down. But Ativan or lorazepam is one of the craziest fucking drugs ever because when you get it, you don't feel really different. Like you don't feel like you can't do math or you can't drive or you can't see good or read, even in fairly high doses. Like you just get really chatty and don't care. You don't fear anything. Like the building could be on fire and you'd be, somebody will get me out of here. It'll be fine. You just don't care about anything. Like somebody could literally be holding a scalpel in front of you, getting ready to cut you open with no anesthesia. And you're not thinking like, oh my God, please put me under first. Please put me under first. You're just sitting there like riding it out. Like, all right, let's get this shit going. And I asked the nurse and doctor, I was like, later on when I was recovering from surgery, I was like, whoa, that was a trip. I've had it more times since then. But I was like, that was a trip. And they're like, yeah, it completely takes away your anxiety. That's what it does. It targets anxiety, completely takes out your anxiety. Now, there's situations where that could be very dangerous. You wouldn't want to take Ativan before you're doing something very dangerous because you're not going to take precautions. You're not going to be worried about your life. So Ativan is not something that should be taken in any kind of high quantity outside of an area if you know how it affects you. Like for reducing anxiety, small doses is fine. Like as prescribed by a doctor, but you wouldn't want to take like a dose that you would take before going into surgery without anybody else around in an environment where you could hurt yourself or something could hurt you. So but it is an incredibly effective drug. It's wild. It's also a benzodiazepine, which means it's incredibly addictive. So you don't want to take it for long periods. It takes a long time. It's not like one hit and you're like, oh my God, I need to scratch yourself. But no, you can build up a dependency on it and it can lose efficacy over time and you can have severe withdrawal. So benzodiazepines, unless you have to take it for anxiety, they don't recommend taking it regularly. Like take it like, people for anxiety usually take it as needed once or twice a week. It's not something you really want to take every day unless you absolutely have to, because you will just build up a quick tolerance to it and need more and more and more. Oh yeah, Versed. Yeah, Versed. Yep. That's like super Ativan. Versed is almost kind of like a painkiller too. Like Versed doesn't just like kill your inhibition. It also has like some almost like it makes you funny. Like it's kind of like an opiate where it warms you up and makes you want to be talkative and stuff. But yeah, similar effect to Ativan. What was the other one? Demerol, the other one that they give you in the hospital. That's like it's like a soup. It's like a little bit different than other opiates. Or I don't even know if it is. Is it an opiate? I want to say it sure feels like it. But yeah, like Demerol is another one of those drugs they like give to you. You're just like, whatever happens, it's fine. They'll figure it out. Keep in mind, last time I went and had a surgery on my arm, they literally fucked it up one day. Didn't give me any anesthesia, didn't give me any Ativan like they were supposed to. Stuck the thing in my arm, I was screaming bloody murder. They had pinned me down to the table and complete the operation because it had already started and they couldn't stop it. So, and then they pushed too much drugs and then I lost consciousness and then they had to wake me up because I had to answer questions during the entire surgery to make sure a blood clot didn't go into my brain. So they were like panicking when I passed out. So then they pushed in a neutralizer, which then took me out of the pain relief and then I was screaming again. It was just a whole fucking nightmare, right? I swore I was leaving the hospital. I told the nurse, I'm leaving. I'll rip out my fucking IVs. I called my wife. She came to pick me up. I was leaving. I was not going to complete the operation because it required 3 days. I had one more day. And they had given me Ativan and what was the other one? They gave me a painkiller too. It was Ativan and fuck, what's that painkiller called? Maybe it was Demerol. It was either Demerol or high dose oxycodone or something. But they gave me that combination of things, and then I became instantly agreeable, and I calmed down, and then they just. But then the fucking doctor goes off shift and doesn't tell the nurse that I'm supposed to have access to those, and so she pulls. So then I get nervous all night again. But then luckily, an hour before they took me into the surgical theater, even announced I was going into the surgical theater the next day, the nurse came in and injected a high dose of Ativan into my IV without me even knowing it. She snuck it in on me. And Dilaudid, that was it. Thank you, Bear Williams. Dilaudid. Yeah, IV Dilaudid is crazy. That's a wild one. Holy shit, Dilaudid is insane. IV Dilaudid specifically. Doesn't matter where they inject it. They can inject it into your arm or whatever. You feel this warm, fuzzy feeling in your head, and it just feels like a line goes down your body like this. And everything above that line is warm and fuzzy, and everything below that line still hurts. And then it gets all the way down to your toes, and next thing you know, you feel like you're floating on a cloud. You don't even feel the mattress underneath your back. It is weird. Out of all the drugs that I've ever been given in a hospital, Dilaudid by far was. It could solve anything. Didn't matter. You could have a kidney stone. Your appendix could be blowing up. Didn't matter. You didn't feel nothing. You were 100% just happy floating on a cloud. You could talk calmly to the nurses. They actually have to be really careful with it. They have to diagnose you before they give it to you in any kind of high doses because it'll hide like every symptom. Like you could literally be dying and feel like you're going to die, and then they give that to you and you feel fine. So they usually ask you all the questions. The doctor diagnoses you. They have an idea of what they're going to do, or at least know everything they need to know. Then they get your pain under control. Unless you're in such bad shape that they have to. Like if you can't speak, then obviously they're going to do something to get you more comfortable. But yeah, they're really careful about not giving you complete pain relief until they have all the symptoms diagnosed because it hides everything. Oh yeah, Bear Williams said he had the pain button. Yeah, they give you a button. They give you a button that like times out that you can push. And the problem with Dilaudid is it wears off really fast. Like Dilaudid, I think they have to re-inject you like every 10 minutes to keep it constant, or yet they have to put you on a drip, or they have to give you a button. It does not stay in there. Oh, but hey, there's hospital tricks with Barnacules. So, but it sounds like Dev Legion, you already know exactly how to handle fear of shots. Fear of needles can easily be dealt with the anti-anxiety drug. They got a drug for everything, and usually everything that they have an IV for the most part, they also have an oral version. It's just don't expect the oral version to work as fast. Obviously, it has to go into your stomach, it has to dissolve, it has to get into your lower intestine, it has to absorb into your bloodstream, it has to go through your kidneys and everything. It's not like when they give you, they directly put the processed drug right into your bloodstream and it's like instantly absorbed and instantly goes to your brain. Like it's a completely different experience, but it works all the same. Like at the end of the day, once it's in your system and it's metabolized, you will not fear the needle anymore. And sometimes, once you go through it with the Ativan, like once they give you the Ativan or the, I don't think they give you Dilaudid for any kind of prick, but Valium or something like that. Once you go through and you have an experience where you get a shot or you have a needle inserted while you're calm and have no anxiety, some people find that they don't even need it the next time because you have the memory. It doesn't affect your memory. You still remember getting it and everything. Like afterwards, after it's all done, And over it down the road, it's like you still remember, but you remember it as a calm experience, even though the drug was what made it a calm experience. So then the next time you go in, a lot of people don't even need it or need as much of the drug, because once they go through it once without the anxiety intact, then they can naturally regulate it the next time. Not that you should have to. Like, a doctor will make you comfortable. That's the thing, is doctors don't want you to be in pain because they know that you're not going to come back for treatment. That's why you should never be macho. Like, tell your doctor, if you're afraid of needles, tell him you want a sedative. Tell him you want an anti-anxiety drug. Let him come to that conclusion. Just say, I'm not getting a shot unless you give me something that makes me not fear it. I'm going to shut it down and say no if I'm not comfortable. They're not going to fight you on it. They'll do it. In the ER after my car accident, they gave me Versed and fentanyl. Holy shit. And they were surprised I was still awake yet fully cognizant. I have a strange high tolerance to things. Holy shit. I mean, fentanyl is like, yeah, that's 0 to 150,000. Fentanyl is usually only used for surgery. As far as I know, fentanyl, it's pretty rare unless you have, massive chronic pain that cannot be treated. Fentanyl is very, very, very sparingly given in any kind of oral dose, almost exclusively given intravenously, and almost always is a part of an anesthesia cocktail. However, to be fair, I've known 2 people that had such bad untreatable pain that they had to use fentanyl. I specifically told my pain doctor that I will not touch it. So even though I've exhausted my options, I even went to oxycodone, came off oxycodone, went to a lesser drug, buprenorphine, that's more stable over a longer period of time. I told him no fentanyl. The only way I would ever use that drug is if I was in so much pain I couldn't function or speak or interact or be a part of life. If I'm that far gone and that is my only option left, then obviously I would use it. But that's me personally, that's one of those drugs that I know if I ever went on it, there would be very little possibility of me ever getting off of it. And for that reason, I'll stick with it. I'll stick with the buprenorphine, though. The thing is, everything's a trade-off. There's pros and cons to everything. The nice thing about the buprenorphine is it's a lesser class drug, which means there's less chances of it being legislated away by people that don't need pain management. It lasts longer per dose, but it's not as effective at treating pain. But that's also, but the thing is, you're just trading this, no pain, a lot of pain, no pain, a lot of pain, and no pain, a lot of pain, to just half pain. That's how I describe the difference between like oxycodone and buprenorphine. Is you're just trading constant pain relief at like 40 to 50%. Versus the oxycodone 100%, 0%, 100%, 0%, 100%, like literally every 4 hours. And it's like, that's it. I didn't like that. It was causing me to have mood swings. It was causing me to not enjoy life. Even though the moments of pain relief and the ability to sleep for a couple of hours was wonderful. But even in my sleep, I'd wake up every 3 or 4 hours in so much pain I could not get back to sleep. So buprenorphine still was the better choice. So I choose to use that. And apparently I'm not alone. I talked to my pain doctor and he said, a lot of their patients, like not all of them by any stretch of the imagination, but a lot of them will actually downgrade from a higher efficacy opiate that can treat more pain to something that treats less pain over a longer period of time, just because their body can acclimate to the pain they still have. It's tolerable, so they can do that over time and they know what to expect. Whereas with fast acting opiates and like hardcore painkillers, they peak and then you're like, I wish I could feel like this all the time. But then you come down hard. And then after you keep doing that over and over and over in repetition, you build up a tolerance, and then you have to keep going up the more that you use. And it's a endless, you're just chasing shit endlessly. So, after 14 years or whatever of having to use oxycodone, and thankfully having my wife to control my dosage so I didn't have to go up. I wasn't left to my own devices to just go down the rabbit hole. And my doctor really respected that. And then, we decided to try the buprenorphine at one point because the oxycodone just wasn't really effective at the dose that I was having anymore. And we did try a higher dose at first, but I didn't like the way it made me feel. My wife didn't like it either. And so I tried the buprenorphine and I was like pleasantly surprised with the constant pain relief. And then the first night that I slept with it, I was like, this is way better because I still wake up from the pain, but I can get back to sleep. Whereas with the oxycodone, I couldn't. I'd wake up, I'd be in massive pain, have to take the oxycodone and wait 45 minutes for it to kick in before I could go back to sleep again. And it was like that every single night. So everybody's different, though. Everybody has different requirements. That's why you always want to consult with the doctor. Everything has pros and cons. But at the end of the day, use all the tools that are available to you to live the best the best quality of life that you can with what you're allowed. There does not seem to be any completely safe and effective pain medicine. Yeah, there isn't. All medications have pros and cons. I can't think of a single medication off the top of my head, over the counter or otherwise, that doesn't have some con. It's just some people, the con is less than the pro. And therefore, the pro overall leaves them in a better place than just not having it at all. So, and it's a great example of that is like, there's so many different opiates because people's tolerances are so different. Like, for instance, if I take Vicodin, which is oxy... No, not oxy. It's a hydrocodone. So hydrocodone, Vicodin, the most common like opiate-based painkiller there is, makes me super, super constipated to the point where like even taking laxatives and stuff doesn't matter. I'm just in constant pain. It also makes me really nauseous. However, Vicodin is well tolerated by most people. Oxycodone, on the other hand, causes the most stomach discomfort, especially on an empty stomach, to most people that take it. Me, I had zero side effects with it. Zero noticeable side effects. The side effects for me came from my personality swings from pain on, pain off, pain off, pain off, the roller coaster. There was but as far as like making my stomach hurt or giving me cramps or making me constipated, none of it. Which is weird because most people have the problem with that drug. My wife, if she takes even she could take the tiniest dose. She take 2 milligrams of oxycodone that they give her, like after going to the dentist's office, they gave it to her once. She threw up and she thought, oh, maybe it was just that one thing. Nope, took the dose again, threw up, never touched it again. It makes her violently, like within 30 minutes of taking any amount of it, she basically projectile vomits until it's all out of her stomach. So, and I'm like, and I was shocked by that because I'm like, okay, I'm taking, at one point I was taking, I think it was like 4 or 5 times the dose that she took. And that was my normal dose. And nothing. I could take that on an empty stomach and not eat for the rest of the day and I'd be fine. Bradley Smith's like, oh, I was doing chores because you were signed off. You still on? You know me, dude. I'm like, you hang up first. You hang up first. You know how I am. Oh. Wait, what did you write? The girls keep reading out super chats on stream and you're talking over them is annoying. We can't follow you. Can't follow her. Oh, that's funny. Let's see here. That's because pain is a biologically useful feature. No, pain is a useful feature. Pain is a critical, useful diagnostic tool and to keep you from harm. However, our bodies are not perfectly designed, sadly. One of the downsides of evolution is it takes a lot of time for things to get worked out, especially when they're artificially controlled. Let's see here. What does this say now? Plus menu. What is this? Start a goal. I hadn't seen that before. No, pain is absolutely a good thing, but here's the problem is there's false pain where when nerves are damaged, they no longer report pain like they're supposed to. They report pain that isn't there. And pain that isn't there is not useful. Pain that isn't there actually creates a dangerous situation because then you start doing things that cause other problems, trying to avoid or minimize the pain that's not really there, that's a phantom pain. So when it comes to cases like chronic nerve damage, caused by defective joints, broken nerves, diseased nerves, diabetes, things like that, there's certain times where you have to control the pain. Like if you don't, the person's just going to go and end themselves. Because I can tell you right now from like personal experience, if I did not have pain relief, I would not be alive today. Like I can guarantee you that. Like I've experienced so much pain that is completely inescapable that I would have rather just not existed. And so I have a unique perspective throughout my life of like, there are people that get to a point, and especially a friend of mine that I knew named Justin. I felt really bad for him. He was in an elevator accident where it fell 3 stories at Microsoft when the brakes failed on the elevator. And he shattered multiple discs in his spine, ripped a bunch of his nerves, caused massive damage to his body. He literally had to be put in a coma because he was in so much pain that when he was awake, he'd hyperventilate, his heart would race, his blood pressure go up over 200, and they'd have to sedate him again. And so they literally had to put him under constant 24-hour heavy-duty pain management just so he could function while his body could repair itself. And it was about 8 or 10 years that he was on it, and they slowly backed it off and backed it off and backed it off till they could get it to a point where he was on what would be minimal for him, like a tenth of what he had to take. But he still has to be on at least that dose for the rest of his life, because all the damage that could be undone was undone, but there were certain things that couldn't be undone. So yeah, no, but so it is really important to life that you can live life comfortably, because if you can't live life in any kind of relative comfort, you're not going to get sleep. Your health is going to degrade rapidly. Your mental state's going to degrade rapidly. And that's why any doctor will tell you that you're constantly battling the pros and the cons. So you have to ask yourself, are the pros worth the cons? Is it worth getting addicted to an opiate if you have no pain just because you want to feel high? No, of course not. Because that's a fleeting high. It's going to leave you, and then you're just going to be doing damage to your body for absolutely nothing other than to just stay in the same state you were, which was not in pain, or now a lot of pain that's not really there. However, if you're in constant unending pain because your nerves are fucked up, or you have a disease that causes a lot of false nerve signaling, and you literally cannot escape that pain no matter what, and you can't sleep because of the pain, you only doze off because of slight exhaustion, and you can't work with the world around you, can't communicate, and you can't move, so you're just literally dying from bed sores in a bed, shaking to death. The pros of a drug far outweigh the cons of you dying really, really quickly in that state and suffering horribly throughout it. Same thing with like people that have cancer, right? It's like if you have cancer, your body needs to repair itself, so you need to be, you're laid up and you're resting a lot of the time. You're getting these infusions. You have to stay in some kind of relative comfort, so your body can repair itself, because your body repairs itself a whole lot better in your relative comfort. But if you have a cancer that's just making you in so much pain, you can't even think, you can't sleep, you can't communicate, you can't do anything. Your life, you're not going to heal. You're not going to heal, and you're gonna get worse. So, and even if you don't heal in the end, even if you succumb to it after a couple of years because every effort that was made didn't work, at least you were still able to be in relative comfort to the situation, enough that you could at least still like function and enjoy some aspect of life. So I'm very sensitive to the necessity for pain management, not because of my own situation so much as even watching other people's situation, including my own mother. Yeah, pain because of nerve damage is a very troubling situation for sure. Yeah, it is time to get some rest for sure. Had a family friend that had a welding rig fall on him in an elevator shaft he was working. Holy shit. Paralyzed from the waist down and left phantom pain in his legs for the rest of his life. Oh, that sucks, dude. I can actually relate to some of the phantom pain because I have the chronically pinched nerve. That's chronically pinched sciatic nerve. So I always have burning down one of my legs 24/7. There's no escaping. All you can do is dull it a little bit with the painkiller, but it's still there. I still feel it. Without it, I can't even stand or walk. But with pain relief, I can stand and walk. It's just uncomfortable. But a lot of the time, it also goes down my other leg now because my other SI joint is getting just as bad. Only time I had it was after an accident. Honestly, the fentanyl didn't help. I have Ehlers-Danlos and CRPS. And some reason, opiates don't really work for me. Oh, I'm sorry about that, Yuki. That sucks. That's another thing is that opiates really only treat nerve pain. They're only they lessen your brain's response to the signaling from the nerves. It dulls the signaling from the nerves. So if your pain doesn't stem specifically from a specific type of nerve damage, a lot of opiates are completely ineffective. They might increase your disposition or make you feel kind of like high and flighty and stuff like that, but there's some things it can't treat. There's some pain that it can't treat. And I feel really bad because there's some people out there that have certain types of pain that there's really nothing that helps them. Like TENS therapy doesn't work. Drug therapy doesn't work. They go in there and try to burn the nerves, or sometimes the nerves are in a place where they can't be burned. They burn the nerve, and now the pain is worse. And now they have to wait for the nerve to grow back, for the pain to go back to the pain they couldn't tolerate before. You know, it's like I've seen people in pain that's so bad that there's no amount of pain medication that could get them stable, and you have to put them in a coma. That's the sad shit. Like people that are suffocating from like chronic pneumonia, linked to COVID-19, like the COVID-19 pneumonia where you have a cytokine storm and your lungs fill with fluid. They have to put you on a bed that rotates you 24/7. And they literally have to induce a coma because the whole time that it's happening, you're intubated and you feel like you're drowning for sometimes like weeks. Well, this bed's like moving you around constantly where you wouldn't be able to sleep and you'd just be constantly feeling like you were in a state of drowning. So they put you into a coma. There's actually quite a few medical procedures where you're in so much pain that the only way they can help you is to put you into a medically induced coma to allow your body to heal. Because if you're awake, you're just going to spike your blood pressure and move around and cause more damage. That scares the shit out of me, though, man. Like that. But honestly, given the choice, if I was in a situation of so much pain, I couldn't focus, and I felt like I would want to be put in a coma, 100%. Oh, I did hear about that cone snail venom stuff. Yeah, I don't know how far they got with it, but it showed progress, Kylek. Yeah, apparently they found some compounds in this cone snail venom that they're thinking could be a possible non-opiate based pain relief. There is one non-opiate drug that's indicated for mild to severe pain, but my doctor refuses to let me try it because he said it's only been out for about a year or two, and he said any drug that hasn't been out of trials in the public for at least 5 years, he's leery of using, just because, there's so many side effects that can happen when it's in the mass population that don't rear their head for a couple of years. So he said he's not comfortable letting me try it unless it's an absolute dire situation and the current treatment doesn't work anymore. So, but he said, hey, if in a couple of years it's not showing any bad long-term damage or anything's coming back, that it's something that we could definitely try. I haven't heard a lot from people on it, though. It's weird. It's a drug's been out for like a year or two, and I haven't heard a lot of feedback on it from anybody. So I don't know if that's because it's ineffective or doctors are just afraid to prescribe it, and it just hasn't been prescribed to a lot of people. But I might have to look into that later. All right, guys, I think I'm going to wrap it up because I am exhausted off my ass. I'm actually surprised I made it this long. But I'm going to credit caffeine, the caffeine molecule, for that one. But I had fun hanging out with you guys today. Absolutely love your faces. You guys try to have a good weekend. Do something fun today. Play a video game. Go outside. Try not to get sucked in too bad by the internet. And what's it called? Journal Vax? Only approved for 2-week use? Interesting. I've never heard of that. I'll have to look that one up. Oh, that sucks, Kylek. So yeah, they're finding that the individual snails put off different blend. Oh no, that's not good. So they basically need to get enough venom from the snails that are effective that they can study it and isolate the compounds but they're different in every snail, so it's like making it hard. Oh my gosh. But you tried it and it actually worked? Journal Vax. Let me see this. Hold on here. But it's only approved for 2-week use? Yeah, so because it's only approved for 2 weeks, it probably wouldn't be something I can use. But let me see. I want to look this up. Yep, moderate to severe, so that would work. Okay, a non-opioid prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe acute pain, including post-operative pain. In 3 months, often causes injury, surgery. I don't see anything on the main page that says anything about 2 weeks. Was that something your doctor said? I'm curious. Here, let me. I know I said I was just gonna go, but I want to look this up really quick. Can you use for extended periods of time for chronic pain that can't be treated or inoperative? All right, let's see here. Many non-drug pain modulation devices are designed for repeated or long-term use. They often rely on it's talking about electrical stimulation and shit. That's site reviewing looks as non-pharmaceutical pain management tools. Oh, wait a second. Is this not a drug? Is this like a thing, like a machine or something? No, it says 50 milligram tablets. Hold on here. Let me use the drug name itself. What is it? Sue's Trigene. I think it looked at the website and thought I meant something else. Oh, here we go. Okay. Okay, from the page I'm viewing. Okay, a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderate to severe short-term acute pain. Yeah, that wouldn't work, damn it. Yeah, it's only approved for acute pain, not chronic. Sudden onset, lasts less than 3 months. Chronic pain lasts longer than 3 months. Yeah, shit. And this is this is the drug that the one non-narcotic pain reliever. Fuck. And I can't even use it. Oh man. Unless there's another one. Unless this is a new one and the other one was one that could be used. Because when I asked my doctor about it, it sounded like it was something that you could use long term, but maybe not. Fuck. I hope that's not the case. Ugh, that would be really annoying because I was kind of looking forward to trying that. But there's no use in trying it if I can't use it long term. Otherwise, I'll just be right back to the same old stuff. It worked, but I couldn't keep getting it. That was the best 2 weeks I had in a long time. Fuck, it would be nice to have a vacation, but the other problem with short-term good pain relief when you have chronic pain is this happens with the steroid shot every time is I get steroid shot depression. So I get the steroid shot. 50-50 chance of working. When it works, I suddenly feel like I can, like my legs working again. It's not on fire. And I'm like, holy shit, I'm cured. And then a month and a half later, when the drug wears off, it comes back and then it hurts worse for a little while than it did before because I'm so used to the pain being gone for a period of time, my body readjusts its threshold. And then when the steroid wears off, I'm in a lot of pain for like a week or two until my body reacclimates to the normal treatment regimen. And it's like, God damn it. But is it worth it? Fuck yeah. If I can afford that steroid shot, which I can't because now it's 4 times the price under Trump now. If I can afford it, I get it every time, even though it's only a 50-50 chance. Because when it works, the half of the time that it works, it's bliss. It's absolute bliss. It's like you don't have to take any more. You still have to take your normal regimen of pain medication, but it's like you get to escape that inescapable pain for a period of time, at least on one side. I've never had it work on the few times I did get it on both sides, I never had it work on both sides equally. It always works on one side, like really, really well, and the other side not so good or not at all, or neither side. So, but when it does work, like this last time when I got it in the one side and she really paid attention and took a long time to do it, it was excruciating painful. But that was when I went up to LTX Expo. Oh God, that one worked fantastic. Only just fully wore off like a couple of weeks ago. And that was fucking bliss. That was absolute bliss. I've been having fun lately watching YouTubers play my favorite game, Portal series, for the first time and find all the little details. Oh, that's cool. I fucking love Portal, man. I need to go back and play Portal again. I got it in my library. Tiberius, like, build future operating systems. No, that's your job, bro. Caffeine, the elixir of life. All right, I know I said I was going to leave like 1,000 times, but yeah, SNX Girl said credit to Bravel for sure. But I really, if I don't go, I'm not going to go. You guys know I'm just going to sit here and keep talking until I'm just like, blah, 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 and fall asleep on my desk. All right, I'm going to get out of here. I love you guys. Please do something fun today or tomorrow. Don't waste your entire weekend. I'm going to waste a little bit of it sleeping and going and watching some YouTube. But tomorrow I'm definitely going to get on the simulator and play some games and work on this nerd cave a little bit, because if you guys saw what I saw, this is getting fucking ridiculous. Like, this is worse than Hoarders Buried Alive right now, and I don't like it. But I will see you guys hopefully on Monday on Twitch. We definitely got to stream more this week. I know I keep saying that over on Twitch, but this one a time a week thing is not enough. We gotta do more. We're gonna get there though. All right, peace out, guys. Love your face. Later.